I'm going to call the meeting to order. Good evening, everyone. We just appreciate your patience. Good evening. We just have had some technical difficulties with our video feed. So I would like to call the meeting to order and acknowledge that we are holding these meetings on the traditional, ancestral, and unceded territory of the Squamish Nation, Tsleil-Waututh Nation, and Musqueam Nation. We recognize and respect them as nations in this territory, as well as their historic connection to the lands and waters around us since time immemorial. So I'd like to go to call the first item, the public hearing procedure on the public hearing agenda.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. And first of all, just apologies to everyone in the audience. The issue that we're experiencing prevents us from actually displaying our council agendas this evening. So you will be able to see the staff presentations, but not the council agenda as we work our way through. So the mayor's kindly volunteered to call out all the item titles to help everyone follow along, but we apologize for the inconvenience. Sorry. It's not functional? No. Also, I've been informed that the document camera is not functional as well. So if someone has anything to project, please just give us a copy and we'll try and circulate it around to council just to keep the meeting flowing smoothly. Thank you. All right. Without further ado, council is convening this public hearing to consider and receive submissions regarding the following proposed bylaws. For item 3, zoning bylaw number 4662, 2010, amendment bylaw number 5024, 2019, regarding the conversion of common areas within existing apartment buildings. For item 4, Heritage Revitalization Agreement Bylaw number 5026, 2019, and Heritage Designation Bylaw number 5027, 2019, for 3321 Radcliffe Avenue, also known as the Hewitt House. And for item 5, Zoning Bylaw number 4662, 2010, Amendment Bylaw number 5028, 2019, for 4358 Ross Crescent. Please also note that a public meeting to receive submissions regarding proposed development variance permit 18-037 for 4358 Ross Crescent will be held concurrently. Anyone who believes that their interest in property is affected by the proposed bylaws and or the proposed development variance permit will be heard and or may make a written submission. No one will be discouraged or prevented from making their views heard. Council members may ask questions of you following your presentation tonight, but council's function during this public hearing is to listen to the views of the public and not to debate the proposed bylaws and proposed development permit. After the public hearing and concurrent public meeting have concluded, council may, without further notice, give whatever effect council believes proper to the representations. Your only opportunity to comment on the proposed bylaws is during the public hearing. Council is not permitted to receive further submissions once council has closed the public hearing. Council has received documents which are available for the public to view. A list of those documents and copies of these may be obtained either from myself or from Pascal during the course of the public hearing and concurrent public meeting. Written submissions received during the course of these proceedings will be added to these documents so that the public may examine them if they so wish. To maintain order and to ensure that everyone has an opportunity to be heard, here are the rules of procedure. Firstly, a speakers list has been established, and technically it's 3 speakers lists, 1 for each public hearing item. You may place your name on the list at any time throughout the public hearing and concurrent public meeting. If you are speaking from prepared remarks, council requests that you provide a copy to us for circulation. Council requests that you please begin your remarks by providing your name and whether you are a West Vancouver resident, if you wish to do so. If you are speaking on behalf of some other person or organization, council requests that you please identify the name of that person or organization. Thirdly, council requests that you please limit your remarks to 5 minutes and to the subject of the proposed bylaws and proposed development variance permit. A bell will sound when you have 15 seconds remaining to speak. Please be respectful to others. After everyone has spoken, you will have an opportunity to speak subsequent times to provide additional information if you so wish. And if you have any concerns about the rules of the hearing, please address your comments to the chair. Madam Mayor, the first item is proposed zoning bylaw number 4662, 2010, amendment bylaw number 5024, 2019, regarding conversion of common areas within existing apartment buildings. The applicant is the District of West Vancouver, and the purpose is to allow the conversion of common areas within existing apartment buildings. The proposed zoning bylaw would allow an exemption to the floor area ratio calculation for common areas, such as rec rooms, which are converted into dwelling units within existing strata-titled apartment buildings in RM zones, built before the year 2000. And I'll turn it over to staff for presentation. Thank you.
My name is Michelle McGuire. I have a brief presentation because I don't believe most of the audience is here for this item. So this proposed zoning amendment Sorry, pardon me, thank you. So my name is Michelle McGuire. This is a proposed zoning amendment that's being brought forward by staff in response to a number of inquiries received by strata buildings in the Ambleside and Dundrave area. So I'll just briefly go over the inquiry proposals that we've received, the proposed zoning amendment, and the proposed application process. We've received, recently in the last 6 months or so, received 5 inquiries from 5 different strata buildings regarding conversion of common recreation areas into 1 or more dwelling units for each of the buildings. In all cases, the subject buildings are older, and based on the inquiries, the strata representatives said that they're in need of repair, and the stratas are looking for ways to increase the longevity of their buildings. All of the subject buildings are either at or near their maximum density that they're allowed under the zoning. And in some cases, in one case in particular, the strata is proposing to convert the amenity room into a caretaker suite that would help with service for the aging residents in the building. So based on the zoning bylaw for the apartment buildings, common areas such as rec rooms, entrance lobbies, and indoor swimming pools are not counted in the density, the floor area ratio provision in the zone. So if a rec room or recreation room was converted into a dwelling unit, it would then count in floor area, and for all of the subject buildings in question, then they would be over their maximum density. And so in order to consider that, a rezoning would be needed for those individual buildings. So instead of entertaining individual rezoning amendments for each building, we're proposing to bring forward this amendment to the RM zones that would allow for an exemption for floor area to allow the strata rooms or common areas to be converted into 1 or more dwelling units. On June 24th, Council did provide first reading of the amendment bylaw. At that time, there was a question posed by Council that if the wording of the amendment was flexible or broad enough to consider conversion of other common areas like potentially residential lobbies or swimming pools. So we did review the relevant inquiries and are proposing modified bylaws. Those were included in Council's agenda package for this evening with a memo, and the modified bylaws are presented today at public hearing for consideration. So the main change is it just allows some additional flexibility so that conversion could be allowed for additional areas like swimming pools and sometimes underutilized lobby space. There's also a proposed amendment to the development procedures bylaw because currently each application, even if Council was to approve the zoning amendment, would still require a strata plan amendment, and that would require Council approval. So what we're proposing is a development procedures bylaw amendment that would allow the director to approve these on a delegated basis. For each one, just to note that strata approval would be required. As well, we would do notice of the application within 50 meters of the subject building. And on a case-by-case basis, there would be the need to confirm parking requirements, and variances could be considered case-by-case. As well, staff would review any external changes to the buildings where potentially windows are proposed to be added and those kinds of things. But each new unit would need to demonstrate compliance with the current building code requirements. So just to conclude, we are supportive of these proposed amendments because they would really have no impact to the form or character of these buildings. They would repurpose underutilized space, incentivize the retention of existing aging apartment buildings, and potentially provide for additional affordable or dwelling units rather close to amenities and transit, and could allow for building residents to age in place. So that concludes my presentation. Happy to answer any questions from Council.
Are there any questions, Council? Okay, seeing none, I'm going to go to the speakers list.
Madam Mayor, apologies. I just have to note the reports and written submissions before proceeding to the speakers list.
Sorry?
I just have to note the reports and written submissions before proceeding.
All right.
Thank you. So with regard to this item, there's a memorandum dated July 2nd and the original report dated June 4th. We've also had 3 written submissions, C1 to C3, received between July 11th and July 15th. And just as a brief history, on June 24th, 2019, Council set the date for the public hearing. The statutory notice of public hearing was published on the North Shore News on July 5th and 10th, 2019. And that's all for me.
All
Thank
right.
you.
Thank you. Okay. Okay, so now I'll go to the speakers list on this matter, starting with Carl Ray, and then Marilyn Porter is on deck after that.
My name's Carl Ray, representing Strata Corporation VR 1928, 2120 Argyle Avenue. Building name is 2120 Argyle. And I'm speaking in support of this amendment. Our building was built in 1987. It sits proudly on Navijack Point. It's a 15-story high-rise with the blue window wall system on the south side, overlooking the seawalk. Our building has a second floor of about 2,700 square feet, entirely devoted to common areas and amenities. It has a billiard room, it has a lounge, it has a meeting room, a full kitchen, an exercise room, sauna, washrooms, and a shuffleboard table, none of which are really used very much. We think repurposing this area that would go a long way in dealing with some major capital projects. We have about probably the 3 to 7 year time frame that we'll be looking at. These projects are essentially exterior projects, the envelope system, the glazing system, the roof membranes. We'll be tearing up our landscaping to redo the membrane over the parkade. These big ticket items are quite a hardship on a building that only has 24 units. That said, this amendment, as it's done, provides us some flexibility to consider. As Planning Department presented, this will have to go to our strata ownership, and there'll have to be 100% vote on all of this, and it will work through a system. But we're very pleased with the way this amendment has been written, and and considers the turning something that isn't being used into something that is more viable for the community and the building. And we hope to keep 2120 Argyle sitting proudly on that point in the way it should be. And we thank the Planning Department for bringing this forward, and we urge council members to vote in favor. Thank you.
Thank you. And Marilyn Porter. And after that is Richard Horsfall.
Hello, my name's Marilyn Porter, and I'm the strata president of 2090 Argyle Avenue, Navijack East. Our sister building at Navijack West converted their area, but unfortunately we have a little less area in our building, so we're almost at our density, and this would be wonderful for us to be able to change our common hospitality suite down into the billiard room, which nobody ever uses. The swimming pool has been boarded over for a long time and would be really nice to make into a kind of general room where we could meet most of our people we have 18 suites in our building, and most of them are elderly who are in them, as am I. And I would really like to age in place in my building because I love it there in Ambleside on the Seawalk. And I would like to thank the staff and mayor and council for bringing this forward, because it's a real wonderful thing for all the old buildings in Ambleside. Thank you.
Thank you. Richard Horsfall. And then Joanne Rental. Anyway, Joanne is the first name, R something after that.
Thank you, and I repeat what my two predecessors have said. We would also support this motion. We have an underutilized space in VR 2477, which is just down the road here on 17th Street, and it would assist us if we could convert that space into a living suite for elderly people who currently inhabit the building. And I speak in favor of it, and thank you for considering.
Thank you. Joanne?
Hello, my name is Joanne Ranfer, and I am on the Strata Council at 1717 Duchess, just down the street. I'm sorry, I don't know the VR number. We approached the planning department last year because we have about 1,000 square feet of party room with a full kitchen and bathroom that is totally unused. In addition, we have another space of about 700 square feet with a bathroom unused. We only have 10 units in our building, and we're facing roof replacement, parquet membrane replacement, painting of the entire building. So potentially to be able to convert a suite as an asset, or even to be able to use it for a live-in caretaker, would be really beneficial. So we thank you very much for bringing the amendment forward.
Thank you. And Carol Ann Reynolds is next.
Thank you. I'm sorry, it was a bit without a warning that I was about to come up. It's rather an obstacle path to get up here with all the people. Thank you very much. I think it's wonderful what you're doing in that. I just have one question in that, as you know, there is a policy for if property has uplift, that it increases the value of the property. That's called uplift. And so community, whereas the CACs, the policy is to have 75% of that. I didn't see anything in the explanations of that, so I wondered if that's just a policy and will apply, because the community is giving them the upzoning, and we don't want them to pay the whole 100% of what the upzoning will be, but that's why the policy has always been 75%. So I wondered if that was missing.
Ms. McGuire, could you respond, or Mr. Bailey?
Madam Mayor, there is no CAC that's recommended as part of this. The policy recommendation is essentially to use the uplift to help buildings age in place. The public policy benefit or benefit to the community is in fact the retention of the buildings, the ability for folks to live in place, the ability for folks to take some of those assets and help, again, keep the building and keep the residents in the building. So, you know, especially senior citizens can stay in those buildings. The 75% policy applies when, you know, a developer, an applicant is coming in. This is a district-wide policy that we're spreading across the whole of Ambleside. Again, acknowledging, yes, there will be lift, but the whole intent is to reinvest that in the building so that folks can stay and live in place.
Great, thank you.
I have no objection to the fact that they're making it all better. It's just that the policy is that but the community is granting this, and they should get something from it. I'm all in favor of what they're doing and enabling them to do it, but it was just that the community, that was a community policy. And I will be having the same question about the Hewitt House, so I won't have to come up again if you answer that before I come up.
Okay, thank you. So I believe those are all the speakers, but I'm required to ask 3 times whether there are any other speakers that wish to speak on this matter. Any other speakers on the conversion of common areas within existing parking apartment buildings? And finally, any other speakers? Okay, seeing none, I'll go to Councillor Cameron. Are we? Yeah, I think we'll close the public hearings all at once, unless Mr.
Yes,
Connaughton.
Madam Mayor. So that'll be at the end of the
Fair enough.
block of public hearings. So we would then be moving on to item 4, Proposed Heritage Revitalization Agreement Bylaw number 5026-2019 and Heritage Designation Bylaw number 5027-2019 for 3321 Radcliffe Avenue, also known as the Hewitt House. The applicant is Kay Lade. Sorry. The subject land is 3321 Radcliffe Avenue, and the purpose is to provide heritage designation for the existing house and allow subdivision of the site to accommodate the construction of an additional single-family dwelling. Thank you.
Okay, so good evening, council members. Again, I've provided a brief presentation and overview of the Heritage Revitalization Agreement Bylaw and the Heritage Designation Bylaw applicable to 3321 Radcliffe Avenue. So the subject property is approximately 6,587 square feet in area. The lot has a similar configuration as lots to the west, with frontages along Radcliffe and Marine Drive. The existing home, the Hewitt House, is situated on the southern portion of the site. The landscaping on site is mature and with manicured landscaping at the front and rear of the home. There are 3 larger, previously topped cedar trees located north of the home, which are slated for removal as part of the development activities. The current siting and height of the Hewitt House was approved through the development variant permit process in 2001 and in 2002. When the house was moved from the previous location, which straddled the lot line between the existing Lot 21 and Lot 22 to the east. During that relocation, the Hewitt House was provided a new concrete foundation, a new sprinkler system, and a secondary suite. So currently, there is no parking, vehicle parking on the property. There are 3 available areas for parking currently. On-street parallel parking on the south side of Radcliffe Avenue, on-street parallel parking on the south side of Marine Drive, and as seen on screen, within the Marine Drive Boulevard area, which is accessed from that existing curb let down. So the photo on screen provides a good indication of how the property looks from Marine Drive. Those 3 larger cedar trees essentially obscure the view of the Hewitt House from Marine Drive. So again, just to go over the brief overview of the history of the house, the residence was initially constructed in 1924 by George H. Hewitt. The Hewitt House is considered to be the first permanent residence in West Bay and is a good example of craftsman cottage architecture from the 1920s. Oh, sorry. On June 24th, 2019, Council resolved to place the Hewitt House on the West Van Community Heritage Register. Appropriately, as the Hewitt House has now been placed on the register, the site is eligible for heritage conservation tools and incentives enabled under Part 15 of the Local Government Act. So the proposed heritage revitalization agreement would vary aspects of the zoning bylaw to allow the property to be subdivided. The Hewitt House would be retained and provided municipal heritage protection on the southern lot, while a new, smaller residence would be built on the northern portion of the property. So as indicated on screen, Lot 1 will allow for a lot area of approximately 4,400 square feet and a floor area ratio of approximately 0.66 and maintain the current siting of the Hewitt House. Lot 2 will provide for a lot area of 2,100 square feet and a floor area ratio of approximately 0.72. The total floor area of the new house to be built will be just over 1,500 square feet. Neither parking lot will have parking on site. Parking will be available on Radcliffe Avenue and on Marine Drive. The primary parking for both lots will be on Marine Drive, whereby through the revitalization agreement, pedestrian easement is required to be registered over Lot 2. So the idea would be that people would park on Marine Drive and then walk through the easement to get to the Hewitt House lot. So the Heritage Advisory Committee initially considered the proposal on March 5th, 2019, and again on May 8th, 2019. The committee supported the proposal at its second meeting after revisions to the proposal. Initially, the proposal required landscaping clarification and adjustment of the proposed roof lines to better reflect the heritage character of the Hewitt House. Just on screen, the original proposal is seen on the left, while the current proposal, ultimately supported by the HAC, is seen on the right-hand side of the screen. So since initial consideration by Council on June 24th, the applicant has provided a revised landscape. The primary features include dedicated flagstone entrances from the Marine Drive sidewalk. The landscaping adjacent to the Marine Drive sidewalk provides an open and semi-private atmosphere. The outdoor amenity area on the east side of the cottage has been improved to create a more usable space. And lastly, the increased tree planting has been introduced to the east and just south of the cottage to enhance the privacy between the 2 backyards. So Council had raised concerns regarding the front yard setback. As proposed, the setback has not been modified since first reading. I am aware that the design team will speak to this. However, staff is supportive of the reduced front yard setback to increase the setback between the houses to provide a usable backyard for the Hewitt House, while the boulevard provides a functional semi-private area and street presence. And lastly, as indicated on screen, there are other structures within the immediate vicinity to the west which have similar small setbacks from Marine Drive. So again, on screen, I'm just showing there's 5 detached garages that are seen there, and then that number 2 is actually a house. Okay. Oh, sorry. In compliance with the Development Procedures Bylaw, the property owner held a public information meeting on Friday, July 12, 2019. There were 3 primary concerns raised by the 7 attendees of the meeting. With myself present, we discussed the primary issues with regard to parking, mainly the lack of parking available on Radcliffe Avenue, and that the proposal was not actually providing parking on site. So that was one of the items discussed. The overall proposed square footage of the home to the number of the residents, it was found to be too high. And then the attendees also raised concern over the allowable subdivision of the property, which is allowed within the HRA. So in conclusion, as noted within the staff report, the proposed heritage revitalization agreement is aligned with OCP objectives to retain, protect, and revitalize heritage assets within the community. And the proposal represents a sensitive, diverse, and subtle form of infill development, which generally retains the character and scale of the West Bay neighborhood. So I am aware that the applicant and their team is here, so if that's the end of my presentation.
All right,
That's
thank
I
you.
do.
And if there are any questions from council on that? Okay, Councillor Soprovich?
Sir, did you have any consideration of moving the new house back to provide off-street parking off Marine Drive?
Through the chair to Councillor Soprovich. Yes, we had looked at numerous different configurations for parking, whether it was, putting parking to the side, moving the setback further to allow for parking, and it was found that we didn't want to have any cars backing out onto Marine Drive. So that's why we wanted to close down that driveway letdown that's there, and it was essentially the safest option to just provide parallel parking on Marine Drive.
And being that the new house will have a fence back on Marine Drive, is there some assurance that they won't be fencing it using municipal property as their own?
Again, through the chair. As far as I understand, our boulevard bylaw would prevent them from providing a fence on that within the boulevard. So again, we would have tools to enforce that area would not be enclosed. And then we'd also have the further aspect of the landscape plan will be forming part of the heritage revitalization agreement, so it would be further tied down in that manner.
Well, based on your assumption, how did all the other properties get fenced in using municipal property as their own?
Madam Mayor, we can't speak to every property that's without a permit gone and fenced in a portion of the boulevard. And if you're aware of any specific properties that you want us to enforce on, let us know.
Are you?
Good. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Yep, thank you. Councillor Thompson?
I'm wondering if the subdivision is necessary to provide a second building.
The second subdivision per se isn't necessary to allow for the site's redevelopment. I mean, there are other ways that we could configure the site, but I think it's seen as optimal. I think the intention of the owner and the folks that are involved in the site, they would like 2 separate strata titled lots, for future flexibility in the future, and also to allow, I think, for the the value proposition of retaining the heritage. And really, that's the really important thing here that council's got to remember. Like, we're doing this to preserve and protect an important heritage asset. It has to be worth it for the folks who are going to live in it, who are going to own that asset moving forward, and hence the proposal.
And can you tell me about how big the other, you noted 6 different detached buildings along the street?
Through the chair, as far as I understand, and again, this is just anecdotal through my observations there, the buildings 1, 3, 4, and 6 are just detached single-car garages.
And how big are they, about? Do you know? Okay.
Madam Mayor, the average size garage in West Vancouver is around 400 square feet. So they, I don't know, they could be around, that's,
10.
Excuse,
sorry, they are, that's the average, garage in West Van. So these ones look a little bit smaller. They do look like, smaller, maybe 200-300 square feet. Apparently, there's some folks in the audience who live there, so you could ask them that question as well.
And they're single floor, there's not 2 or 3?
Yeah, they're small. As far as I understand, they're small, older, quite modest, single-car garages.
Okay,
But again, I'd invite you to ask the folks in the audience.
we can chat later. And then just how many people, there's a secondary suite, so how many people are currently on that property?
Through the chair, I am aware that there is a legalized secondary suite and, of course, the primary dwelling where the owners live.
Okay.
So, yeah, 2 units, yeah.
So how many cars are in and out of that household right now, do we know?
Through the chair, I don't actually know the exact number. I have seen 3 cars parked
Okay.
within photos and whatnot.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Wong?
Thank you, Your Worship. Further to Councillor Soprovich's questions, was there any consideration in doing some sort of driveway courtyard turnaround in the middle there to accommodate cars that can't back in for safety reasons and then turn around or park, and then also make it some sort of common space, yard?
Through the chair, the primary options that we had envisioned was a kind of a parking pad to the east of the proposed structure, but given the turning radius and whatnot, almost all of those options provided for some sort of turnaround within the boulevard, and again, with its interface with the sidewalk, it again was just found to be safer to propose closing off the existing letdown and go back to parallel parking.
Thank you.
Councillor Cameron?
Just to clarify, it's a 15-meter frontage, so about 45, 47 feet. Is that correct?
I think, approximately 50 feet,
And
yes.
could you refresh for me how long is an average street parking stall?
I think the bylaw width is 19 feet long.
Okay, so it's 2 and 2.5, let's say. So, and then did you say that there was parking? I believe you said on the south side of Ratcliffe, but you meant on the north side of Ratcliffe, right?
As far as I understand, there's no parking allowed on the north side of Radcliffe Avenue, but there's, again, between the driveway letdowns and whatnot, is street parking on the south side of Radcliffe.
Right, but that's not really, that would be opposite another house, right?
Correct.
Okay. And is there any way to accommodate a parking pad onto the south side of the Heritage House?
Again, through the chair, we had actually looked at options to provide for street parking at parallel stalls on the front side of the property. It was kind of determined between the fact that it would modify kind of the heritage landscaping on site. That was one aspect. And again, what we were kind of thinking was we already knew of the parking, limited parking on Radcliffe Avenue, so we aimed to provide parking up onto Marine where, again, it is more availed. So we just kind of went away from that
But if you're
option.
looking at, say, 4 cars for the 2 properties, which with a basement suite is probably, if anything, conservative, you've got 2.5 spots on Marine, so you're 1.5 spots short. So it seems to me if you could provide 2 spots on Radcliffe, I know that people like the landscaping better, but at least then it alleviates some of the parking concerns of the neighbors.
Madam Mayor, if council would like to direct us to look at other parking on Radcliffe, we're happy to do that just off of Radcliffe. I mean, staff have looked at it. We think that, given the landscape condition, what's being proposed is appropriate and reasonable. But again, if that's your direction, we're happy to take that.
I guess finally, does the staff have any sense of the parking utilization rates on the south side of Marine? Because most of those houses front on Radcliffe, so.
Madam Mayor, we haven't studied the parking utilization rates on the south side of Marine, but again, if council wants us to report back
No,
on that, we're
I
happy to
think
do that.
Councillor Wong.
Just one point of clarification. I understand, so with the legal suite and the new build, so can you clarify that there will be theoretically 3 households living on this square space or rectangular space? Thank you.
Okay, any other questions for council, from council? All right, I'll move to the speakers list, and Dave Simmons.
Madam Mayor, the applicant has a presentation, and then I need to review the
All right.
reports. Thank you. That's you guys. Thank you.
Welcome.
Hello, I'm Andrew, I'm the architect. This is,
I'm Kate Lade, I'm the applicant.
I apologize, your computer doesn't have the fancy fonts that my computer does, so our title screen got garbled. So here's our presentation, a proposal to allow subdivision of 3321 Radcliffe Avenue as an incentive for legal protection of the Hewitt House on the southern lot by allowing construction of a new single-family home on the northern lot. This would allow for ongoing legal protection of the existing heritage house. So here we are at our neighborhood, closer. Here's Marine Drive and Radcliffe and our subject property right here. Let Kate tell you about Hewitt.
So, sure. So my husband and I purchased the property almost 2 years ago. We purchased it from a family who had loved and cared for it for 62 years, and our intention is to do the same. Both my husband and I grew up in heritage homes and watched our parents restore them. We had owned a property in North Van that was also heritage that we had also restored. We love the property, and it is our desire to keep it and retain it, not only for us, but also for the neighbors and the community that also clearly love it too. A little history on the house. So down in the bottom right-hand corner is the dapper Mr. Hewitt. He owned and brought up from the US a rubber stamping company that he opened in East Vancouver, and it's still in operation today. We were fortunate enough in purchasing the home to receive some of the photos of his family and their time enjoying the West Bay area. We also have received some lovely anecdotal stories from the families that lived in the property beforehand. A little bit more about the beautiful home and its original look. And here we are today. And pass it back to Andrew.
Okay. Here we are at the Hewitt House, aerial photograph. Just a quick run through of the interior, which has been lovingly restored. Here we see the family who really love this house. This is kind of an act of more a labor of love for them than a money-making. Here's the Hewitt House. I'm lucky that my lovely wife is a realtor and was able to do a very quick comparative market analysis for us. If you look at this property alone, its property is valued, based on the eValueBC, around about $1 million less than all of its neighbors. It's a much smaller house, which is much less desirable. West Vancouver is a very interesting neighborhood for me as an architect to work in. Any house that's younger or older than about 30 or 40 years is most definitely a tear down, with many newer homes just being torn down because the value of the land way outstrips the value of the buildings. This is kind of what typically happens, is our little houses make way for much larger homes, which are worth much more as everyone tries to sort of maximize their property value and the buildable area of their homes. So instead of doing that, what we're proposing to do is build a small cottage in the back of the property so that we have the Hewitt House and the new cottage. This is looking east. If we turn and look west, we have, instead of this, the Hewitt House and a small cottage at the back. It's interesting that from the slideshow that we're looking at it just this way, because when we look at the homes from Radcliffe, the cottage looks like a two-story house. but we're actually building it into the side of a hill and kind of an interesting location so that it's only a single-story home on a Marine Drive side. How we do that, here's the existing lot. We're proposing to create this new property line here. This property line allows 2 footprints for the Hewitt House and the new cottage. We're proposing to create an easement here to allow Hewitt House access to parking as we previously discussed on Marine Drive. Here's the 2 homes on the flushed out property. Some quick 3D views to show kind of how it would look. In this one, you can't quite see the outline of the neighbor's house dashed in on the left, and then again on the right. From inside the property, looking east, standing on the new cottage balcony, this is the view towards the neighbors. We've worked very carefully with a landscape designer to create a landscape allowing privacy, not only for the 2 houses from one another, but to their neighbors. This is the view from the new cottage back to the Hewitt House, and from the Hewitt House up to the new cottage. Back to the site and how this works. So here's our new cottage, which doesn't have a huge setback. We're proposing this setback line here. Why we do that, if you look at the backyard of the house, is here there's what we call the rock wall, and beyond it, the squash court, which is a leveled concrete pad. We're basically planning to build the new house over the existing squash court so that we don't really have to change the topography of the site so much. Here's a section through the existing building and the proposed buildings. So you can see that the topography of this land doesn't really have to change. Oops, I'm losing myself here, sorry. And we can see again how the house is 2 stories on the Radcliffe side, the left of the page, and single story up on Marine Drive. If we go back and look how that affects the neighborhood, I might stop here and add that we did actually have civil engineers and transportation engineers analyze the turning radii of various cars, both older model and newer model cars, to see what we could get in and out of this parking lot. And we did work a lot with the planning department and determined that it really wasn't feasible to park on the lot because of having to access Marine Drive. Would not be a good way to go. If we look at this setback, it's similar to the neighboring garage. And we can look at that, and we can see that there are a number of other buildings and structures, some of which are small garages, some of which are much larger, in the neighborhood, which have very similar setbacks. This is looking at it just from a property line perspective. When we go and we look at an aerial, we see that this is actually a much further apparent setback because of the way the road allowance is used by Marine Drive. Looking from the Marine Drive side, the house is kept small, so it's about a single-story height on Marine Drive. We can see looking here to the west along Marine Drive how the neighbors fence, and then we create a recessed area or some sort of like a visual break on Marine Drive. This is how Marine Drive currently appears, with Kate's house being sort of the parking lot you see on the boulevard there. From the west side, we can see again the way that the fences are built right up to Marine Drive. So the apparent setback for most of these properties is 0 from Marine Drive. We can look at that here, where we've highlighted in orange all of the properties nearby which have sort of assumed the use of the boulevard. These are done by fences and by the planting of hedges. If we go back, we can see with just the property lines how far most of these houses really do come over their property lines onto Marine Drive, and how that's actually really standard behavior for developments in any neighborhood. Most people assume all of the property right up to the sidewalk. If we look at the backyard again, where these 3 cedar trees are, the cedar trees have been topped. We really haven't talked about that much. This is a topped tree. When we top a tree, we literally cut the top right off the tree. That does a few really bad things for the tree. One is that the tree has to struggle to get light, so it puts out lots of little shoots really fast, these sort of medium branches. It also creates a really big wound in the tree, which is a place where rot and decay gets in. These new branches aren't attached very well. The trees are dangerous, require constant upkeep, and usually the best decision is to simply take the tree down. Here's the landscape plan that we've worked really well with a wonderful landscape designer to make sure that anything that we've taken off the property, we're putting back, and we're putting back a lot more really sensitive, and I think feel really beautiful landscape to reflect the heritage house and sort of in keeping what's already there. Again, another view of the house from the backyard. And that's all.
The final piece that I'd like to make sure the council are aware of is that the intended resident of the cottage is my parents. They are new permanent residents to Canada, and they intend to live here for about 5 months of the year. It is not our intention to sell the cottage. It is our intention to have my parents close by so that we can look after them and they can look after the small guy in the back corner. We have spent almost 2 years with a lot of blood, sweat and tears looking at this project and being mindful of the environment, and we believe that we've come up with something that is beautiful and sympathetic to the topography of our property. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Soprovich, you had a question?
Yeah. Would you maintain the heritage if you didn't get the subdivision?
Would you?
No.
Sorry?
No.
You'd do something else?
Right now, I've been... It's just been 2 years. And I'm at breaking point, honestly.
I didn't mean to upset you. I was just wondering if you didn't get the subdivision, would you think of maybe redoing a bigger house or a newer house on the heritage lot?
Yeah.
Or the Hewitt lot? Yeah. Okay.
I'd be
thank you.
stupid not to.
Thank you.
Councillor Wong.
Thank you. Could you flip back to the chart or the picture where you had the yellow lines?
Yeah, absolutely. Is it better to see it like this on the aerial or this with the property lines
Yeah,
shown?
thank you. So I understand, so there will be parallel parking in that sort of notch space, correct?
The parallel parking will be on the street. We looked at the notch space a lot, and just coming up over the sidewalk becomes dangerous. It was really hard to figure out a way to get a car into that space and back out in a safe manner that didn't create a traffic hazard for cars traveling down Marine Drive.
Oh, so it's not angled parking?
No, it's not angled parking, it's parking on Marine Drive.
Through the chair to Councillor Wong, I can answer that. It was actually, we spent about $20,000 trying to find a solution for parking. We have 4 cars between the suite and the residents in the suite and us. 2 at the moment park on Radcliffe and 2 park on Marine Drive. We have spent probably 12 months finding a solution for parking with the staff at the district, and it's the recommendation of the staff that we do not back out onto Marine Drive. And while you may stand there and it might look possible in reality, it is the staff's preference that we don't do that.
Right. So in the scenario that one of the lots gets sold in the future, if that ever happens, how would parking work for the new residents? You know, would there be allocated parallel parking spots, or they just have to fend for themselves? Is there a limit of number of cars? How does that work in sort of a practical sense?
Madam Mayor, to Councillor Wong, the parking would be retained as is, irrespective of who owned the lots. Folks would continue to park on the street. Access would be provided just by walking to the new house that's adjacent to Marine Drive or through the easement to the house on Radcliffe.
So there would not be any resident-only parking zoning or anything like that?
Correct.
I see. Great, thank you.
Councillor Thompson.
I'm just trying to be clear on this. If the subdivision didn't happen, would there not be an option to, say, create a coach house and retain its heritage value as opposed to a single-family dwelling?
Madam Mayor, you could do a coach house. The application is to stratify the lots. The official community plan allows for the stratification of the lot. It provides them certainly with more options, more equity in terms of an investment. It's 2 stratified lots as opposed to 1. The other ones you'd just be renting out, for example. So this provides other options for them moving forward.
But it could retain its heritage value
if they agreed to that. So this, again, it's a heritage revitalization agreement. The agreement that's before you doesn't contemplate that. It contemplates the stratification of the lots. And really that's important to understand here. It's like there is a value proposition that's inherent in all of this conversation. What these folks are trying to do is retain a heritage house, and we're trying to incentivize them to do so. Hence the proposal that's before you to provide for the 1,500 modest house, but also in a stratified form, because it obviously it has more value than a rental project.
Yeah, thank you.
Councillor Cameron?
Yeah, I think Mr. Bailey, I mean, said what I was going to say, which is ultimately, if it was a coach house, there would be no protection on the heritage house. So yeah, you could build a coach house theoretically, but then the heritage house could come down. Is that correct? Well, not under our present rules, because it probably doesn't comply with some of the restrictions on coach houses.
Madam Mayor, I mean, not to kind of belabor the point, but if there was a coach house and they agreed to the development proposal where the coach house was part of their HRA, then we could protect the heritage house. But that's not what we're agreeing to. The agreement is to do the strata
and in staff's view, I'm just to close the circle, I'm assuming what you're going to say is there's not as much of a value proposition in building a coach house, because the property, you could make way more money demolishing the whole thing, building a brand new house, and building a coach house that you can only rent out is a modest gain. It's not sufficient to compete in a sense with a full new build.
Madam Mayor, that's correct.
Yeah.
And yeah.
Councillor Wong?
Sir, one more question. Sir, Councillor Soprovich and I are sort of poking around on the screen. Can you clarify or confirm the number of properties who have a driveway along this stretch in this photo? We're just trying to figure out where everybody else parks. Because it seems like a lot of homes have driveways, but then at the same time we see a lot of cars parallel parked. So who's who, as it were?
Madam Mayor, Madam Mayor to Councillor Wong, we're not sure exactly. I can't tell by looking at this, but I believe it's about 4 on that stretch. And again, those are historical legacies. If somebody comes in with an application to do a proposal on Marine Drive, we would look at access to Marine Drive, but typically, or always, we would require access off of Radcliffe because of the safety issue. Our engineering department has looked at kind of the safe traveling distances from the corner, how fast vehicles are traveling, and we don't want vehicles backing on to Marine Drive for safety reasons. That's not to say that there aren't existing historical conditions where that exists, but going forward, we would not allow that.
So is 3321 the only property that parks along Marine Drive, or no?
No, Madam Mayor, there are certainly other cars that park on Marine Drive.
Thank you.
Okay, any other questions by councillors? Thank you very much. And now I'll go to the speakers list.
Madam Mayor, apologies, I just need to note the reports and written submissions.
Yes.
On June 24th, 2019, Council set the date for the public hearing. The statutory notice of public hearing was published in the Vancouver Sun on July 9th and 10th, 2019, as well as in the North Shore News on July 10th, 2019, and notices were mailed to the property owners and occupants within the notification area. There have been 11 written submissions received to date, and there's just the one report as well. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So we'll start with Dave Simmons, and then Jerome and Judy Rack are next.
Good evening. My name is Dave Simmons for 3367 Radcliffe Avenue. I'm also speaking on behalf of Fred and Jackie Ashworth, who currently own, I think, 3 doors to the west of the subject property. It's 3333 Radcliffe. This is really a community issue as well as a community and a neighbourhood issue, not just for people within 100 metres. And that's all that found out about all these meetings, tonight's meeting, any previous meetings to notify neighbours of what's happening. I never got any notice of the meeting in September. I found out about 2 hours before the meeting just last Friday at the subject house, where seven of us attended. And thanks to Eric, we had some very good conversations. So the fact that the development permit sign on Radcliffe, notifying the rest of Radcliffe and Maple Lane, the fact that notice was never updated until about 2 hours before the meeting on Friday. Nobody knew what was going on. So I think that's a little unfair. Whether it's a legal issue, I'm not a lawyer, so I don't know. Basically, the street is in favor of the heritage designation. In fact, I personally always called it the Heritage Home on Radcliffe. And I welcome a modest coach house at the back of it. But the neighborhood, as far as I can ascertain, are in favor of the heritage designation, but not the proposed size and bulk of this, in quotes, cottage. If Kate's parents want to live in it, do they need a 3-story? It is 3 stories. There's a floor on the top floor within the roof space facing Marine Drive, so that physically looks like a 2-story structure. Do they need a 3-story, 3-bedroom, 2.5 bathroom house as a cottage? I say no. Maybe they do, but also we're dead against the subdivision of the property. Surely there's a way of allowing them to gain the heritage status and retain the suite in the basement and give them a cottage. I believe the subdivision is strictly so that they can keep the 2 rental units. If I stand to be corrected, but I don't believe you can have 2 rental units on a single-family home. So there's possibly, hopefully there's some way the Heritage Society and staff can come up with wording to allow them to keep the suite in the basement as the incentive, as well as this a modest coach house, but not something that's 57 square feet. So the parking issue has been thrashed around, and I'm sure, I think Eric suggested this, a possible good neighbor clause could be added somehow to the heritage agreement. Whether that's viable, I'll leave that to staff's expertise on that. So I don't know if you're prepared to postpone your decision on this and then have another meeting, but I feel not enough people on Radcliffe or Maple Lane had the opportunity to get their opinion. I mean, they may disagree with me, but I've heard from 2 or 3 that they did not receive any information on any of these meetings. And I'm the block watch captain, so I pretty well know what's happening on the street.
Well, maybe,
Thank you.
Mr. Bailey, perhaps you could just comment on the requirements around sharing the notice as well as the rental unit question.
Sure, Madam Mayor, I can assure you that the application has gone through all the required statutory notifications, so that the notification requirements have been met. The HRA contemplates what's being proposed, and it's the house with the rental unit and then another non-rental unit up on Marine Drive. So that's what's being proposed. And again, it goes to Councillor Cameron's point about just the value of that. Certainly, you could look at a rental unit, but that's not what's being proposed. And the whole idea, again, is to incent and protect really important heritage resources in the community, and it's supported by your official community plan, including, I also want to say, reducing parking standards to allow those types of things to happen. So.
Okay, thank you. Move to.
Can I just add that there is only 4 single-car, single-story garages along the 3300 block. My garage is a double garage, but it's only visibly 1 story high from Marine Drive and 2 feet below the sidewalk level. So there's really nothing that compares at all with the size of this structure. So, thank you.
Thank you very much. Jerome and Judy Rack.
Hi, good evening, and thank you for hearing all of us, whoever is going to be here in this particular situation. First of all, Judy and I have lived for 34 years in West Van, all in the Altamont area, and we're the next door neighbors to Kate and Graham and little Freddie, who are great neighbors. We live directly to the east, and the concerns we have are echoing what Dave is saying, is that I'm not exactly sure how heritage designation works in West Van, but if somebody can just get a designation and then proceed to submit for a subdivision of a lot and build a 1,500 and change square foot house on a 2,200 square foot lot, I'm not exactly sure what that is supposed to mean, referring to the heritage. You know, that's our biggest concern. Privacy for us, we believe, is going to be affected. And subdividing a lot. The lot's only 6,000, less than 7,000 feet as it is. And as we all know, in West Vancouver over the past 15 years, we've taken large lots and built monster homes on them. And now we're looking at putting a 1,500 square foot house on a 2,200 square foot lot. That's just wrong. And I don't have to say much more than that. Have you got anything to say?
No, I really like Kate and Graham's idea of, building a place for their parents to come and be part of family growing up. I really like that idea. I think it's wonderful. I just feel that the size of the house is too big for the size of the lot.
And you can beat the parking situation. It's been beaten ad nauseum. Councilman Cameron walked along with me, I don't know if you remember, last fall along Radcliffe when we had that little issue with the sidewalks. And parking's an issue. And if this proposal goes ahead, theoretically the bylaws say there should be 6 parking spots. And this proposal breaks so many of the zoning bylaws that West Vancouver has. I'm quite puzzled that it's even allowed to get ahead this far. Anything else? Thank you.
Thank you.
I think that's correct. Mr. Bailey, can you just correct that comment about the parking? Because that's not my understanding about the parking requirements for single-family houses with suite or a coach house?
Sorry, Eric, do you want to comment?
Or Mr. Wilhelm?
Through the chair, to the mayor, the zoning bylaw would require 1 parking stall for the primary dwelling, 1 stall for the secondary suite, and 1 stall for for a coach house. It was just considered a coach house. So yeah, the bylaw would require 3 stalls total.
Thank you. Sure. And then we'll move to Graham Lade can be ready.
This is just in response to the gentleman before, the one who just spoke, Mr. Bailey. I'm just interested from the proponents. I mean, one of the issues is having 3 suites on the property. What would it do to the economics of the project to just say, well, we can't have a secondary suite in the main house, but we can strata title for another? Just take the secondary suite out of it.
Madam Mayor, that's a difficult question. I mean, then you'd be kind of getting into a cost-benefit analysis relative to what you could rent a secondary suite for, per se, versus just the square footage as part of a single-family dwelling unit. And I'd hesitate to comment on that without some kind of detailed financial analysis. My sense of it is it's not significant. I think it's more of a lifestyle choice in terms of folks would rather have the secondary suite just as the ability to have somebody living downstairs,
Mortgage helper
as a mortgage helper. As the ability to, to have a teenage son move downstairs, to have a parent move in. I think those are typically more what we see. It's not necessarily an economic decision that's driving that kind of decision in terms of putting a secondary suite into a home.
Councillor Wong, did you have a question related? Just because we're in the speakers list.
Question
All right.
to Councillor Cameron. So to Mr. Bailey, can you, so what is the technical term for this secondary structure that we're now talking? Is it a coach house or is it I'm a little confused.
So the house to the north is essentially, it's a fee simple, single-family home.
Okay.
It's on a smaller lot. It's 1,500 square foot house on a smaller lot. And that the incentive, what we're doing is we're saying that's the incentive to protect the Hewitt House, and we're providing that as a value piece. It's really important and key that we want to protect our heritage houses. In my opinion, if we didn't provide those types of incentives, then the house would likely be demolished, because it would be much more economically feasible just to do a spec house, to dig a big excavation, put in a maximum size basement, put probably apply for some sort of variance to do a garage up near Marine Drive, or some sort of storage up at Marine Drive, access from Radcliffe, but it would be a larger house.
Sure, thank you.
Okay, Graham Lade. Yeah, that's next. Yeah, I got it.
Thank you, Councilman. Graham Lade from West Vancouver. Just proceeding, obviously my wife has given you the presentation thus far. Just wanted to add my support, obviously, as a resident to the proposal as it stands at the moment. We've been through a lot, certainly over the last couple of years, and I think this is the best outcome that we can possibly hope for our family, and to hopefully have the grandparents living close by. We thank the entire team for putting a lot of work in, and we really hope to protect the house. Obviously, there's some lovely glass boxes on our street as houses at the moment, and it would be, I think, a terrible shame to lose 3321 potentially down the road to any future development. Thank you.
Thank you. And now Mr. Robertson.
Good evening,
And then the
Mayor
next-
and
the
Council.
next- Sorry, just one
I'm
second.
sorry.
The next speaker is Ilana Zisblat. Yeah, thank you.
My name is Graham Robertson. I am the neighbour to the west of this house, 3321 Radcliffe. I would like to make some comments initially about some of the things I've heard this evening. I did send an email with my full comments in there. I will reiterate some of those to you. But some of the things that I've heard, I believe this was an underhanded process. I believe that what the neighbours thought was happening was that there would be a development that was similar in nature to the things around. I am not a garage on the west there, and I would have thought the people planning would have known that. I actually built an accessory building in order to accommodate the same types of things that Kate and Graham want. I believe the accessory building, I'm not an expert on this, but it's about 200 square feet is the maximum, 135 or 235. And so that was my compromise. I wanted all the things they did as well. I love the street. And I went about it, I believe, the correct way. I found out about it by surprise when someone gave me an unsolicited bid on my house. It wasn't up for sale. And then within a couple of hours, they immediately pulled it away, and I said, well, I didn't have a chance to respond. And they said, someone's building a 3-story building in the backyard next door, and I laughed at them. I said, that is not possible. I've been through this as a process, and that is when I found out that it was true. I did not attend, and the reason why there were 7 people attending, I think that was a point made for a purpose. 7 people attended because the meeting was held last Friday at 2 p.m. I have a job in order to have the house that I have. I'm not attending a 2 p.m. Friday meeting. I knew nothing about this process. It sounds that Kate and Graham have been through a lot over 2 years. 2 years which as a next-door neighbour, they told me nothing of the plans, and I can understand why. Because you don't build a 1,600 square foot property in the back of a 6,000 square foot lot that already has a house on it. I believe the house that exists already is being deemed heritage, and in my email to you, I have questioned what about that house is heritage. I'm from the UK. That is not a heritage house. There's nothing of significance. Even the people here said it is a good example of West Coast architecture. What does that give us as a reason to designate a heritage? And I wouldn't care unless you couldn't do these ridiculous things as a result of it getting that designation. We cannot allow, and it seems as I sit here, I feel held to ransom because someone bought it and they said, we'll tear it down unless you agree to subdivide that lot. The only reason to subdivide that lot is for profit. That house is going to be sold. Mark my words, there's no other reason to subdivide it. If it's for the purpose of the parents, you don't subdivide the lot. You build a lovely family compound in a 6,000 square foot lot. That's what you do. You do not subdivide it unless you want profit. This is all about money, And as I said in my email, this house has already been moved for money. It was moved to sell the lot. It looks nothing like the original picture. So if we're trying to preserve the heritage of this place, we need to preserve what it looked like on its original lot. That unfortunately would mean we'd have to knock down your house. I'm sorry about that. But we cannot be held to ransom under this ridiculous notion. I can understand heritage preservation if you preserve the site and you preserve what the place looked like, so that you hope that people in West Vancouver drive by it for a reason, because they go, that's the heritage house, that was the first home. And I love Dave desperately, but I disagree. I'm not in favor of this heritage designation if it allows this ridiculous changing of the construction bylaws. I abided by them at great cost. If anyone wants to go by and look at my garage, it's an accessory building. I believe my landscape architecture, who's the best in town, is right there. He covered it up. He knew that everyone's been hacking away a little bit about these taking control of municipal land at the back. Paul knew exactly all about this. That place is set back in such a way that if you want to take that back and take away all his amazing landscaping, then you can, because we were aware of that.
Thank you.
I believe that's the same as being called off at the Oscars, is that right?
Well, that was your warning bell. Thank you.
Oh, that was a warning bell. I've got more time.
Well, no, it's done now. Thank you.
I think I've made enough points.
Heather Johnston. Oh, sorry about that. Alana is next, and then Heather is on deck. That's right.
Good evening. My name is Ilana Zisblatt. I'm the heritage consultant on this project. I'm also the current president of the BC Association of Heritage Professionals. And I hope I can enlighten us a little bit about how we do heritage conservation in BC. I think that this project is an excellent example, and I hope it can be a case study for how good heritage conservation projects can be done on the North Shore. It's a rare occurrence, and I think that if we allow heritage revitalization agreements, which are custom agreements to a specific site based on the merit of the heritage value of a certain project to go forward, we will be retaining our old historic buildings in this community. And it's important to understand that a heritage revitalization agreement, which we can do through the Local Government Act, is not precedent setting because it's specific to the site. So the next door neighbor on either side, even if they did have heritage houses, and they don't, would not be able to repeat what this development is allowing for in return of the protection of the heritage site, of the heritage asset. I'm just going to read some of my notes to make sure that I stay on time. As I said, this is an excellent project. I work all over the province, and I think if you look at the density that is being asked for, and including the perk of the subdivision and the relaxation of parking, this isn't an aggressive development. This isn't a greedy development. This is a very, very good model, an excellent case study, which hopefully would bring forward more heritage applications and not end up being considered a long nightmare, frustrating scenario where the owners are saying, I would never do that again. Do not do a heritage revitalization in the District of West Vancouver. It's a model of sustainable, thoughtful, and appropriate densification that shows an understanding of its historic context. The applicants hired professionals to carefully customize this small-scale development because of their love and respect for the Heritage House and their neighborhood. The project was scrutinized at length and in detail by staff, district committees, and the Heritage Advisory Committee. Adjustments to the infill, which is what we call the building, designs and the landscaping of the project have been made based on the comments, both from staff and the various committees. The project, which ultimately protects an important community asset and allows two families to comfortably live on one lot, one family with a legal suite, should represent a case study for how to plan heritage conservation projects in the district for future applicants. It's a win-win for the district, and for the community. Perhaps projects like this will tilt the scales towards more heritage retention projects on the North Shore. The last thing we want is for people to be saying that heritage revitalization agreements take 2 years and are a nightmare. And we know that any person coming to look at this lot could simply, at this point, even though the building is now listed on the Heritage Register, demolish it. And so in return for the hard, thoughtful, and detailed work that it takes to work with an existing building, with a heritage building, heritage revitalization agreements are very powerful and customized tools to compensate owners for taking on that extra headache and the extra consideration that it takes to work with a heritage building. And the compensation can't be monetary. It has to do with relaxations around parking, around densification, around subdivision, all things that are very, very much in line with the OCP of this community. We want more families living in historic neighborhoods. And I think that 0.6 and 0.72 FSR on a lot, on a community that's right on a bus line, a very high-profile building that people love and know and will continue to drive by in perpetuity once it's protected, is a very important message for this council to send, saying our heritage buildings, not all of them, not every old building can be saved, but where the lot can take it, and we can have one additional family in a coach house living at the back, I think it's a very, very important message to send. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And Heather Johnston.
Hi. I'm Heather Johnston. I am Kate Ingram's architect. Andrew and I work together, but I also am a neighbor. I live in Glen Eagles and on St. George's Avenue in West Vancouver. I have comments noted, but I'm going to go off script. When I first moved here in 2007, the first thing I saw was neighborhood character open house boards at Glen Eagles Community Center. We've been talking about gentle densification and housing and affordability and getting our neighborhoods to welcome older people, younger people, lower income people, all of the demographic variety that we've been talking about since I got here 10 years ago, and I know that wasn't the beginning of the conversation. We need to start making these hard decisions. This is a good project. My clients have spent incredible amounts of time and money and tears and stress. We've followed all the bylaws. We've followed all the guidelines. We've talked to staff. We've talked to neighbors. We've done every bit of outreach that's required of us. We've come back with revisions. I believe we have a project that respects the Hewitt House and its neighborhood. We have a little building that's going to tuck into that streetscape of Marine, and if anything, enliven that streetscape, which is really, right now, just a bunch of trees and a lot of fence line. I don't see that there is a significant risk of over-densifying the neighborhood. I don't think we're going to see, massive parking impact. Because this lot is located near a bus, they actually aren't even required to have 3 parking spaces. It's only 2, because the suite doesn't need a parking space because it's close enough to a bus stop. So we're talking about 2 required parking spaces for 3 small units, for 3 families to live in this gorgeous, beautiful neighborhood and not bother anybody. I seriously don't see the downside.
Thank you. Radina Justra, and then Kay McKells.
Hi, I'm Radina Justra, and I live at 3320 Radcliffe, right across the street from the Hewitt House. Everyone that's spoken so far that has some serious concerns, I am a part of. Just to clarify some things that aren't what I was going to speak about, but unfortunately things have been put out there. If you go on BC Assessment, out of the older homes that are on the street, in similar keeping with the Hewitt House, there are 6 others. 6 others. Their assessed value compared to Hewitt House is a difference of $250,000. That is all, not the $1 million. The other thing, garages, driveways, entries off Marine Drive onto the property on the south side of Marine. There are a number of 23 homes on that strip of the 3300 block, from 3311 right to the Black Cat and to Ray Wood. Those last 2 are commercially zoned. Out of those, 10 access Marine Drive or have the ability to do so, be it with garages, the small studio spaces, etc. So it's not just a handful. One of my biggest concerns is, and I did send an email, is in regards to how we were notified. I appreciate that there were the 2 meetings that were held, one in September and one recently, of which the letters that were dropped off in our mailboxes, like these, state on each one, aligned with this application, we are seeking approval to build a cottage on the Marine Drive side of our property, similar to existing studios and garages of our neighbors. This, at 1,557 square feet, is not at all similar. These small spaces, Graham, for example, his is significantly smaller. Majority of the homes do not have even any small structures, accessory buildings as they're called. So I don't really understand how this is possible. The subdivision is a concern. There is nothing else like it in the neighborhood. The other thing is, which is also concerning, is the parking. We won't go over that again. The site is approximately 6,600 square feet, and the existing ratio allows a maximum of 2,551 square feet of home. It has a total just shy of 2,900 feet, including the secondary registered suite, which is a walkout level, not below ground. They talk about mature landscaping. The 3 cedar trees, if the project goes ahead, they come down. They are topped, but not as badly as the trees that I have. Mine are still standing many years later, and they do not require a lot of maintenance. They are messy, yes, but they create escape of what the neighborhood used to look like. It greatly impacts all the homes. The proposed subdivision is the addition of a 3rd home, therefore 3 families living on a single lot, and no on-site parking. And it does have an impact, as Radcliffe is a dead-end street, and there's a small pathway in some areas, but there are no sidewalks. The Hewitt House already impacts some of the homes, especially those on the west and the east. Back in 2001, there was a variance permit that was received as part of the relocation of the home in 2002. For those of you, obviously, I'm sure, council, mayor, and members of staff know that that house used to sit in the middle of the lot to the east, and it was given permission to move and be relocated to where it sits today, very close to Radcliffe. There are other homes that have gone through this process. It is called Community Heritage Register. It's recognized as having heritage value,
Sorry,
but
that's
they are not.
your time.
Thank you. They are not legally protected.
Thank you.
you.
And Kay Nichols, looks like.
Madam Chairman. My name is Kimball Nichols. I own and reside at 3303 Marine Drive. That is not directly north of the subject property, but very close. I'm 3 lots to the east, but I look down on this property from the north side of Marine Drive, which is probably set 50 feet above the street level. There seems to be a lot of misunderstanding about Marine Drive in this particular stretch. Marine Drive, of course, we know runs east-west, but as it approaches the railway trestle, which we all know is at 31st, it takes a big dip, and it's one of the largest hills, I think, on Marine Drive from one end to the other. And many of the bicyclists enjoy it going both directions. But the point for this matter is that the west side of the crux, as it moves down into the dip, is approximately, I would say, 2 lots west of the 3321 property. And the access to my property at 3303 on the north side is by a cul-de-sac that runs up from Marine Drive back up into the east a short distance. My point is that this is an area that is rather congested. It's somewhat dangerous because cars access Marine Drive or from Marine Drive onto this cul-de-sac and have to be concerned about oncoming traffic and traffic behind them. So any discussion about the parking and about the access to a new dwelling facing on Marine Drive has to take into consideration a very significant parking traffic situation. In addition, there is a blue bus stop, which has not been referred to, which is approximately, and I'm just guessing here, maybe 50 or 75 feet east of the subject property that we're talking about here today. I presume that bus stop will have to be moved because if we're going to add parking along the south side of Marine Drive to accommodate people who are occupants of this new coach house, we need more parking spaces. And parking along that section of Marine Drive, as indeed any section of Marine Drive in West Vancouver, is a little bit problematical. You've got to be very careful. So I think, to be frank, that the difficulty with this coach house, which apparently is to be 1,500 square feet, is that they're adding people, they're adding cars, and it's just adding congestion to this particular area. And I would suggest that council members go and view this and see for themselves just what kind of situation would be developing if this went ahead.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, I don't have any other speakers signed up, so I'll just call 3 times. Are there any other speakers on this matter? Oh, okay.
Good evening. I'm Mark Gogan. I live at 3329 Radcliffe Avenue. And we've known the people in this home. We've lived there for 20 years. The problem I have with this proposal is this home was granted 3 variances when they moved the house. A height variance, a front yard setback, and they have a deck that encroaches on the east side. And now for this new proposal, they're asking for every variance allowable. And it just doesn't seem like, how can you have a property of 6,000 plus square feet and get every variance, side yard setbacks, front yard setbacks, and subdivide the property on top of that? These lots, we've built a house on our property. They're easy lots. You can build a 25, 50 square foot house with a full in-ground basement. It's not a huge house. There's lots of things you can do there. We're in favor of coach houses. We're in favor of saving heritage buildings. But to grant all these variances on one property just doesn't seem right. And to compare the garages on Marine Drive, I mean, they're 180 square feet. They're old, wooden, dilapidated buildings, a lot of them. And Graham's house, his little building is 200 square feet or whatever. You can't compare this house to what else is happening along Marine Drive. And the other issue is the parking. Right now, there's probably 4 cars involved with this property. Once you put another house there, potentially 6 cars are going to be on this property. Right now, they're always parked on Radcliffe, and so you may have 4 cars on Marine Drive with a walk-through access to get to the Hewitt house, plus 2 cars on Radcliffe that are going to be accessing the suite. So 3 basically residences on one property. The only way you can do it, subdivide it. It just seems too much. There's so many things you could do on that property and stay within the bylaws and stay within the setbacks. It's simple. I don't understand why everything has to be so complicated. So, you know, we build things, we look at it, what's allowed, how big of a house, what are your setbacks, design it to fit it. It's simple. You don't have to go through all this. Anyways, that's it.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And
Hello, I'm Andrew McLean. I'm the architect, or one of the architects, with Heather. I just had a couple of points that I wanted to follow up on. Basically, what we've heard is from a lot of neighbors who are really doing their job in sort of making sure that the heritage rezoning agreement proceeds as it should. They've come and said, we really don't want to see that much change. They look at the Hewitt house and they sort of say, hey, that's my looking at house. I love looking at that house. I love it being part of the neighborhood, but I don't want these other things that go along with it. But what we have to remember as part of this heritage rezoning idea is that we have to somehow incentivize it for Kate and for Graham. They're keeping something which is, as it appears, not as valuable an asset. It's not as big a house. It's not as beautiful a house. It's not as new a house. It's not as modern as a house. When you look at it when you strip away sort of all of the emotion that we attach to it from being a heritage house, it's just an old house from the 20s, right? It's not a great asset to them. So we have to come up with a way that they can make this house be theirs and be valuable for their future, which is what they're doing with the little house on the back of the property. What we're not really totally recognizing in this too, I feel, is that there are a huge amount of restrictions that come with them listing this house as a heritage home. They can't really change it. We're not comparing the house at the back to the garage of a normal house. We're taking the existing Hewitt house and we're saying, let's protect this. Let's have this keep being the Hewitt house, regardless of what happens to the neighbors. If at some point in the future the neighbors are allowed to build massive houses, or what often happens in city centers that the houses get torn down and tied together and bigger buildings go up, that doesn't happen to the Hewitt house. It's protected. It's locked in time. We've worked for 2 years to come up with planning, with the city, with heritage people to come up with what we feel is really the best case scenario to create what's a small cottage so that this Hewitt house is in fact locked in time. One of the presenters said that Radcliffe was a dead-end street, and I really believe that this is sort of like a dead-end street for my clients. They have this little house. They really want to protect it, but they also need to realize that property ownership in West Van is the most valuable thing that most people have. A way to make it valuable for them is to have this little house on the back of the property. That's okay. It's my turn to talk now.
No,
it's my turn to talk now. Sorry.
One speaker at a time, please. You've had your opportunity. Thank you. Mr. Robertson, if you can't stop talking, then you will.
We talked about the FAR. We talked about how the FAR worked with the OCP. We worked really hard with the planning department to work out that the floor area ratio works for the lot as a whole and for the lot, the south lot, and for the north lot separately. One of the presenters brought up the idea that the FAR allows a ratio of 2551 square feet, which is kind of right. But you have to remember that my job as an architect working in West Van is to exploit all of the exclusion areas you have. We can see just down the street how much more massive the houses appear than the 29 or whatever 100 square feet that we're putting onto our lot is. Because these people with their heritage house really haven't been able to leverage those exclusion areas and to build outside of the FAR. We talked about the idea of adding more and more people to the neighborhood, but that's kind of actually not what we're doing here, because we have to remember that the Hewitt House gets locked in time. That stays the Hewitt House. The little house on the back might add people to it, but the neighbors, as the city grows up around them, are going to add more and more people and get bigger and bigger as the Hewitt House stays protected as a heritage area. We've talked about how, I want to tell you about how respectful the project is. I feel we've really worked hard to create a little but workable house. I wanted to let you know that this isn't really about money. It's about people living in the community. You know, I feel this is a really beautiful, wonderful project. It's a fantastic agreement. It's an agreement that says we will keep the Hewitt House if you let us build this small cottage. And that's really what we're trying to do here. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any other speakers? All right.
Hi there, my name is Marilyn Kersner. I live at 3329 Radcliffe, a few doors over from the subject property. I had submitted a written, I sent in a written submission, and I wasn't going to speak, but some of the things I'm hearing tonight are a little bit annoying. First of all, the terminology. I mean, you keep talking about a little house, a little cottage, a coach house. This is a subdivision with a 1,557 square foot house. That's what's being proposed. It's nothing like any other infill property on that street. And I'm hearing a lot of contradiction about how the owners love the property and love the heritage, and that's why they bought it. But on the other hand, if they're not able to profit from this subdivision, they're going to tear it down. So that, to me, is a bit of a contradiction. Either you love it as is or you don't. And even the real estate, I've got a copy of the real estate posting from 2017 when the current owners purchased it, and this heritage revitalization process was offered as an option. Oh, and the other thing that I don't think has been touched on tonight is the previous heritage designation for this house. There was a variance. I lived there at the time back in 2001, 2002. The house that's there now was granted several variances, moved off of the lot, moved a lot further forward on the property at the detriment to the neighboring houses. You can see in some of the pictures we've seen how much further forward it is. And the reason for that, if you read the council report back from 2001, the reason given for allowing the variance was that it would result in the retention of an important heritage-listed house and preserve a section of streetscape which adds to the character of Radcliffe Avenue. So we've been down this road before. That was the intention with the first variance. It just doesn't seem right that now, because there's new owners, they're trying to get significantly more variances for the exact same reason as back in 2001. What else was I going to say? People have touched about the lack of notice. We did receive a notice from the owners back in September about a meeting at their home. The proposal was completely different. There was no mention that this would be a subdivision. It was talking about, I forget the language, a coach house, I think, for the parents. No mention at all about it being a subdivision and the potential to sell off. And again, I mean, yes, The other thing about parking, yes, it would be nice to think that all the people living there are going to take the bus like I do, but in reality, I expect there'll be at least 6 cars parking on the street. And I believe the prime motivation, yes, we want to save the heritage property, they say, but the prime motivation here is profit. And
could I ask speakers to refrain from implying or speculating on motivation? We've heard from the applicant. You're entitled to speak about the impacts, but
Sure.
I really would prefer that nobody did that. Thank you.
Okay, fair enough. My understanding is also that because there's currently, the house has a secondary suite, the ground level suite, which is rented out. If they did build a smaller infill house at the back of the lot, they would lose the secondary suite. And that, but going for this legal subdivision allows them to have 3 residences on a single-family lot. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Robertson.
Just wants a chance to get back at some of the kind of more marketing points that have been raised by not neighbours but by the people involved in the project. No house on the north side of Redcliffe can be very big. It's not like a monster house is going in there. They're all between, I think mine's 3,500 square feet with probably ranging up to 4,200. Mark will probably know better than I do. But there's no monster houses on that side of the street. Just can't do it because of the geography and the topography of the land. And so I don't buy that if it was knocked down, that it would be a disaster. And I just want to reiterate, I don't like feeling that I'm at ransom here because someone thinks it's a heritage house, and if we don't like it, it'll get knocked down. I just feel that is the wrong way to argue for these things. I personally have had to spend a lot of money getting the most out of my lot, a lot of money, probably more than this building getting built, in order to respect my neighbours. It is one of the best streets on the North Shore, and I wanted to respect that neighbourhood, and I wanted to do the right thing, and it took me a lot more money to do the right thing, and I feel that other people living here should respect it too.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Are there any other speakers? I'm going to call 3 times for any more speakers on the public hearing related to the 3321 Radcliffe Avenue, the Hewitt House. And another. Could I ask just one question from the back? Can you come up to the microphone, please?
You're at such overflow capacity, I didn't want to take the time. Madam Mayor, councillors, my name's Anne Eady, and I live down in Irwin Drive. I just had a really quick question because I don't know the answer, and I'm sure staff does. When a lot is subdivided off from a heritage site, and maybe down the road subsequently gets sold, how does that affect the ongoing heritage designation of the original home? And should the owners change, does it still maintain that heritage designation for perpetuity?
That's a good question. And Mr.
Madam
Bailey.
Mayor, yes, the heritage designation is maintained in perpetuity.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right, 3 more times. Any further speakers? Oh, I've lost quorum here. We're losing our council. Okay. Yes, ma'am?
A quick question and a statement to make. I'm under the understanding that something under the Community Heritage Registry, which there are listed online, 50 properties or resources at present is what's listed online. I did a count, there's 26 homes on there at the moment, and then the rest there's some trees, churches, etc., municipal hall. It says that it's recognized as having heritage value. but they are not legally protected. And then, as far as, again, online, I could find that West Van has 9 designated heritage properties. So I'm just curious, how is it going to be legally protected, please?
So, Madam Mayor, a house that's on the register is then eligible for incentives. The incentives such as a heritage revitalization could be entered into. And through that agreement, the owner covenants with legal agreements to keep the house in perpetuity as a heritage home. If it burns down, it needs to be maintained in the same sort of form moving forward. That's the whole intent. You get on the register, then you designate the house, and with that come a number of legal agreements with the district to protect the house in perpetuity.
Thank you. And does that also, is that where the incentives come in that I read, where you can have tax, I don't want to call it a tax break, that's not how it's worded online, but there are some incentives along those lines?
Madam Mayor, I think what the speaker may be referring to are sort of like local government incentives to help fund and, for example, architects and studies to help fund and pay for heritage revitalization. I mean, certainly the chair of Heritage BC is here. She could speak to that ad nauseum, I'm sure. But the intent is really for the municipality to be providing incentives, usually through density, through the types of things that you're seeing here to help protect heritage homes. That's our legislative authority here.
Thank you. The only other thing, one of the previous speakers mentioned that this would not be like all the other glass boxes on Radcliffe. I take that quite personally because there are a lot of older homes on Radcliffe that have been maintained, some not as well as others, and there are some new builds. And a lot of new builds have been done, and they've been done very nicely, respectfully. There's only probably a couple that really maybe people don't care for. So I really feel that was an unfair statement. That's all I'd like to say. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Are there any further speakers? Once. Further speakers twice. Further speakers 3 times. All right, seeing none, I will move on to the next item.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Actually, maybe I'll just pause for a minute so people can go.
If I could ask everyone to take their seats so that we can move to the next item, which is 4358 Ross Crescent.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. As you note, the next item is proposed zoning bylaw number 4662, 2010, amendment bylaw number 5028, 2019.
Perhaps, sorry, Mr. Pannerton, perhaps someone could ask the people outside to move because we can't hear.
Alrighty then. As previously stated, the next item is item 5, proposed zoning bylaw number 4662, 2010, amendment bylaw number 5028, 2019 for 4358 Ross Crescent. We'll let that door close again. Thank you. The applicant is Kay Helinski. The subject land is 4358 Ross Crescent. And the purpose is to consolidate the zoning of the subject site. Council is looking at proposed zoning bylaw number 4662, 2010, amendment bylaw number 5028, 2019. And this zoning bylaw would rezone a portion of the land from Marine 1 to RS4, which is Single Family Dwelling Zone 4. And as noted, a public meeting is being held concurrently regarding the development variance permit 18037. And that development variance permit would provide for variances proposed as part of the single-family house proposal to accommodate development relative to the flood construction level, along with variances to accommodate building siding for side yard setbacks and to accommodate garage siding for front yard setback and permeability restrictions. Thank you.
Thank you. So did you want to read anything into the, oh, we're going to get staff presentation first.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. As Mr. Panatin described, this is a proposed rezoning and development variance permit before Council for consideration for 4358 Ross Crescent. So the site outlined in purple there is located on Ross Crescent in the Stearman Beach area and shown here on the map. It has existing single-family properties located to the east and west, the Burrard Inlet to the south, and Ross Crescent to the north. So just a bit of background on the application. In March of last year, an initial application was received for the site. At that time, based on the location of the site on the waterfront and in response to the provincial guidelines for mitigating flood hazards, staff requested further information from the applicant to submit a flood hazard assessment report from a qualified professional. So then in April of this year, the applicant submitted a report from Northwest Hydraulics Consultants, an engineering consultant firm who is here to present as well from the applicant team. They're qualified in coastal engineering. The report recommends how the site should be developed to mitigate the impacts of flooding from the sea, including recommending a flood construction level of 5.8 meters above above sea level, mean sea level. What that essentially means, flood construction level, is where it's recommended that the base of the house be built at, the level of the base of the house. So at the time, also, the applicant submitted updated architectural and landscape plans corresponding to the engineering report. And just to provide a little bit of background on flood construction levels in West Vancouver, Section 524 of the Local Government Act authorizes municipalities to designate floodplain areas. However, currently West Bank does not have a bylaw that designates specific areas. But it should be noted that we are working currently on developing policy and regulations for the district to mitigate to the risk of flood impacts, but at this time that work is underway. So in the interim, in the absence of a designated FCL bylaw and guidelines for individual sites such as the subject site, staff can request information from certified professionals specifying how sites can be safely used based on the authority of the chief building official. So this slide shows a rendering of the proposed house with the proposed house shown in the middle there and the two adjacent neighbors to the east and west. And as previously summarized, the proposal is for two parts. One is for a rezoning of the portion of the land along the foreshore from M1 zone, marine zone, to RS4, single-family zone. And that would consolidate the zoning for the subject site. And the second part is a development variance permit application. And that includes variances for the proposed single-family house to accommodate development relative to the flood construction level, along with variances to accommodate building siding for side and front yard setbacks. Here on the screen is a map. It shows the portion of the site that's proposed to be rezoned in gray there. So that's proposed to be rezoned from M1 to RS4. The M1 zone is generally associated with foreshore or public land. So in this case, there was an application to the province for accretion of that land to the subject site, and that has been approved by the province separately. On the screen here shows two section plans provided by the architect of the proposed house. So the one on the top there shows how the proposal, it goes east-west through the site with the east site shown to the left and the west neighbor shown to the right there. And it shows how the proposal intends to terrace up to the main level of the house using retaining walls that are along the sides of the house that are tucked behind the existing fences and then terraces up to the main level of the house. And then on the bottom there, it's a section north-south through the site with the Burrard Inlet, or the water, the ocean, shown on the left side of the screen there. And it also shows how the proposal terraces up from the waterfront to the main level of the house and then back down to the proposed storage and garage structure along Ross Crescent. The proposal for the single-family house is approximately 2,800 square feet and 2 stories, plus a sealed or tanked basement proposed below the FCL, which you can see on both the section drawings there. There's also a detached garage and storage building located in the front yard of the site, located adjacent to Ross Crescent. So just to provide an overview of the variances that are proposed, I'll just start with, there's a side yard variance for the garage, and then a combined side yard variance for the main house, noting that both the proposed garage and the house are located further from the relevant adjacent property lines than the existing garage and house are today. And then for the front yard, there is a front yard variance proposed for the location of the garage, and a minor increase in impermeable area also proposed to accommodate siting the garage in the front yard adjacent to Ross Crescent. And then the other variances all relate to the flood construction level, including variance for building height so that the house could be measured from the flood construction level, noting that the actual height of the house that's proposed is 22 feet as opposed to the 25 feet that is typically the maximum in single-family areas. And then there's also variances to allow for garage height, highest building face, and the basement to all be measured relative to the flood construction level. And then finally, there is variances proposed for retaining wall height, noting that there is a restriction in the draft development variance permit that would restrict all retaining walls to have a maximum exposed face of 4 feet. So in terms of neighborhood input, Council has received a significant amount of input on this application. And then in June of last year, the applicant did host an information meeting prior to submitting the application, but at that time, the plans were not revised to reflect the flood construction level. And so there, at that time, based on submissions from the applicant, relatively few comments were received. Since that time, as I described, the application was revised, and we did create a webpage and send out a courtesy notice. And then following first reading on June 24th, the applicant did host a meeting on July 3rd, and approximately 30 people attended that meeting. In response, as I mentioned, staff and council have received a significant amount of feedback regarding the proposal, and the concerns have mostly focused on concerns related to the rise or increase in the grade of the site, along with the increase in the house height relative to that. So just in terms of that, I just note that the proposed house itself, just to give a comparison to the next door neighbors, is proposed to be approximately higher by 2.6 feet than the peak of the east house, and then approximately 4.5 feet higher than the west neighbor's house, the peak of the house on that side. As well, it's noted that the subject site is currently lower than the sites to the east and west, which mitigates the increase in grade height that's necessary to come up to the flood construction level. As well as previously mentioned on the section diagram, the applicant is proposing to terrace up and basically tuck retaining walls in behind the existing fences to mitigate the impact of the increased grade. And then just finally noting that it is expected that as sites develop in the waterfront area, that these sites would be expected to also come up to the flood construction level for those individual sites as well. There's also been concerns, one other main area of concern is the concern about the potential for stormwater flow from this site onto adjacent lower sites, and then also concerns about flooding in the area relative to stormwater. So just in terms of the first piece there about the concern for this site being higher and then flooding onto adjacent sites, district regulation does require that sites are designed such that all water is essentially, that lands on the site is forced to go off towards the ocean and not to go onto adjacent sites. something that is a requirement for the district and is also included as a condition in the draft permit. And then in terms of the concern about flooding in the area that's been experienced in the Ross and Irwin Drive areas, engineering staff did review what occurred in the recent storm in the winter of 2018, and note that Irwin Park is intended to serve as a detention pond for the area for stormwater flow when there are high rainfall events. However, based on their analysis, there was a backwater valve that is supposed to function to not allow seawater to come into the detention pond when you have high rainfall events combined with high tide events. However, at the time, they noted that the backwater valve was not functioning and has been fixed since that time. And so that really concludes my presentation, just noting that, in summary, we are supportive of the proposal and conclude that it provides a design that transitions to adjacent sites while achieving the required FCL of 5.8 meters. And I know the applicant has presentations available for council as well.
Okay, thank you. So we'll hear from the applicant. You have a question for staff?
Yeah.
Okay, Councillor Soprovich.
Ms. McGuire, what process will happen in the next number of years in relationship to storm drain management on the hillside above this area? And is it staff's concern that the network of drainage is using the roads and a ditch on the north side of these roads, that's Irwin and Ross, into two holding areas on Irwin as well as Ross Crescent? In your view, is this sufficient drainage system for now and the future, and is there going to be any mitigating changes?
Madam Mayor, through to Councillor Soprovich, thanks for the question. Staff are aware of the issue with stormwater that the residents have brought up. The Director of Engineering is actually available if he'd like to speak to this as well, or to help me out if I need it. But, you know, district staff are reviewing the situation with respect to stormwater. We've hired a third-party consultant, as well as working with our staff, not only in land development, but in our engineering utilities group. We're looking at the conditions, looking at the flow and the hydrology of the area, and we'll be recommending, you know, additional steps in addition to the one that Ms. McGuire mentioned in her presentation to dealing with that stormwater issue that existed with where you had the water building up in Irwin Park. So we're on top of that, and we'll be monitoring that moving forward. Now, that I just want to be really clear to council, that is an entirely separate issue than what we're talking about here. We're talking about sea level rise. What you're talking about is stormwater from upland and from rain. The 5.8 FCL is entirely due to sea level rise caused by global warming.
Well, yeah, I appreciate that, but you've already made the statement that there's flooding from the north, so I have every right to ask that question. I will ask Madam Mayor if when we look into the sea level rise, how is it that you can take the advice from one agency that the architect has chosen, and that is sufficient for you to make a decision to go to 5.8 when many other areas are not that high at 4.5 in a lot of cases? And will we ever have somebody sign off in the future and say, yeah, this is too high, or it could be 4.5, or we could phase it later? This is the only one engineering firm that's signed off, and you're making that decision based on that when there are several other firms out there that someday, if we looked at it, might have a completely different picture. Not correct?
So, Madam Mayor, in response to the question in terms of the process, when the applicant chose to build a house in this area, our building inspector asked, because of the potential for flooding, asked for a safe use certification and asked a qualified engineer to provide a report looking at, you know, the provincial guidelines and all kind of rules and regulations that govern. That is what this engineering consultant has done. The consultant's here today, so you can ask those questions or specific questions of that consultant as part of that. Moving forward, the district is looking at its own flood construction level bylaw for the district that may have, different impacts in different areas of West Vancouver, depending on various issues related, to wave run-up, to conditions, all those sorts of things. So we'll be coming forward with that. It will require, designating the area as a floodplain and then coming forward with an FCL bylaw. We're undertaking that work. But that is the process that's been followed in accordance with sort of the due diligence and requirements of our chief building official.
Okay, and finally, Madam Mayor, I just wanted to, looking at mitigation in the future, whether you agree with the position that the district should look at adaptation strategies and based on a cost-benefit analysis in relationship to what's going to happen to the foreshore. Is that going to be the responsibility of the district, or is it all left independently to each owner?
So, Madam Mayor, if Councillor Soprovich is talking about adaptation strategies such as, say, seawalls or dikes or like rocks out in the foreshore to help mitigate wave action, those are on the public land. At this point, I'm assuming they would be at the cost of the district. I know that some upland residents have paid for and have implemented strategies like that, but typically there's no strategy like that for Stearman Beach for that area, and we're responding directly to the conditions that are on the site and the engineering report that's been provided.
Thank you.
I just want to follow up. I don't see any other speakers until we get to the public on the stormwater issue, because reading the correspondence that is coming up over and over again, that intuitively people think that a property that is built up higher is going to shed stormwater onto the adjoining properties. Maybe Mr. Fung wants to clarify this. Virtually a significant part of the community actually lives on the side of a hill, including myself. So on that theory, the people behind me, their water should be flowing onto my yard, and I want Mr. Fung to explain why that doesn't happen on the side of the mountain.
Your Worship, to try and have some clarity on the situation, when we've been talking about stormwater management, I just want to be clear. I think the issue is about runoff, surface runoff. And so with respect to the site, the aspect that the municipality is concerned about in terms of managing runoff is that it doesn't shed onto its adjacent neighbor and have a detrimental impact. And so, as was stated already, in terms of when we get to the servicing plan associated with the variance permit and the building bylaw, there will be servicing requirements to make sure that the runoff will go from the road towards the ocean, therefore mitigating the impacts on the adjacent neighbors. I also want to comment on the situation on Irwin Drive. It's about a block away. And with respect to that situation, the municipality went and hired an engaged consultant and did a hydrologic model and assessment and determined that the park there that is functioning as a detention pond is properly sized and is functioned. We determined that there was a malfunctioning valve, but with that being solved, the rest of the storm system is operating the way it was intended. Some of the adjacent property owners were suggesting that groundwater movement was what contributed to the flooding of their homes in December. That's quite possible. From a geotechnical perspective, the whole area is in an alluvial fan with sort of river sediments, and therefore the soil is very porous. And so groundwater can move underground from various directions. And so, but that is not something that is easily determined by the municipality, nor do we have sort of mandate to control that. We are mainly concerned with surface runoff, and we definitely have plans and also remedies for addressing that.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Cameron.
Mr. Fung, I want to follow up on these questions because I think this is a key issue, and I'm going to just use my own terms because it's easier for me to understand. We got the seawater issue, we have the stormwater or the creek issue, and then we've got what you're calling groundwater issue. I guess what I've heard in some of the conversations and correspondence I've had with nearby residents, they're concerned about the differential heights between neighbors. And let's say if this property is raised, let's say the ground is raised around the house is raised to 6 feet higher than the neighbor, approximately, or 7 feet, that there's water coming from above, like the rainfall and the like. I mean, the stormwater leaders take away the water from the gutters, but that also somehow, and I don't understand the mechanics of this, that's why I'm asking about it, that actually raises the water table underneath the higher on the higher property, and as a result, you have flow issues from one property to the next that aren't necessarily runoff, meaning surface, they're subsurface. And so I guess A, to the extent you can, I would be helpful if you could comment on that, and B, what sort of report or what sort of assurance will every single builder on these kinds of properties have to provide, or does the district require them to provide to ensure that whether you call it groundwater or surface water or water table issues don't migrate from one property to the adjacent property?
Your Worship, through you to Councillor Cameron, the pathways for groundwater are very, very difficult to kind of determine. If you think of just sand and you're trying to put some object into the sand and how much it might displace the water table surrounding it, it's very, very difficult to determine exactly what direction it's coming from and exactly what the impact is. I know that as one strategy for some existing houses, that they have installed some sump pumps in order to kind of, as the variability between the water table from the ocean side and the water table from the groundwater side kind of interact, that if it gets too high and it hits their basements, that they are operating sump pumps in order to kind of artificially draw down that water table. And my understanding is that some of their pumps have been working very, very hard, and during the December 20th situation, were not able to keep up and got flooded. That type of engineered solution, I think, is one approach. I guess the other approach would be to, when we're talking about flood construction level, is ensure that you build above that elevation. And so while Mr. Bailey was talking tonight about how the 5.8 related solely to the sea level rise flood construction level, the other thing that we should keep in mind is looking at from a creek, from a watershed perspective, what, say, a 200-year flood level might be in the watershed, and then making sure that the buildings are above that level as a way of protecting the basement.
So I guess I'm less concerned about when and if we get to a time where everybody's at 5.8, it won't be a problem. I'm concerned about the interim period of time where you have significant variances in ground height between adjacent properties, and I guess you're saying it's a difficult issue to map, but at the same time, I think we have to do our best to give the neighbors comfort that systems will be put in place. Because there's going to be a higher build level no matter what. There's going to be a differential, whether it's 5.8 or something less than that. Well, what are we going to do to make sure that the problem for the neighbors in this regard is mitigated?
So, Madam Mayor, through to Councillor Cameron, for every building permit that's issued, requires a stormwater plan signed and sealed by a professional engineer to ensure that that water does not go from the raised elevation to the adjacent property. Now, it's really important to note that you've picked up on it exactly. That condition exists now. Like, there are a number of, for example, new homes down in that area that I can tell you are higher than their adjacent neighboring properties. And we've required them to have stormwater management plans so that they do not shed water onto their neighbors. And that would be our expectation. You walk down there, there are new houses next to old cottages, And the design of those new houses are such that they are not shedding water and rainfall events onto their adjacent properties. The same principle would apply when we're dealing with this home, whether it's, 5.8, 5.1, 5.8, whatever it is, that condition exists here and in the rest of the municipality.
Thank you. Councillor Lambert.
Yes, just a question for staff. Ms. McGuire, in your opening remarks, you mentioned that the staff are working on policy and regulations right now. And Mr. Bailey, you subsequently said that they're working on a bylaw. What is and this is for sea level rise, and from also what I understood is that work is exclusive of mitigation measures such as foreshore subtidal reefs, seawalls, and such. Is that an accurate understanding and about the scope of the work, and what is the rough timeline? I don't want to hold you to that, but just so that we have something to measure against, given that there will be more applications coming through. And also, I guess the same applies to the comment that was made about, that was news to me, that staff have hired consultants to work on the stormwater impacts, which I think is great, and if you could provide a little detail on that.
Madam Mayor, through to Councillor Lambert, there are two pieces of work that are really proceeding in tandem with respect to the issues along our coastline. One is we are working with a consultant to establish a flood construction level, and so that's where the level of the house where below you can't have living space, or it needs to be protected in some way. And that is essentially is establishing a datum for neighborhoods that are subject to flooding. What goes along with that, and we reported out on this last week, was a development permit area for coastal zones. And so those are things where you would, for example, provide guidelines, regulations, process around landscaping, tombolas, potentially allowing for adjacent structures, rocks, groins, whatever you will, to go onto the foreshore to help provide additional measures. And those two things work in tandem. So you have a development permit level that basically sets the level of the house, and then the development permit area goes along with that and provides for mitigative measures to help adapt to the situation. With respect to the consultant, the KWL consultancy, I'll turn that over to Ray.
Just to clarify, Your Worship, the hydrologic assessment that engineering has been undertaking relates really to that Irwin Park, Irwin Drive catchment, where we completed the drainage model and looked at the hydrologic impacts and determined that the storm system, as it's been designed, is working as the design standard of the day was meant to convey. And in terms of the detention pond functioning, it is functioning in accordance with the original design.
Councillor Lambert, I realize I didn't answer your question about timing. So that we're looking at coming up with some preliminary findings on that, hopefully this fall. And then we would be going out for consultation, having discussions about that, and launching that in sort of Q3, Q4 of 2019, likely falling into 2020.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. All right. I don't believe there are any other questions for our staff, so I will go to the presenters. Yeah, thank you.
Good evening, Madam Mayor and members of council. My name is Gordon Holinsky, and I am representing Rob and Jennifer Heffel, who are away in Europe on business. They're actually opening an art exhibition in Munich this evening. Unfortunately, we're not able to attend tonight. I've never had such a receptive audience, so I'm really impressed by the attention that the neighborhood is so active. We will have presentations. Actually, Katie Holinsky is my daughter and partner, so she will be helping me along in this presentation, and she's actually the project architect, so I'm just the old guy that's the grumpy guy that's supposed to be doing the front end stuff. So alongside me and Katie, there'll be Bill Chapman, who will be addressing the accretion and the rezoning issue. Derek Ray from Northwest Hydraulics, who will address the FCL issue. and Paul Sanga, who will address the landscape issue, and Katie will address the design and the variances. We currently last year applied for 4 projects in this. We actually had 8 waterfront projects on the go, and 4 of them were in the low-lying area. One was approved last year at the 4.9 FCL. It didn't require any variances at that point, so it went through smoothly. 3 of the projects had been between 2 and 4 years in the process, and this imposes a huge burden on clients in terms of the costs, and it's running in the millions of dollars for our clients, which I think is a little bit unreasonable. And last year we submitted these 3 projects, and this project was submitted last year at the 4.5 meter FCL. We met with the neighbors, and there was general approval of the project with a few minor variations that we could have addressed during that process. As it was rejected because of the change in the provincial guidelines, we started all over again. Although the building basically remains the same, we just raised it, and then we had to accommodate the changes in the landscaping, and there are some design changes. So I guess the first item on the agenda would be for Bill Chapman to address the survey plan, the accretion and the rezoning, so maybe you can take over here. Oh, he's got to get up.
Madam Mayor and Council, Bill Chapman. Reside in West Van, land surveyor in West Van. The site in front of us was created on Plan 4725 in 1915 by Mr. Stearman. The street is named after, coming down to Ross Crescent, Cypress Park Land Company. The 7 neighbors immediately to the west of Cypress Creek have applied for a total of 10 accretions over the years, starting at Cypress Creek 1993, then 1996, then our current property this year, then 1998, the next lot in 1995, and again in 2010, the next lot in 1996, 2006, and again last year in 2018, and the last one on that block in 1999. So all of the properties have acquired accretion, and accretion is a right under British common law for land that is acquired slowly and imperceptibly over a number of years to mark upon the land a line distinct from that of the upland, both in the nature of the land and the vegetation. In British Columbia, we operate under the Torrens system, so our title is based on the plan registered in the Land Title Office in 1925, in this case, Plan 4725. So the right of British common law has been abrogated by the Torrens system, so the neighbors must apply to the Surveyor General for the province of British Columbia to acquire these accretions. The onus is on the land surveyor to prove that the land has naturally accreted to the best of his ability and to the satisfaction of the Surveyor General for BC. So the land would just swing over under British common law. This is the process we do here. So similarly, most of these accretions automatically roll over to the RS4 zoning. But a number of years ago, a lawyer for West Van pointed out that similar to the abrogation under the British common law, because your plans are based on a plan filed, in order for us to move the line to include the new upland, the accreted area, within your zoning, it must come to council for approval. So there are 3 of the 10 that are still zone M1 in the block to the west of Cypress Creek. To the east, the 3 immediately to the east of Cypress Creek, the zoning automatically switched over, and the next time West Van drew the plans, they included the zoning within the map. So what we are requesting this evening is for West Vancouver to perform the necessary task of changing it from marine zone so that we can no longer build a dock on our land and utilize it as the land which it has become. Just while I point out these accretions, there was a lot of discussion last week that the neighbors immediately to the east of this site did not get an accretion, and that was quite a big item. In actual fact, the property that adjoins Cypress Creek acquired 59% more land when it acquired its accretion in 1993. The property immediately to the east of our site acquired 29% more land when it acquired an accretion in 1996. This property did not get an accretion with all the rest because there was an existing wooden structure sitting in front of it that survived the flood in August of 1967. All the rest of the properties, structures weren't strong enough, and they got blown out right across West Vancouver in August of 1967. So we could not apply for an accretion on this parcel. So the owner, previous owner in this parcel, pulled out all the structure on the waterfront 25 years ago, and then natural accretion actions have occurred on this property up until we applied for it and obtained accretion in March of 2018. Now, the senior deputy surveyor general and a further deputy surveyor general came over from Victoria and walked this shoreline with me in order to make sure that it was naturally accreted land. As I pointed out to people before, the shoreline on the east, we made it match the property to the east. We found the accretion to be slightly waterward, but it made more sense to match with the adjoining neighbor. On the west side, we found some erosion had occurred compared to the property to the west. So we're 3 to 4 feet inside the line of the accretion to the west. I think this answers all the questions that my client asked me to put forward to you, and be happy to answer any questions. I have been doing accretions since 1975.
Thank you, Mr. Chapman. That's very enlightening.
You've had your
As
history
always.
lesson.
Councillor Soprovich.
Mr. Chairman? I've been out with you many times over the years. You certainly know your stuff. Can the province continually sell accreted land to the same owner as it progresses year after year?
Through you, Madam Mayor, Councillor Soprovich, yes, they can. As I say, one property's had 3, and one property's had 2 to the west of this site.
Okay.
10 years apart.
In your view, then, if structures prevented accretion, and who knows the future of the foreshore in relation to mitigation of LCL, do you think that formal structures in the subtitle would alter any accretion in the future?
If a person puts a structure in the subtitle in order to create an accretion, that is not an accretion, and you cannot acquire an accretion. If someone down the block from you, West Vancouver, puts a pier in at Dunderave in 1925, and it causes accretions on people to the west or to the east, that is a natural accretion for them, but not for the properties that West Vancouver own.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. All right, no other questions? Move along.
That was a good history lesson. Climate change and widespread flooding have led to provincial government and many other agencies worldwide bringing in new regulations. This is the flood hazard management plan that was put out and what made our project have to be reevaluated in January of 2018, even though our application was done subsequent to that, and it was made retroactive by the district. Since the district has no FCL bylaw, we were required to retain a coastal engineer to determine the FCL for each site. There is variability to FCL due to wave effects. The 3 sites that we are developing range, and we had the same coastal engineer develop the flood construction level for these 3 sites. They ranged from 4.9 meters for the site that's closer to West Bay to 5.83 on Irwin Drive to this one at 5.80. And it's all based on the location and the wave action at each site. You can see here, even on the site that we're looking at on Ross Crescent here, our property is the furthest to the east, and the wind was coming from the southeast. So you can see how the point of land is actually cutting off the wave action on our site. But as it builds towards the west, you can see the impact of those waves on the foreshore and the seawalls in that location. Even in 2013 was the last time there was another coastal engineer that did a report for a property on Irwin Drive, and that assessment established a 5.5 meter flood construction level. The neighbors on both sides stopped the development by basically buying the property, and that way the property never got developed at that level. Now, our clients have offered to sell their property to the neighbors, and they did not take us up on that offer. Vancouver has a lower FCL primarily because there's fewer low-lying properties in the city of Vancouver, and the direction of the wind and the wave action there is considerably less than it is in West Vancouver, where we have exposure to the southwest and southeast winds. In a perfect storm today, with a high tide and a higher wind than we experienced on December 20th, the water would have been 2 feet higher than it was on the December 20th storm, which would have put all those properties on the waterfront underwater. You can see this site on Irwin Drive. In that one, that's where the typical seawall was built at the 3.1 elevation, which is typical for all the walls that were built in the 60s along that stretch, which were actually built after the 67 storm. And the city actually built those walls as protective measures in those days. The property immediately to the west of this property has huge pumps in the basement, plus the pump for the pool was in full backwash, and they had actually 2 auxiliary pumps running and using the pool as the sump. If it hadn't been for that, that property would have been flooded as well as badly as this property. As you can see, this property is the property we also have under contract. It was also turned down after 4 years of development options, and you can see it was 4 feet underwater. This was taken when you can see the water line on on the construction shacks there that were, the water was already receding, and you can see all the waste on the site that was left behind. So the next presenter will be Derek Ray from Northwest Hydraulics.
Sure. Councillor Soprovich?
You have a question?
Mr. Bailey, has the district issued a development permit for any structures at 3.7 geodetic in the last 2 to 3 years?
Madam Mayor, we may have in the last 2 or 3 years, but as we've become aware of the changing regulations due to sea level rise, we haven't, and hence the reason that we're here to talk to you about the variances.
So, in hindsight, I guess an investment in West Vancouver on the water 3 years ago through great expense, and a go-ahead at 3.7 is suddenly now out of date?
Madam Mayor, as we get new information about sea level rise projections, it's the district's responsibility to provide for homes and commercial spaces that are safe. So as we get this new information, we will be providing that information and making sure that houses are designed safely. If homes in the past, if we knew that was going to happen, then we would likely would not have allowed it.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you. Mr. Gray?
Thank you, Mayor and Council. My name is Derek Ray with Northwest Hydraulic Consultants. We were engaged to do a flood hazard assessment of the subject property. That report was provided to the district as part of the application, and it's on record. I'm here to just provide clarifying information and summarize that report. Some opening remarks about us and the report. We are a specialist engineering, water resources engineering and geoscience consulting firm. These are the area of expertise that we focus on. We have undertaken hundreds of river and coastal flood hazard and risk assessments for individual properties, as well as municipalities and provincial governments around Canada. At present, we're one of the few local firms that continue to undertake flood hazard assessments on individual properties. Many of the local firms who have this expertise have chosen to discontinue their service to individual property owners due to perceptions of liability and financial risk. I would like to iterate that the financial rewards are not great in this line of work, but NHC continues to provide this service to the public. It's one of our duties as professional engineers and geoscientists. In terms of our clients, our service is limited to providing science-based engineering analysis and advice. It is not my intention to ever advocate for a client's project. I have no professional opinion or engagement with the success or otherwise of the project. And the coastal flood hazard assessment under discussion today is meant to apply to the subject property. I understand there was concerns within the local community that it would be used to develop a neighborhood-wide or district-wide FCL. It is not. That's not the intention of this report. Subject property on Stearman Beach has exposure to waves from both the southeast and southwest. It is a alluvial fan, probably formed during the deglacial period here in southwestern British Columbia. And as such, it is a naturally formed feature that is comprised of coarse sediments. In addition to the coastal flood hazard assessment, the subject property or the subject property is exposed to flood hazards from the nearby creeks, Willow Creek, Claymore Creek, and Cypress Creek. Because of the nature of the feature, which these creeks likely were forming this feature, it is very difficult to predict the direction of flow from any one of these creeks when overflowing does occur. And while we did assess the height of the 200-year flood from Cypress Creek, we found that the coastal flood hazard assessment was the governing hazard, and so would be the governing flood hazard FCL for this property. These are photos that we took during our site visit. The photo on the left, I understand there was a previous permit, and the flashboard or the leaderboard on the left just gives you an idea of the height of the previously proposed FCL. 5.6 meters is what that top number says. And the FCL that we have determined for the property currently is 5.8, so a little bit higher than that. The photo on the right is a photo of the beach at a moderately low tide. It shows the generally low nature of the existing property and the relatively low angle of the foreshore in front of the property. So when we undertake a flood hazard assessment for a property, we are governed by various practice guidelines that are developed by the Association of Engineers and Geoscientists in BC, as well as various provincial bodies. I've listed them here. They're also listed in our report. These guidelines provide a lot of information, as well as providing a framework for how we determine an FCL from coastal flood hazards. What's going to be discussed here is the FCL, the flood construction level. This is a commonly used method of mitigating hazards. So the FCL becomes the level below which a property owner may not build livable space unless that is otherwise mitigated against water incursion. In British Columbia, and indeed in most or all of Canada, that FCL is based on the extent on an event with an annual exceedance probability of 0.5% in any one year, but we typically refer to that as the 200-year event. Choosing the 200-year event strikes a balance between public policy in terms of protecting property and the lives of the people living on that property against the cost to mitigate against the hazard. Other jurisdictions around the world have chosen a lower, and many have chosen a much higher annual exceedance probability. In Canada, we've adopted the 200-year event. There are basically two methods available to us to determine the FCL. Method one is the combined method, which simply adds the effects of the higher high water level, tide, the storm surge, the wave run-up, and sea level rise, in addition to a freeboard allowance. Now, this method can be overly conservative because it simply adds all of these relatively rare events, and it doesn't consider the probability that they might all occur at the same time. In fact, when you add all of these things occurring at the same time, in some cases you would get to a 1 in 4,000 year event. The approach that we chose to apply to this property, in which we apply to most of our studies, is the joint probability event. And so that does consider the probability of all of these relatively rare but damaging events. What is the probability of them all occurring at the same time? So applying the probabilistic approach, that is the sum of the 1 in 200 year, or the 1 in 200 year water level as determined by probabilistic analyses of tides and storm surge. We provide an allowance for future sea level rise, an allowance for whether the land is rising up or sinking down into the ocean relative to water levels, an estimated wave effect, and some freeboard. And I will walk through each of these very quickly. The tides all have a probability of being exceeded. We have high tides and we have extreme tides. So at Point Atkinson, we have 66 years of tidal measurements, which are a combined measurement of the astronomical tide caused by the celestial bodies pulling on the Earth's on the surface of the ocean, as well as storm surge. Storm surge can add significantly to the high tide. And there's an empirical simulation technique, so we developed a 1 in 200 year tide height based on this data, and that value is 2.8 meters geodetic, and that's an elevation that would occur, would not be exceeded in the next 200 years under existing conditions, so it doesn't include sea level rise. In terms of future sea level rise, there's a lot of scientific study on this. At present in British Columbia, we're governed by the 2011 BC Ministry of Environment guidelines, which have determined that we consider a 1.0 meter sea level rise by the year 2100. Now this graph on the screen is showing a median projected rise in sea level, a high and a low. And as you can see, by the time we get out to 2100, we're actually tracking below the higher predictions. So since 2011, there's been a lot more scientific work, although we're still considering that 1 meter sea level rise in that timeline. We should, the advice of many scientists is that we should be considering a much higher level of sea level rise. In some cases, the estimates are up to 2 meters or higher. So the land around the lower mainland is rising or falling relative to the ocean. In West Vancouver, the rate is approximately 1 millimeter per year sinking into the ocean. And so taking that out to the year 2100, this translates into a lowering of 1.2 meters that we had to consider. In terms of the wave effects, we developed a numerical model of English Bay, and we ran the model for various wave directions, wind directions, pardon me. We considered a 50-year wind event. The guidelines require that we consider a 200-year wind event, but that seemed we considered that to be overly conservative, considering we're looking at a 200-year water level and sea level rise. So we chose the 50-year wind event. The 200-year wind event would not likely be much bigger, but this seemed to be in alignment with trying to achieve an overall 200-year level FCL. The height of the offshore wave that would be arriving just off of Stearman Beach in front of the subject property would be 1.7 meters high. So that large wave arriving at the shoreline starts to interact with the shoreline. There's shoaling, there's wave breaking. In order to calculate that, we use the SWASH model. It's a model that simulates the nearshore wave run-up. We did a proof of concept of this model based on the December 20th storm. We had direct video and elevations of this section of the shore walk in West Vancouver. And the model performed very well against that. The public is invited to look at those results online. That link on YouTube will show you a video of the waves crashing over the seawall, as well as the model predicting similar heights. So the proof of concept gives us a lot of confidence that the model is very good at calculating that wave run-up at the shoreline. We then applied that wave run-up for the water level in 2100, plus the wave height that would occur under those deeper water levels, and we were able to calculate the height of waves breaking up over the front portion of the property. On top of that, we added the 0.6 meter freeboard, which is mandated in the guidelines. So what you have before you is the summation of all of those various effects. So under existing conditions, we would get to a flood construction level of 4.35 by the year 2100. The recommendation is to apply an FCL of 5.8 meters to the subject property. And I draw your attention back to the 5.65 meters that was originally proposed for the subject property. Thank you, that's the end of my presentation.
Do you have any questions?
Yes. Counselor Sofrovich.
Sir, you're a good firm. I checked it out.
Appreciate the vote of confidence.
In your summations and the desire of the district to be at 5.8 and the help with the architect and his structure, were you supported by other professional firms in the Lower Mainland in relationship to 5.8 geodetic?
Through the chair, I'm not quite sure if I understand the question. Are you asking if we collaborated with another firm to do this flood study?
Or did other firms come and say, hey, you did a great job, 5.8 is it?
Through the chair, my understanding is that other residents of the neighborhood have hired other engineering firms to review our work. I believe I have been given copies of all of those reports. I saw nothing in those reports that made me reconsider our analysis, but we were not contacted or collaborated with in terms of the work we did.
Okay, thank you, Madam Mayor.
Councillor Cameron?
I have some questions about that specific issue. So you've read the report from Swiftwater Consultants?
Yes, I have.
Okay. And they're not, to your knowledge, are they experts in sea level rise? Or are they coastal engineers? They don't purport to be, but I mean, is that correct?
Through the chair, I'm not familiar with the work that Swiftwater does. I've never come across them in the past, but that's not to say that they're not qualified. I have no opinion on it.
Okay, and how about Geopacific Consultants? Have you received a report from Mr. Matt Koken, Geopacific?
Through the chair, yes, I was provided that report this afternoon.
And you've had a chance to review it?
Yes, I did.
I'm just wondering about some of the things that I've read, and I'm not competent to comment one way. I suppose, first of all, the first question I had was Geopacific. I looked on their website. They don't seem to have any sea level rise type assessment projects that they cite. Do you know if they're coastal engineers or qualified? How does it work in the engineering profession? Like to write in a report such as you wrote, I guess I'll go back. To write a report such as you wrote, what kind of expertise do you need to write that?
Through the chair, so the ability of a registered professional under EGBC to practice in a given practice area, the member, him or herself, needs to demonstrate experience and training, a combination of the two, to practice. And in some cases, there are very rigid guidelines. So building structural engineers are very rigidly governed by when and how they practice. The practice of coastal engineering and coastal geosciences is not rigidly governed as yet. There's some proposals by members to better define that. And so what we all rely upon is our track record of previous work, working under other qualified professionals, and our training experience and ongoing learning.
So can you comment on the experience of Geopacific or Mr. Koken in this area, or do you not know?
Through the chair, no, I don't think I could comment. I'm not that well familiar with that member's practice area.
Okay, so one of the things, I want to take you through what I see sort of the 3 or 4 things in that report that sort of they question about your report. One thing is that he points to a study by Natural Resources Canada from 2014, which is relative sea level projections in Canada and the adjacent mainland United States in 2014, and notes that by 2100 that SLR projection was 74 centimeters. Now, the province has set an SLR assumption for 2100 of 1 meter. So, how do you, I guess professionally, how do you choose the province's standard versus why do you choose that versus the NRCan, this NRCan paper, for example?
Through the chair, so the NRCan paper is kind of in the realm of research. It doesn't really, it doesn't really contradict the provincial guidelines. As a practicing member, we are bound by those provincial guidelines. That I may be speaking out of turn, but I believe that that's what the municipality would be required to consider. It's also pertinent to note that there's been more recent work published by NRCan that recommend or that acknowledge that rates of sea level rise are the rate that sea level is rising is accelerating. There's a risk of a major loss of part of the Antarctic ice sheet, and so NRCan is really under more recent publications are considering much higher rates of global sea level rise. Making a 1.4 meter rise globally seem much more probable. Previously, it seemed less probable. But as science advances, we're looking at a higher sea level rise, not a lower sea level rise.
Okay, so Mr. Koken summarizes that it's more likely, though, that there's considerable conservatism in the 1 meter SLR adjustment that's been adopted by a province. And given the opportunity to adjust these levels in the future, it's more likely to be adjusted downward than upward. What I'm hearing from you is you don't agree with that. It's actually, you think it's more likely to be adjusted upward than downward. Is that correct?
Through the chair, yes, that would be my opinion, that the consensus amongst scientists who are studying sea level rise is that we're looking at higher. I'll just refer back to this curve. This curve is looking at a high, medium, and low projections. It incorporates all kinds of items, such as what's going to be our success globally at limiting carbon production, what is going to be the rate of loss of ice sheets into the oceans, and that upper bound projection used to be considered relatively unlikely, and I think the consensus of scientific opinion is that we're looking at that upper projection as being much more likely.
Okay. Mr. Koken says that you acknowledge the aggradation process from the creeks nearby, but you don't factor it into your SLR calculation. Did you not? And if not, why not?
Through the chair, frankly, I was a bit puzzled by that comment. So aggradation would be, you heard earlier that aggradation is being considered to advance the property line. The project itself that we considered considers the construction based on those property lines. So, for instance, this analysis of wave run-up, that is how close the subject property would be under this proposal to the ocean. So I believe we have considered that process.
Okay. Mr. Koken says that the result 1.1 meter of freeboard required to achieve the FCL, which is the which I believe is the wind and the weather action that you've had in your calculation. He said, well, this is considered a reasonable outcome for a 1 in 50 storm considered. The addition of the wind event over top of the coastal storm surge is adding conservatism to the analysis, since the storm surge is already considered tide and storm in the most conservative combination. So I think what he's saying, from what I understand, is we've got conservative, worst case scenario on top of worst case scenarios on top of worst case scenario. So I guess, what would you say to that?
Through the chair, I think I spoke to that within my presentation. The guidelines are very prescriptive in how we consider those. We've done our best to reduce conservatism, or to control, I should say, conservatism so it doesn't get away from us. And one of the ways we've done that is to consider the 1 in 50 year wind event when we calculated wave heights. So within the room that we have, we try to avoid excessive conservatism.
Okay, and then the last question I have is I believe you were, in your report, you say you did not consider any foreshore tumbelos or structures that might reduce the freeboard from 1.19. A, are there such structures that would have a significant impact on the overall SLR, on the overall FCL? And B, what would it take, what kind of work would you need to do to assess that?
Through the chair, I would be a poor representative of the engineering community if I said we couldn't fix it through engineering. I believe that the solution, I don't think the solution would be very workable. So referring to what's on screen now, in order to reduce wave breaking, the height of waves washing up on the shore, which is a considerable addition to the FCL, you'd have to have a structure that sits high enough on the existing beach, which is buried under high tide, as well as this additional meter of sea level rise, that would actually break the waves. And in order to do that, our opinion was that you would need a structure that was sitting approximately 4 meters in elevation.
Above what?
Geodetic. So the height of the top of it would be at 4 meters geodetic elevation in order to break those waves and reduce the wave runup at the subject property. Now that would sit above the existing property elevations on the nearby properties. Our assumption was that's not a workable solution for the residents. We also considered treatments at the foreshore to try and break the waves. And so that the profile that you're seeing there does include this a bit of a wall up past the lawn. That's to prevent the waves washing up against the house. So we looked at whatever mitigation would fit within the site and that would be reasonable to construct.
Thank you. Those are my questions. I have lots of other questions, but that's about enough for now.
Thank you.
Councillor Thompson.
Yeah, I know I think we could be here all night with you, but yes, and I want to get to the public speakers, but Councillor Cameron actually asked a lot of the ones I had. One question I have outstanding, if you would indulge me, is did you or could you actually consider what a difference in numbers would be if we did made these calculations based on a 100-year event?
Through the chair, so we could do that. It would be counter to all of the accepted practices in British Columbia, and it would be counter to the practice guidelines that we're bound to follow. So we could, anybody is allowed to consider a sort of a lower level or a smaller hazard that they're willing to live with. Accepted public policy in Canada is that we consider the 1 in 200 year event.
Could you give me a sense of what that number would be?
Through the chair, I haven't calculated it, so I wouldn't like to guess.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Wong.
Thank you, Your Worship. By producing this report, as you project in the future, naturally you'll have to make some assumptions, correct? And so I'm curious, can you speak to, we probably don't have enough time for you to go through all the assumptions, but are you just picking sort of a middle of the road average median in terms of your projections and all the different possible effects? Or are you thinking worst case scenario and all that sort of stuff? Can you speak to that? And then furthermore, are those sort of assumptions peer-reviewed assumptions that are across the industry, or is that sort of proprietary to NHC?
Through the chair, I'm going to stumble a little bit as I work through this. So going back to this list of items that we considered which are added up to make the FCL, the first one is a statistical exceedance probability of the tides and storm surges that we've experienced in the last 66 years. I couldn't tell you if that's proprietary to NHC or if that's an existing statistical package, but it is a generally accepted engineering tool, similar to how one would calculate the 1 in 200 year flood in any river. There's a probability of exceedance, and you apply a statistical probability to that. I don't believe that there's a lot of conservatism in that inherently. It's an accepted process. Future sea level rise there is a lot of uncertainty, and as I showed in that graph, we are tracking below the upper limit, upper bound for future sea level rise at the year 2100. That seemed like a reasonable assumption in 2011 when the provincial guidelines were published. I'm not sure that if the provincial guidelines were reissued and revised today, I bet you we'd see higher on that one. the regional land uplift or subsidence, there might be a little bit of conservatism there in that the map shows approximately 1 millimeter of sinking, plus or minus 0.5 millimeters, and we've taken the 0.1, but really it only adds 12 centimeters to the total calculation. And the wave effects, we've chosen the 1 in 50-year wind event rather than the 1 in 200-year wind event, so we've tried to avoid over conservatism there. However, the model that we use is an accepted engineering tool. Many firms use that. It's probable that anybody else with the ability to run that model would come up with a very similar answer. And then freeboard is part of the regulations. It's a provincially designated freeboard.
Great, thank you.
Okay, I don't see any other questions. Before I get to the speaker list, which right now has 21 people on it.
Oh, I think.
Sorry? Oh, okay. You're not done yet? All right. Well, I'm just going to finish what I was going to say. How much longer do you think you have?
20 minutes.
Okay, then I think I'll say what I'm going to say, and we might take a short recess because we've got a delegation here from the library. We got 21 speakers after you, and so I'm going to suggest that to council and the library members that are here that we postpone the library delegation. So if that's okay with the library and with council and with Mr. Panneton, because we're definitely gonna be a while, it looks like.
Madam Mayor, that's fine. The formal deferral motion would have to come during that library item once we're in the regular meeting, but as long as there's a general consensus that it's being deferred and then council passes that resolution, that's fine.
Okay, so maybe council just let me know if that's acceptable, because then the library people don't have to wait until the end of the public hearing. If there's no objections.
Madam Mayor, Legislative Services staff is happy to follow up with the library staff and the library board to determine a suitable date, ideally maybe one where there's no public hearing proceeding.
Yes.
Thank you.
Or 3. And I very much apologize. I don't want you to be here till 10 or 11. And thank you for your good work. I'll let you proceed and then we'll go to the speakers.
Madam Mayor and council members, the lobby group that represent the owners that have built recently and know or should have known the risks of building in this location are now spreading false information about our project. This is short-sighted, self-serving, and creates community conflict. It's not a very good welcome to the neighborhood for our clients. We have tried to engage with neighbors with little success. We did not have one person come during the publication period to ask us questions or to inquire on the project, and even though our name was on the sign and everything else that was posted on the site. At the community information meeting that we held a week or so ago, we were instructed to notify 120 residents in that whole Irwin Drive, Ferndale, and Stearman Beach. We had a turnout of 30 persons. This is disappointing when we could have answered a lot of these questions without this lobby group bringing in friends from outside the area and just stirring up the muck and not really contributing to the design of the project. Claiming that flooding is from fresh water can easily be refuted. Raising the FCL will eliminate basement flooding and storm drain issues. If we don't raise to the FCL, basements will not be allowed. This was something that we had the coastal engineer and our structural engineer work through to get the planning department to accept as, because at first they were totally against having any basements. We also interviewed 5 consulting firms to see who would be the appropriate design, for the design authority or engineer for this project. The major firms all declined to put in a proposal because of the liability issues in such a small project. We worked with these large firms in the past, and we have worked with Matt Koken and several other geotechnical engineers. They are not coastal engineers, and in fact, we had a geotechnical engineer certify that the basement that we're going to use in the project on Irwin Drive would be acceptable. The geotechnical engineer was going to take the liability for that, but the municipal Land and Building Services, they rejected that engineer's report because he was not qualified. So this leaves us in a really tough spot because we ended up with trying to get proposals from engineers with very limited, there was several firms that were just one-person firms that, you know, they just don't have the credibility of a firm like NHC, who's been around for a long time and have more than one person as a resource. We've asked, we actually had another coastal engineer that we had interviewed, Susan Davidson, who is a qualified coastal engineer. She actually took extensive photographs of all the flooding along that whole beach area the day of that December storm. And she would have a presentation that would take about a half an hour that we could have added to this, but we just didn't think that adding more fuel to the fire is going to help much. The lobby groups have not been able to find a coastal engineer to refute NHC findings. The one report that was submitted was from Swiftwater. They are not coastal engineers. He admitted that to me after the meeting. If we can find another coastal engineer that can lower that FCL to a lower level, we are more than happy to lower it if somebody will sign their name to it. We as architects and as a profession, we cannot take the liability of lowering something below what our engineering consultants are telling us. It's the same thing as this, we can't refute the findings of a structural engineer, geotechnical engineer, all these engineers that, on these projects, even on single-family house now, we have 12 consultants that we have to refer to and use their calculations to determine what we can build and what we cannot build. All these owners that have built with basements below that are way down in the ground and having to put in pumps and are relying on their seawalls to protect them, they have no flood-proofing strategy. One of the neighbors adjacent to the property on Irwin Drive were saved luckily by having a person on hand that could actually react quickly to pumping out that site. I think they are here to speak to this later in the presentation. And that owner is now extending his seawall higher. Now that seawall will only work if our property is higher, because then he has something to put the wall up against. Otherwise, if we're down low, the water will come around and into his property. So the owner also does not want to take the risk of the liability and insurance, not having insurance by building below that FCL. And I can't see, as being a taxpayer in West Vancouver, why I should be taking the risk of paying the premiums and having people rescued because of they're not following the FCL. Several municipalities have actually had issues with flooding recently. Grand Forks, for instance, had to declare 100 homes uninhabitable recently because of flooding. All along the coast in California, there are 600 homes been recently condemned because of rising sea levels. We have spent a year working with planning and professional consultants to develop this site that works for this specific site to minimize fill, retaining wall height, and building bulk, yet maximize privacy and green space. There's a few odd things in the variances, and we've had variances for many years that normally it's a lot easier to go through the Board of Variance, which is a little bit more objective than going through council. But we've had great success in the well,
No.
it's a logical process rather than a political process, and there's a huge difference in that approval process, whether you like it or not. She's shaking her
I
head
think
at me.
this is where we're going to segue. So,
But these variances and these odd things on these properties, this is what gives West Vancouver its character.
so good evening, Madam Mayor and Council. I'm actually going to take a bit of a tack on what we've heard so far. The project has really become bogged down in this issue of FCL. And personally, I feel, and I will hope to prove right now, that the project is going to be a very beautiful project and that it will fit in with the context of the neighborhood. So if you give me a few minutes to walk through the process and the project, I hope you land at the same conclusion. So after walking the length of Stearman Beach the morning after the December 2018 storm, and then visiting the sites on both Ross and Irwin, it was obvious that there was a problem with water in this low-lying area. There is ocean water, there is groundwater, and there is creek water. There was a restoration truck parked in front of a significant amount of homes that morning. Personally and professionally, I am not going to get into a debate if it was storm or seawater or groundwater. We predicted significant public opposition to the new FCL. We erected a leaderboard on site and invited mayor and council to the site to see the numbers in context. We do understand that it takes a lot of time to come to terms with this new data. What I would like to propose is that this be a demonstration project. That as a team of qualified architects, coastal engineers, landscape architects, and design professionals, we are given the chance to prove that we can design a project that responds to sea change, that allows the foreshore to flood when it needs to and still maintains the character and scale of the neighborhood. And hopefully, this project can be the start of a larger neighborhood discussion that planning needs to lead to move forward. As probably one of the youngest people on this design team, the year 2100 does seem a little bit abstract. However, this is the timeline that has been set internationally and used in order to protect significant projects for generations to come. Unlike what occurs in the area currently, we are hoping that this project does not require contractors to be on demand when storm events occur with additional pumps, generators, and artificial drainage systems. It will not cause the beach to be littered with steel stanchions and tempered glass the next day. It will not have a restoration truck parked out front, followed by bins of wet drywall and new building materials shipped to the dump. What it will try to do is provide a wave dissipation strategy at the interface of the foreshore. It will start to accumulate sand on the public beach instead of washout that occurs with vertical concrete seawalls. The oceanside garden will be porous and in a landscape language similar to the natural beach. We will terrace the landscape to rise up to the house so that the perception of the height is no greater than that of the surrounding neighbors. There will be no concrete walls exposed that are more than 4 feet high, and the 4 feet high retaining walls that we are using in the sidewalls will be hidden behind the existing fences. The house will be set high enough to avoid seawater, stormwater, and water from vulnerable creeks. The trigger for this request? When we published this rendering of the house in its context, the neighbors asked us to remove it. They thought it was inaccurate. It did not look like a monster. In fact, it looked quite settled into its surroundings. Where were the 12-foot high retaining walls?
And where was the 12 feet of fill that we're dumping onto the site? This house has a footprint of 1,673 square feet. Above grade, it is 2,878 square feet. So in the context of West Van, it's quite a modest house. We're requesting that 3 main variances for the purpose of a better design, which will trigger additional zoning items. The 3 main variances we are requesting are determination of average grade, combined side yard, and garage location. In terms of FCL and its impact on height, highest building face, and basement exemption, for many, many years we have been requesting that in these low-lying areas we start to determine the average grade calculation based on finished grade and flood construction level instead of the existing grade due to the requirement of raising the main floor to the FCL. People have been building low or renovating to avoid variances and critical neighborhood dialogue. What you can see in this diagram is our site here is at 8, so the allowable is 25 feet in terms of height. If our FCL is at 19, even if it's at 18 or 17, really you're only permitted to build a bungalow at that point in time. So what we have proposed will only put, I'm going to go back a slide. The height of this parapet is only 2.6 feet higher than the peak of this neighbor. This neighbor is already 2 feet higher than this neighbor, and this will be 4'6" higher than this neighbor. So I'm just wondering, is it worth all of this flooding fear over 4 feet of height? When I walked down Stearman Drive, or Stearman, there was a number of examples I could see where houses were in excess of 4 feet higher by bylaw than their neighbor. And this did not seem like an uncommon or fearful sight to the streetscape. So we've tucked the basement below grade. It's a tanked basement. The other benefit of putting the basement in this lot is that it lessens the amount of fill that we have to bring into site. So as you can see here, our grade is, average grade is roughly here, existing. The street is here, the existing street, and the beach is here. So we are terracing the lot up gradually into the house so that really this height between the main floor and the proposed height is 23 feet. So by bylaw, you're allowed 25 feet. We are 2 feet then below what a typical West Vancouver lot would be. It's 22 feet higher than FCL. If we were to drop this grade at the perimeter, which was one of the comments before, the problem with that is that this would then make the house seem even taller, and it would also ruin the relationship the inhabitant would have with their ground plane. So you can see here in this slide that right now everyone's throwing up their arms because we're putting a 4-foot-high retaining wall at the side yards. So this is the west neighbor. They have a 4-foot-high retaining wall and a 6-foot wall solid fence. Our proposed retaining wall would come to this red dashed line. So our proposed retaining wall would be behind this fence. I was on site and realized that this retaining wall farther along came up to my shoulders. And when I was standing down here, it felt awful. I felt like I was in a hole. This same situation occurs on the other side. There's a 4-foot-high wall, retaining wall. Once again, our proposed wall comes to this red line, so it's not even visible. In addition to that, I would say we're trying to make a better condition because we're going to put hedges, privacy hedges, on each side. So as the neighbors look over their existing walls, they're going to see greenery and a vertical garden. So I think this lessens the impact because you won't have a big solid fence on top of our wall and you won't even see the proposed wall. So in pink here, you can see that's the proposed retaining wall. It's all 4 feet higher under. Same with the other side. So in essence, all we are really doing is, here's the existing grade at 8. Their existing retaining walls vary, but are at the most 4 feet high. We are saying, let's invert this relationship. We'll come up 4 feet, which is maximum, which is fairly standard. And then we're going to grade it so that the house actually sits nicely into this lot. You can see also here that the proposed privacy screening, because neither our client wants to look down into their yard, and these guys, I'm sure, don't really want to look into this lot. So the second main variance is the combined side yard setback. So most lots in West Vancouver are 50 feet or greater. This lot is only 38 feet wide. You can see in this red dashed line, this is the existing house. What we see here is that both side yards are non-conforming to the side yard setback, this one being 4'4", this one being 3'5" in this condition. However, as we move forward on the property, you'll see that their main floor balcony, which is up at 16 right now, and stairs, is within a foot of the east property line. When you stand up here, you look clearly into their pool area, and you look clearly into their side yard. So this is 2 feet here. The garage as well is non-conforming. And the adjacency with the neighbors here is such that the garage roof overhang goes to the lot line. The garage here is 1.1 feet from the property line. And then you will see that the roof encroachment has a 0 setback line. The roof comes right to the property line on the east neighbor. So the existing lot is non-conforming, the existing house is non-conforming. It's a 3-story house, and we are proposing a 2-story house that is less than 25 feet from finished grade. The other thing that we did, because we don't really want to design a big bulky house for the client of ours, is we have modulated both vertically and horizontal the massing of the house. So in very simple diagrammatic sense, I have a 10-foot, we're adhering to the 5-foot minimum on both sides, and then it's actually greater on both sides. But you can also see that if you were to kind of dissect the combined side yard setback in a way, we're not building a shoebox here. And so if you build a shoebox, you can make it conform and it would be easy, but it would also be way more bulky. So you can see here, this is going to be behind the hedge because this is on the main floor. We have significant side yard setbacks on both of these sides, and the only places we're not getting to the combined side yard setback is here and here on the main floor. Similarly, on the upper story, which you will see above the hedge, here's my 10-foot setback on this side. So this is the only spot on the upper floor that we don't achieve the combined side yard setback. If you take the whole net gain on this, we're back like 28 feet combined side yard at the master bedroom. And here there's no windows that look out to this neighbor. And at the back of their house, it's mostly transom windows. There's one window back here, but there will be no windows on our proposed house. So to make it a little bit clearer, you can see also that when we made these decisions, this property, we're very lucky that the west neighbors have a very lovely mature 25-foot cedar hedge on their property that runs the full length. And they are also oriented out this way for their views. So the thinking was that, okay, we'll put a 5-foot setback on this side, and then whatever we can on this side, so it's 6'7" or greater. And then you can see here that the actually above is so much farther back from this property because we're really trying to maintain privacy between both of the sites. Now, the last variance request is the garage location. So the existing streetscape, We have a double garage on the east side with the driveway in front and a walkway. They maintained this cedar during renovations. It's a lovely mature cedar. On our site, we have a cedar and 2 significant cedars and a fir on this side, and an existing garage in very poor condition. And the neighbor over here, there's that mature, beautiful cedar hedge, and the driveway that goes into the garage is further back. So when we first started working on this project, I met with the municipal arborist, Jula, and Colin Bradner on site because as a pretty big tree lover, I wanted to know how we could keep these trees. So we met on site, and Colin Bradner said, well, okay, but he had concerns about accessing the site. He had concerns about storing site materials, and he had concern about the utilities. So I said, okay, we'll get an arborist report, and they can help us to figure out if we can work around these trees. So in November 2017, we had a project from Sean Whiteman, a certified arborist, that you can see here that the fir, unfortunately, was deemed in fair poor condition. The cedar next to it was in good fair condition, and that the trees are codominant trees, those 2 trees. He also showed us here what the minimum critical root zone is and the preferred critical root zone. So in making decisions about siting and where we were going, how we were going to address the site, you can see in the dark red is the minimum critical root zone, and the lighter pink is the preferred critical root zone. When you are dealing with critical root zones and property development, the hoarding has to come around the minimum critical root zone. The other problem, and this is before we started talking about raising from 4.5 to 5.8, was that as soon as you put 1 foot of soil or material on the existing grade of these trees, that 1 foot is enough to starve the trees of oxygen. So with the fir being in fair poor condition and with all this aggravation from the site, this only left 2 feet for any vehicles to get through to access the site. So at that point, we couldn't, even from a liability point, say to the client that they should keep those trees. You can see in the picture that, they're leaning into the site, and if these big fir trees, it's not so much the trunk that falls, it's that the branch structures are so thick that they will pierce right through the house. So our strategy became then that instead of trying to save the trees, we would propose a replacement tree strategy. Paul Sangha currently has 49 trees on site. This is a 1 to 12.25 replacement strategy. Other municipalities use a 1 in 3 tree replacement strategy. So I think that 1 in 12 is pretty fair compensation for this little site. The existing non-conforming garage then became the ideal place for us to site the new garage and studio. It acts as a foil from the road so that it breaks down the massing of the main house, and also provides us a way to easily transition in terms of grade from the road to the house. And you can see that this then obscures the elevation from behind. The other more beneficial thought was because if you put a complying garage back here at the 30-foot mark, you get 1,100 square feet of hardscape and 360 square feet of garden space. Our proposal then changes that so that we have 592 square feet, half of the amount of paving, and double or more than double the amount of garden space. So in terms of flora and fauna and habitat and all those good porous things, that seems to be the logical place to put the garage. You can also see that the neighbor's garage and our garage, it's in a similar language. So in conclusion, I'd like to propose that this be a demonstration project, that we don't build to the property line, but we build trellises to engage the landscape and to break down the architecture. The trellises allow us to blur the line between landscape and architecture, and historically have been used more as a landscape element than an architectural element. We're using it on the north side to obscure the elevation again, and also to provide a more practical means of getting from the garage to the house. On the south side, we're using it as a brise soleil, in literal terms, meaning breaking the sun. It's a very old way of using a true passive mean to control solar gain and provide shading on south-facing areas. And I just wanted to thank you for your time. I hope through this presentation there is some understanding of the process that we as architects have gone through over the past 16 months with planning, with mayor and council, with the neighborhood, with the client and consultants to propose a home with beautiful precedents. This is a precedent that we started with the client. It is a glass box. I know some people don't like them, but that's what we are proposing in this case. We think it will fit with the neighborhood and that it will only increase light and privacy to those around. And it is my hope that following construction of this, we will be able to demonstrate that just as they did when they built up to 3.5 meters or 11.5 feet, this house will not tower over the neighborhood. That this will then allow the municipality to have confidence to move ahead with specific bylaws and design guidelines in our low-lying coastal regions. And little by little, we will be able to develop a foreshore to protect not only these lots, but also the roads and rows of houses behind. We request your cooperation in advancing this project as expeditiously as possible, as it is unreasonable to require years to just get approval to develop this small, single-family residential property. I'm not a real estate agent. However, I would think that the loss of property value would be greater if these lots are sterilized, undevelopable, and a moratorium placed on new builds in this region. I would now like to introduce Paul Sanga, a landscape architect I have had the pleasure to work with on numerous sites for the past decade in West Vancouver, and who never ceases to inspire.
Sorry, Councillor Soprovich has a question before you go, Ms.
I will be asking others, and you may not be aware of the situation in the storm of 2018, December. You showed a picture there of obviously seawater. So on that storm, was the flooding from groundwater or seawater in the entire area?
Common sense would tell that it's seawater, because the water was actually coming over the wall in the park as well.
And we have a mechanical contractor. I think he's here and will speak later to that. He was next door to that property on Irwin that we're working on during that storm.
So, Mr. Bailey, question to you. And it was a good proposal, good work that you did. You get it from the old man?
She's much nicer than me.
Mr. Bailey, if this project, and then there's two other lots there, will have to go to 5.8. Tell me, how do we as a councillor explain to all the other residents that are 3.7 and the extremely valuable homes, where are they left?
Madam Mayor, I think that that's a conversation that's going to occur over time. The projections are out to 2100, and as the neighborhood evolves and develops, properties are going to turn over, and they are going to evolve and develop at the same time. And I think it's just going to be an iterative process in neighborhoods that are subject to coastal flooding. There are going to be impacts. We're going to have to adapt to them. But I think that when you have a project that's a new project, and you have architects and owners that are willing to do the right thing and build a house that's designed really well given the restrictions and the reality of sea level rise, I think that you need to proceed, and hence that staff recommendation.
When we were out at your, at the lot, were you there that day? Yes. Did you not mention that even with the 5.8, that there was going to have to be some form of subtidal work to prevent onslaught of wave pattern? Did you mention that at the time, or it was somebody there that did?
I don't recall that, no.
So I'm just trying to get a handle on where the future lies on this, because it's, I'm shocked that I'm okay with the fact that you've set it at 5.8, but I just am at a loss as to all those that are stuck at 3.7, and one attachment to a house, a very expensive house just recently, you let it develop at 3.7. You know, it's astronomical in relationship to what these people are going to face in the future, and certainly including insurance costs. So I think we got a lot of work to do in that area. That's conjecture.
Yeah,
Thank you, Madam Mayor.
It is, thank you. All right, moving forward, I'm trying to manage the time a little bit. How much longer is your present? But I want to be fair to you.
4 minutes.
Okay.
I think I might only get 2 minutes.
2, okay.
My name's Paul Sanga. I'm a landscape architect. Honorable Mayor, honorable council members, I'm going to put a human face to this. I got involved in it later on. I work with Jennifer on a lot of projects, and both Gordon and Katie. And Robert came to me in that one meeting, and he was pretty devastated. He said, you know, I bought this property. I wanted to live on the beach. I wanted to live in a garden house, as you can see, being a glass house. And I've got this to deal with. And this has been presented to me. I'm spearheading a scenario that is between a community and council. And so he said, you know, can you help us with this? Can you make this livable for us and make us good members of that neighborhood and that community? We want to live in that community and be happy with what we did and have people that are happy with us. And that's what he started off with. We've received a lot of technical information, but you also have to get the side of the people who are going to occupy this. So with that, and I actually, as a landscape architect, I've been dealing with this issue in a lot of areas, and this is an uncommon scenario where neighborhoods get left behind, and you get a house that has to deal with a grade change and how you mitigate that grade change in terms of the grades that come down, both on the street side, the back side, and to its neighbors around it, particularly in Southlands and Vancouver, where our grade change is about 11 feet from existing grade. So with this particular scenario, what I think that we've done is, which is very clever, is that on the water side, we're only raising the wall between 8 to 12 inches to the neighboring walls around it. That's important because from the ocean side, this house fits in. So behind that wall, the landscape starts to berm up about 3 feet to get to a porous landscape. And what was important is that with Robert and Jennifer, they wanted to feel connected to the beach. And so what we started to look at is if we can't have a scenario where this house feels connected to the beach, maybe we bring the beach up to the house. And so we started bringing rocks and sort of a more sort of softer landscape and a wood deck so that it's porous up to the house so that it felt connected to the beach. And what's also important, that we kept that grade lower than the house itself. If you can imagine that if you're in a property on the beach and we kept that grade up higher, you're going to end up creating almost like a prow of a ship. You don't see the ocean anymore. And so we wanted to avoid the scenario of this large prow in front of the house, and that house actually felt connected to the beach. On the sides, if you can imagine that we're doing this grade change, but you're not going to see retaining walls, that's pretty impressive. The neighbors, what they're going to see is the fence and the hedges they already have and more greenery. The walls have been actually kept below their fence lines. So the intention is to have greenscape on both sides of the house. On the street side, this whole relaxation with the garage, I think, is ingenious. What you actually get presented with is the only scale building you'll see is a garage. The reality between the garage and the house is more greenscape. So for a house of this scale and on this proportion of lot, to get a scenario where you actually brought all of that greenscape back into it, made it livable, made it respectful to the neighbors around you, and allowed the people that actually live in it to feel like they're still on the beach, still have a garden house, I think is a pretty impressive achievement. I think the goal for council now is to make sure that happens with future projects. And those are where your guidelines are going to have to come into play, because this scenario is going to be a slow scenario for you in terms of those transitions. So creating this as sort of the model project of how to be respectful to your neighbors is going to be really the goal for you. I guess I didn't really talk about what the planting is, but I just wanted to share some of the ideas that we're running into in other communities. So in terms of what I've been doing in your community, we actually daylighted the creek that's at Ross Street with the little park that's there. We also daylighted the creek at the end of 27th to create the parkway there and to make those two neighbors fit into that. We actually worked with the stream keepers to reroute Rogers Creek so that we could get salmon swimming up during low tide events. So it's something we are dealing with, but we're also trying to be respectful that there's a gain for everybody involved, both community, the private owners, as well as the people that live beside it. Sorry. Thank you very much.
You kind of took the human thing out, because I was going to mention that at the end, because Jennifer Heffel is a very good interior designer. We were actually honored that she chose us as architects to work on her project. They're lovely people, and we just think that we have an exceptional consultant team that we're working with. We hope that you'll put this forward to first or second and third reading as soon as possible, because it's been just too long to get through this process. And I think that's our presentation.
Thank you. So I don't see any questions. So I'm going to just suggest a 5-minute recess, just because council needs to take a break, and we'll start with the speaker list shortly.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Can I get everyone to take their seats, please? Maybe the rest of council. Thank you, everyone, for your patience. Just wait for council to get back. I apologize that we took longer than I said we would. We're actually trying to figure out the rest of the evening because we can see we have 21 speakers at 5 minutes each. It's close to an hour and a half more. That takes us, 10:30 and discussion, et cetera, or closing the public hearing. And so we're, council is inclined to get through the public hearings and then adjourn the meeting until tomorrow night, the rest of the agenda, because the agenda could probably take us till 1 in the morning that we have. Just to be clear on the process then, council has to actually vote to defer. So this is our intention at this point, but we're not going to interrupt the public hearing. Also, just to clarify, and I think everyone realizes this, the public hearing that we're in the middle of relates to both the rezoning and the development variances. However, council will only be, even tomorrow night, putting their minds to the rezoning, moving the rezoning forward, which really deals simply with the accretion and the rezoning from marine to single family. So if you're here tonight, there's no necessity for you to necessarily come back tomorrow night for that decision. So that's our intention around that item. And then I know a number of you are here on both the tree bylaw, the Taylor Woods matter. So our intention is to put that over till tomorrow night at, did we pick a time? 5 or 6? 6 o'clock p.m. So the remainder of the agenda would go till tomorrow night at 6. We have a full agenda already next week, so we cannot put it over till next week. So on that note, Mr. Panneton?
Madam Mayor, if I could just get you to formally call the meeting or the public hearing back to order, and then I will do my reading here.
All right, I would call the public hearing back to order.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. So just very briefly, Madam Mayor, on June 24th, 2019, council set the date for the public hearing and concurrent public meeting. The statutory notice of public hearing was published in the North Shore News on July 5th and 10th, 2019, and notices were mailed to property owners and occupants within the notification area. With regards to reports and written submissions, Madam Mayor, there is one report, R1, which was received at the June 24th, 2019 council meeting. Prior to the June 24th, 2019 council meeting, staff received 25 written submissions. After the June 24th, 2019 council meeting, at which council set the date for this public hearing, an additional 45 written submissions were received. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, so we'll call the first speaker, Cameron McCarthy.
Good evening, Mayor, councillors and city staff. I'm thankful for the opportunity to talk with you today on this issue. My name is Cameron McCarthy. I'm the President and Principal Engineer at Swiftwater Consulting. I have a Master's degree in Hydrotechnical Engineering, and I am both a professional engineer and a professional geoscientist with EGBC. I've only got a few minutes to talk to you today, so I want to sort of direct your attention to something that I think will be of value. There are obviously many factors that the council is considering in this application, and I'm not here to challenge your position on climate change or rising sea levels. I am instead hoping to present you with something that I think that you may need, and that is an idea around how the district may approach the coastal flood construction level issue. So I just want to first acknowledge that though no help to the Haffels, the issue we're considering goes way beyond the rezoning application we're discussing today. Both the science and management associated with this issue should be approached in a deliberate and conscientious manner, and Council should not be pushed into early judgment. A conscientious approach, if adopted by Council, will allow you the time that you need, will enhance your understanding of this complex issue, and will ultimately provide you with the practical mitigation measures grounded in science and engineering. It goes without saying that the Council here is in an awkward position. The driver behind this is a single report completed by one company, albeit a reputable company in this field, produced for one project and relating to one rezoning application. This application, as we all know, has the potential to set a precedent long into the future. The community stakeholders here are here because they recognise this and are expressing their concerns. The challenge for Council is that you believe you cannot go against the findings of this one report because it was produced by an expert coastal engineer. My recommendation then is that this Council recognise that this report has brought this issue to the fore and has presented an opportunity to take stock and assess where the district is at in relation to its understanding of this issue and how it applies to the future of the area. Given that this report was, I can only assume, never meant to be used to set a distinct district-wide precedent, that it is reasonable to instead work towards a more comprehensive response to this larger issue. From an engineering perspective, I believe the reasoning Council needs to reject or defer this application is abundantly clear. Coastal cities and districts around BC have been commissioning studies to understand their own unique circumstance and the approach they will take in responding to projected increases in sea level. From Tofino to Campbell River and from Nanaimo to Vancouver, cities and districts recognise that a cohesive and defensible approach to flood construction levels is an absolute necessity. They have been commissioning studies to look into this and to prepare appropriately. Now the question is, what has West Vancouver done and what will West Vancouver do in the future? Will it join in these types of initiatives and prepare a comprehensive approach to deal with this issue, or will it be reliant on a single study or other single studies related to individual applications? If it is that the Council wants a more sophisticated and comprehensive approach, the question then becomes what could be done. To this I have two suggestions. Given what is at stake, one possible approach would be to have the NHC report undergo an independent third-party review. Some rationale to this recommendation is contained within the short letter Council received from GeoPacific and which was discussed earlier. And in this letter, GeoPacific articulates what we are all trying to communicate here, and that is the uncertainties, that there are uncertainties around sea level rise, and the current project may be overly conservative. I'm sure my colleagues at NHC would be agreeable to having their work reviewed in this way, as it would give them ample opportunity to defend the methods and the findings in their study to equally qualified technical professionals in their field. There are numerous companies and individuals who will be willing to undertake this sort of review. Second, and my primary recommendation, is that I believe the district must commission an independent and collaborative study of coastal flood risk assessment for West Vancouver, which could be completed in a manner similar to those taken in nearby districts. Such a study would consider a suitable timeline, given the importance of the results, the independence and collaboration of experts so the district can be sure it is getting the best people on this job, and include coastal flood management and mitigation. Such things have been done for nearby cities and would be a natural extension of a district-wide flood management study proposed. The question then is who could do such work? Of course there is NHC, and they have a large presence and a good reputation in this industry, as they have for the last 5 or so years. However, surrounding districts have leveraged the skills of many different companies. These companies, I counted 11 companies in the research that I did, but just to name a few, is Kerwood Lydell, oh my God, okay, Kerwood Lydell, Tetra Tech and Associated Engineering, as well as EBB Water. I'm certain these companies, including NHC, would welcome an opportunity to be consulted and provide their expertise. Let's close there.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So Camille Mitchell and then Patrick Moore. Yeah.
Speaker, Mr. McCarthy, if you could do you have written comments there? That would be useful to have those to review. I don't know if you've written them down. Email them to Mayor and Council? Yes. Thank you.
Yeah. Hard to write everything. All right.
In light of everything discussed tonight, I think we're going to need a bigger boat. I appreciate the work that has gone into the planning and certainly the expertise. I've lived on Ross Crescent since 1996. Our home sits on Cypress Creek, semi-waterfront to the ocean. The elevation is 12.64 feet. We, thank God, have never been flooded except for the very bottom half, which is right on the ditch that you've described, the northern ditch. I think what we're discussing here today is aesthetics and character as well as the safety of the people that live on the street. On our block, the end of my block of Ross Crescent, we've only had one new home constructed in the last 13 years. This will be the second new home. So whatever house is built this year, it's possible that will be the only house again built over the next 13 years, and the other houses will have to deal with any power outages, any valves that don't work. We've certainly seen our share of restoration trucks on the street. I'm not trying to affect, I understand what it is to build a new house, and I know how important and the money that's gone into planning. But I think it's also very important as this appears to be a precedent-setting home. And not only in terms of the height, but also in terms of the character, and certainly in terms of the wildlife. And I'm going to bring up the tree, the balsam tree, because as we sit on Cypress Creek, we have honored the bylaw of the setback of not cutting down trees in order to keep the salmon in our creek. We've honored it. We've not cut one tree down along our side, and we have a very long frontage. I take exception to the fact that only one arborist has been called in for a magnificent, over 150-foot balsam fir, where generations of eagles have been certainly not only in our time there, but certainly over the lifespan of my dearest neighbor who used to live at 4358 Ross Crescent since 1926. The eagles have always been in that tree. We have recently seen merlins in that tree. It is also the home of countless crows, squirrels, all kinds of other birds, blue jays. But the most important part is those eagles are there year-round. They're not just there in the winter. They are there, and there's a pair of them that are always there. Now, eagles, only 1 in 10 eagles survive beyond 4 years. So they have a vantage point from that particular tree. They see the ocean and they see the creek. And we need to give them, this is the tallest tree west of Lighthouse Park that sits on the coast, on the shoreline. And if we take that tree down, we are looking at a huge, talk about the character of our neighborhood. We can change the architecture, we can have issues with the things that I will leave my neighbors to address because they're much more knowledgeable about their particular issues with the height. But my issue here tonight is that tree. And I would like and very much appreciate that to be respected, because it is one thing to purchase a home. I understand that. We're talking hundreds of years of that tree and everything it represents in terms of the character of West Vancouver as a city, in terms of our neighborhood, and in terms of generations to come. Because once that tree is gone, we see teenage eagles doing their flight school every spring. You know, they're clumsy and they're awkward. When I left this morning, those 2 eagles that are always there, that have been replaced, I guess, every 10 years by other new eagles, but they were sitting in that tree tonight, and if you want to go down any given day, you will see them. They are in that tree. So I don't know how one does it. I don't know how one constructs a garage or whatever. Perhaps we don't have a basement, whatever. But I don't have a basement, and I've never been flooded, and I'm grateful for that. But I do want to say that if we are talking about character and integrity of our neighborhoods, and if we really believe that we must protect salmon and we must protect the trees on our creek, then we must also protect the other wildlife that lives in the neighborhood. And that's all I have to say. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Patrick Moore, and then Cam Curry.
Madam Mayor, councillors, thanks for, there's my text as well. Thank you for the opportunity to speak to you. I'm not going to concentrate on the specifics of the project. It looks like a nice project. I just finished building a waterfront house in Comox, so I know the trials and tribulations thereof. But in this case, I think you'll hear the word precedent spoken very often. And I'm sure that's actually what's at the root of this whole thing. And it has to do with the fact that there isn't an existing bylaw or regulation dealing with this situation in a comprehensive way. And there should be before such a precedent is set. Whether it's formal or informal, it's still a precedent. There's no way you can get around that. So I know there's many opinions on this, but thousands of other scientists agree with me that there is not, in fact, a climate emergency, that it isn't real. It's a wildly exaggerated prediction of doom that is purposely being sold as a known fact. In truth, absolutely nothing in the weather in the world today is anywhere near out of the ordinary compared with the past 10,000 years of the present Holocene interglacial period. And I'll be glad to provide you with a significant number of references to prove that point. At an average temperature of minus 5.35 Celsius, Canada is the coldest country among the 195 countries in the world today. And if you have the package I've given you now, I'll start with the first picture there. During the last major glaciation, which peaked 20,000 years ago, it was even colder, as nearly the whole of Canada and the U.S. North were covered by glaciers up to 3 kilometers deep. The next slide, here are the depths of the glaciers from some eastern cities. You can see that Montreal was under 3.3 kilometers of ice just 20,000 years ago. We were not responsible for the melting of all those glaciers over the last 20,000 years, and the weight of those glaciers depressed the Earth's crust so much that 10,000 years later, the crust is still rebounding from this weight anywhere there were glaciers. This is known as post-glacial rebound or isostatic rebound. This reduces relative sea level rise because the Earth is rising as well as the sea rising, or even more than offsets it. In other words, causes a negative sea level rise or a sea level fall where glaciers existed. During the first 5,000 years of the Holocene interglacial period, the global climate was warmer than today. The climate has been in a net cooling trend for the past 5,000 years. This is all easily referenced. It's available for anybody to find out. Geologists call the past 5,000 years the neoglacial or new glacial, as the glaciers have begun to grow again, with the most glacial advances in the past 10,000 years occurring during the Little Ice Age, which peaked only 300 years ago, in the year 1700. Since then, it's been warming and the glaciers are retreating again. But this is a pattern of ups and downs. The most important proven effect of the rise of CO2 caused by human emissions is the greening of the Earth. I'm sorry, you might find the right page there. I was intending to give a PowerPoint, but apparently it's impossible. Greening of the Earth, as forests, grasslands, and agricultural lands are now growing faster and giving record crop yields. As the glaciers melted coming out of the last glaciation, the sea level rose 120 meters, from 20,000 to 8,000 years ago. For the past 8,000 years, sea level has been quite stable, with relatively small ups and downs, basically no net change for the last 8,000 years. During the early Holocene, the sea level was up to 2 meters higher than today because it was warmer then. Even during the Roman warm period, only 1,000 years ago, the sea was about 1 meter higher than it is today. During the late Holocene, the sea level has remained quite constant with small fluctuations. You'll come to a picture there that shows an island that is undercut by the sea. Thousands of these islands are in the calm equatorial region of South Asia. They've been undercut by waves in a place where the sea is relatively calm most of the time. This could not be possible if the sea was constantly rising. It's just been going up and down with the cooling and warming periods over the last 5,000 years, because it requires thousands of years for stone to be eroded by sloshing waves. This is absolute proof of the fact that that's what's been going on. Here are some long-term tidal records for the Pacific West Coast from the U.S. National Oceanic and Atmospheric...
Mr. Moore, your time is up. Thank you.
Oh.
Yeah, so we've got your information here.
Yes, and you'll see that the average height of tidal increase, of sea level increase in this region is 0.75 millimeters per year, which is 3 inches per century. And that that number was mentioned before, and it's the only number that is justifiable as an extrapolation of historical trends.
Thank you. So Cam Curry is next, and then after that is Jim Zabot.
Thank you, Patrick. Good evening, Mayor and Council. Before you tonight, you have been asked to support and approve a variance proposal for 4358 Ross Crescent. But this is not just any variance proposal. It is a precedent-setting proposal that would raise the geodetic levels to 5.8 meters. This proposal would have a sweeping impact on all low-bank communities stretching from Lighthouse Park to Ambleside, over 6 kilometers of West Vancouver shoreline community. And yet, in contradiction to what Mr. Alinsky said, notice of this precedent-setting variance was only sent out to residents within 100 meters of 4358 Ross Crescent. This alone should tell you that the process is flawed and should be rejected, but there are many other reasons why it should be rejected. The province of BC, the City of Vancouver, Nanaimo, and Victoria conducted their own internal studies on sea level rise to determine their geodetic levels. The process involved the input of multiple engineering firms involving extensive investigations, which led them to adopt 4.5 and 4.6 geodetic levels. The District of West Vancouver has not followed the same protocol. What you have adopted and unleashed is a property-by-property process whereby the individual homeowners have to substantiate their own geodetic levels. Clearly, this process can and will be abused and self-serving. How are you going to protect the interests of your communities that will inevitably be negatively impacted? What engineering studies have you, as a municipality, done to protect the interests of your tax-paying citizens? I do want to remind you that my home was the last waterfront home built in Ross, Irwin, and Evergreen. It was actually in that video where the waves were crashing up on my seawall, and I had no water damage to my home. I built my home at 3.7 meter geodetic and designed it with extensive drainage. I also used Pulsanga to protect against extreme weather conditions. The storm of December 20th, 2018 was the worst ocean storm we have had in 50 years. My home experienced no damage. It is also important to note that the property under proposal, 4358 Ross, which geodetic is currently at 3.0, had no storm surge water on their property. As for the engineering study itself, as one very reputable engineer said to us after reviewing the NHC report, the report is full of whipping cream and hot air. In other words, the report stacked layer upon layer of worst-case events, ocean events, to derive a 5.8 meter geodetic. 2 feet for wave action, 1.5 feet for freeboarding, and yet no consideration of any foreshore mitigation that would have substantially mitigated these ocean level rises. I find this even more shocking given the fact that Jim Bailey, the head of planning who's initiating and driving this 5.8 geodetic proposal, has approved foreshore boulder placements on Irwin Drive to help mitigate the wave action and waterboarding risks. In the variance proposed, the engineering report by NHC did not consider this as an alternative. I find that completely shocking. You would have to believe that the process would be in place to protect and serve the best interests of your community, but clearly it is not. For that reason, collectively as a community, we have retained the legal counsel of Luke Donnelly of Border Ladner Jervis. Mr. Donnelly was recommended to us by 3 top real estate developers in our province. I believe you have all received his letter last Friday. In short, Mr. Donnelly's letter has put the District of West Vancouver on notice. By raising the geodetic level to 5.8 meters, the District of West Vancouver will knowingly increase the groundwater flow and surface runoff to properties at lower levels. The District of West Vancouver is also knowingly aware of the inadequate drainage systems currently in place. If the district, with full knowledge of the consequences of its actions, creates such a significant increase of the risk of flooding, the district is rendering the indemnities signed by the homeowners void. We, as a community, are placing the district on notice that if the district proceeds with requiring a geodetic elevation of 5.8 meters, The release provisions of the covenant will no longer be in effect, and we will seek recourse from the district for any loss we sustained. Clearly, the process is flawed and the engineering reports are questionable. More importantly, the responsibility and the integrity of council's duty to oversee and maintain the interests of its citizens must be maintained. Thus, this variance needs to be rejected. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Sabot.
Madam Mayor and Council, my name is Jim Zabot. I've lived with my wife Julie on Irwin for 29 years. We've seen a lot down on Irwin. I'd like to first state that it is unfortunate that the Heffels or any citizen of West Vancouver endure the anguish they have endured over the past 22 years due to the district not having a clear policy in place for building in low-bank waterfront lands. We all appreciate the new provincial guidelines have to be considered, but other cities have quickly mobilized, engaged coastal engineers to study their area, and have adopted clear building policies. We understand this process is now being considered by the district. Unfortunately, it does not help us with the Ross application at this time. If this application were approved and allowed to proceed with its recommendations of increasing the geodetic from its current 3.7 to 5.8, based solely on the applicant's report, it could then be used and or adopted by the district as precedent for all future applications going forward. I truly believe this process is flawed. The province of BC commissioned a flood study, consulted with the various affected groups, and adopted a policy which is 4.6 geodetic. As Cam mentioned, the City of Vancouver, City of Victoria, Nanaimo have all done the same thing and followed the same process. West Vancouver has not followed this path. Instead, they have pushed the onus onto each applicant to engage an engineer to complete a flood study. As noted earlier, the Ross applicant's engineering report completed by NHC was recently reviewed by Geopacific Engineers, one of the leading engineering firms in Metro Vancouver, working for the likes of Bose and Beatty Group on their respective waterfront projects. This report points out NHC's assuming the most extreme 100-year projected sea level rise events, all happening at the same time, stacked on top of each other, which the NHC engineering representative confirmed to us tonight. And this concluded their building level to 3.7 being raised to 5.8. As noted by Geopacific, the NHC report does not consider mitigation measures for storm surge or waterboarding as outlined in the provincial study. If it had, it would have lowered the geodetic from 5.8 to something lower. An applicant leading the process will result in severe ramifications, leading to misguided precedent-setting policy. We, the district, need to get this right for all future applicants going forward. It is obvious to me and others the district needs to engage a reputable engineer on their behalf and direct that engineer to consider all sea level rise, storm mitigation measures and concepts when adopting policy. Accordingly, I urge the council to deny this application due to the flawed process it has taken. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Ian Rosier and Kelly Loam is after that.
Thank you, Madam Mayor and Council. Good evening. My name is Ian Rosier. I live in Irwin Drive, West Vancouver. I'm a geologist, professional engineer. Been in West Vancouver for 25 years. If I don't get time in this 5 minutes, I need to state very clearly that the architect, Mr. Holinsky, he referred to a property on Irwin Drive, which is actually next to mine. The photo reference to it were very, very disingenuous. This lot regularly resembles a garbage dump and a lake with garbage floating on it, okay? The house was demolished. It left a 75 by 75 6-foot deep sump. It was loosely filled. It regularly fills with water. It had a foot of water on it before the high tide in December. I could have brought 4 or 5 people into this room tonight to confirm that. The water level kept rising. My pumps couldn't keep up with it. But the key is that was a lake before the storm. You've got pictures of waves breaking over it. Fair enough. But I nearly pumped that out, and I pumped out fresh water, and there's pumping engineers here tonight who can tell you that. So, notwithstanding that, the rezoning in Ross relies on the premise that variances will be subsequently be approved. You know, this 5.8 has to be dealt with. It's dramatic. The NHC principal said it wasn't the intent to set a precedent, but that is actually the result. And with respect to the process, I'm not clear whether they went for a 4.5 and the district came back with a 5.8. It's not clear to me. What threw me was, Madam Mayor, you stated that you told the Heffels, don't worry, we'll support you. If you get a coastal engineer, you do what we say, we will support you, inferring that it was a demand by the district. That would seem a rather sort of distorted process. So either way, the reality is that the district is in receipt of an engineer's report with 5.8, and we've got to deal with that. And the NHC report was a very clever piece of work. It could be complicated, but it's understandable. But the basis for its conclusions are being openly challenged here tonight. Now, Council recently declared a climate change emergency based mostly on IPCC data. Should be aware that the average mean of IPCC predictions for sea level rise since 1990 have been 49 centimetres or 19 inches. I think declaring an emergency based on the IPCC data, you should be thinking about that and why the SLR was used at twice the IPCC prediction. The rate of sea level rise is uncertain. IPCC acknowledged that. The Charette report of 2016 acknowledges that, in which district staff participated. And the uncertainty is why engineers, wherever possible, look at real data. For example, Point Atkinson, 4 inches in the last 100 years, another 4 by 2120. Interesting, that number is very close to IPCC low estimates for 5 inches in 96, 3.5 inches in 2001, 7 inches in for the 2100. Using this very worst case 1% probability, because a recent IPCC report predicts that there is less than a 1% probability of a 1 meter or 39-inch rise. 1%. So using this worst case 1% probability forces an extreme bias into all the modelling, which in turn has been used to justify a geodetic. It seems subjective. NHC also said that there was subsidence when it's in fact the uplift, but even if they thought there was, they arbitrarily doubled their 0.5 number. Where's the science in that? Simply put, I think there's a built-in bias. And the perception is here that the deck was stacked. NHC acknowledged it was a 4,000-year event. Okay, comments with respect to seawater flooding of Ross have been redacted by the district, I believe, because it didn't happen. Anything that is factually incorrect and which supports a report's conclusion in the mind of the reader must question the accuracy and validity of that report. Charette describes SLR as a slow-moving emergency, and we have to adapt. We've heard tonight that no consideration was made for adaptation and mitigation. To mitigate beach run-up, sand build-up, reduce wave height. NHC disclosed that was at the specific request of the architect. Okay, who's driving the bus? The district should acquire an independent engineering report. Charette recommends a gradual approach over the next 60 years. Guidelines going from 2.5 to 3.7 to 4.6 in Vancouver might be considered gradual. 5.8 is radical. We need to remove any perception of conflict in the planning process. The community will work with you. But basically, the situation is not good. In short, the process and technical justification for 5.8 seems to be flawed. It follows that related variances and rezoning should not be approved. The application should be rejected. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, Mr. Lowen and then Larry Rank.
Well, good evening, Madam Mayor and fellow councillors. I'm glad I can still say good evening rather than good morning. At any rate, my name's Kelly Lone, and I reside at 4346 Ross Crescent. Unfortunately, right next door to the applicant. I've been a West Van resident for 65 years. For many people here, this is a concern, it's a worry, it's a precedent. For us, we're living in fear. This is going to happen. We're in a white-knuckle panic. I'm certainly opposed to the rezoning of the accretion and the development permits that are going along with it. We moved to 4346 Ross Crescent, 1996, very similar lot to what the applicant had, and we built our home in 2003 without any variances. We have, you'll see here, you have a copy of this, which is our beach access. This is now going to be blocked, be taken away from us by virtue of this rezoning. Maybe they give us an easement or whatever, I don't know. In the past, when we ended up having an accretion application in the neighborhood, we got notice, but not this time, never happened. We only heard about it because of the variance application. And when we followed up with the district, they said, well, yeah, we used to give notice, but we don't anymore. It's a provincial matter. Here's the surveyor's name. And I talked to him. He said, I think it's already been approved. And he wished he'd known my concerns. But the zoning's not been approved. You can approve that. You've got control on that. And this is in your hands, I guess now, tomorrow night. The accretion, I'm now pointing to this, veers into our property, the front of our property, our waterfront, 9 feet. It's going to be taking away our view sight lines. It's also going to be taking away our privacy. Made worse by the fact that I just got my worst fear confirmed this morning. I actually got an invite to the architect. Public meeting morning, and I go down and have a meeting. And there we are, my goodness gracious. They're raising up all this property, plus they're raising up the accretion. And then they're going to go and take that accretion, and they're going to put a bunch of plantings on it. Take a look at this. Some of those trees, they start off at 12 to 14 feet. I don't know how long and how high they grow. But on top of the elevation, there's going to be very quickly going to be looking at a 20-foot wall, blocking our view and our light. We urge you, you can't approve this rezoning and accretion at this time. And we certainly ask, don't increase these yards up to whatever the FCL is whenever it does come. And then, of course, there's the 9 variances. Side yard variance, I don't know why it's necessary. I just think it's greedy, frankly. A higher house should mean more space between them. It just compounds the problem of privacy and light loss. And where's the hardship? I mean, here we go. You can see that. This is what we're going to be having to face with. It's great that we're going to be living beside maybe what's going to be the future model. Oh my goodness. The front yard variances, same thing. We're taking down a grand fir, 3 old growth cedar trees, and we've heard more about that. I mean, why don't they put the garage in the basement? They'll fill it up that way. And they could put in a semi-permeable driveway. There's a lot of solutions for this, and I'm sure that this A team that they have can make it work and design it accordingly. There's a whole issue with regards to insurance, and I don't understand why, but Mr. Heffel said he's not going to sign off on any warranties to the district. And yet, we've all signed off on them. We had to. And therefore, as a result, if there's something that happens, I doubt there will, if something does happen, he gets to sue the district. So you can't get insurance on waterfront property. I sent the confirmation of that to Mr. Cameron, Councillor Cameron, last week. So indirectly, you're going to be insuring for his house and contents, bracket art collection. So I just don't think that we should be waiving liability, and at the end of the day, the higher flood elevation control level can result in a monster house. beside us.
Thank you, Mr. Lone. And Larry Rank is next.
Thank you.
And after that is David Ford.
Good evening, Your Worship and members of council. My name is Lawrence Rank. My wife and I reside on Ross Crescent and have for the past 15 years, and we're on the water side. And I have no dramatic negative flooding issues to report for that period of time. I'm here to express our deepest opposition to the landowner's plans for 4358 Ross Crescent and ask that the project and their rezoning and variance applications be rejected. We have many concerns about numerous aspects of the landowner's plans for the property, but we are particularly alarmed by the one element, the 5.8 meter flood construction level being proposed. No matter how the landowners came up with this number, whether it was based upon provincial guidelines, an engineer's opinion, or district's views on the source of flooding, that should be, I believe it should be rejected. If 5.8 is adopted in this case, it will have negative repercussions not only for nearby homes, but for the entire neighborhood, and I would argue West Vancouver as a whole would be affected. I know there's been suggestions and comments that suggest that the 5.8, if it did get adopted, would not be considered standard. I would beg to disagree with that. I think if the 5.8 was adopted, it would be de facto considered for any properties that are waterfront on the coastline of West Vancouver. I think in the absence of the District of West Van having its own independently prepared, comprehensive research done, that it can arrive at its own independent decisions and what the appropriate FCL levels should be, that there should be no decisions made on going forward with any homes where only a single report for a single small property on the coast makes the decision for what the FCL should be. I think that is very flawed and wrong. And as a result, I recommend that you please reject the application before you today and proceed with your own independent analysis. And until you have your own work done, that you feel you can make appropriate decisions that are based upon your own independent analysis, that you should not be approving any application, this one in particular. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thanks for your brevity. David Ford and then James Fitzgerald. Right, thank you.
Madam Mayor, sorry, just given that we're in a bit of a unique situation with the regular council meeting coming up, which also theoretically can't go past 10, I've got a bit of a custom motion for council to consider.
Okay.
That the July 15th, 2019 public hearing be extended past 10 p.m. until the conclusion of the public hearing, and that the July 15th, 2019 regular council meeting be conducted past 10 p.m. in order to allow for the consideration of adjournment of the regular council meeting to July 16th, 2019 at 6 p.m.
Okay.
The only thing I'd suggest is we might want to discuss whether we proceed with one or two items and not just have it open to adjournment. At least it should be a matter of debate.
So let's just, can we just defer or extend the public hearing for now?
Certainly. The only awkward part, and I don't know off the top of my head, is
okay.
that the council procedure bylaw doesn't allow council meetings to go past 10. So I don't know if we're not even in the council meeting yet, how that interacts with that
So
provision of
just
the
take
bylaw.
the last part out about adjournment then. Just, we just vote on extending both.
Understood. To allow, okay.
Yeah,
Past 10 p.m. Done.
thanks. All right. Oh, so we need a motion, seconder?
Sure, sorry. So it's that the July 15, 2019 public hearing be extended past 10 p.m. until the conclusion of the public hearing. And secondly, that the July 15, 2019 regular council meeting be conducted past 10 p.m. Full stop.
Second. Well, Bill makes it in second.
All right. Any discussion? All in favor? Opposed? Carried. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right.
Thank you, Madam Mayor and Council. My name is David Ford. I'm a water resources engineer with Associated Engineering. This is my colleague, Jamie Fitzgerald, Manager, Water Resources. We've been invited here today just to talk about what type of detailed coastal analysis could be undertaken by the municipality to come up with refined flood construction levels. And apologies for the people behind us. You don't have the handouts of the presentation in front of you, so hopefully you'll be able to follow along. And I would welcome any questions, if allowable, at the end. Hopefully we'll have 5 minutes each. This is a very complex subject, so we're going to take a whistle-stop tour with regard to coastal engineering, so it probably won't make a huge amount of sense, but as I said, questions are welcome. So slide 2 on your handouts there, our selected experience. We recently completed the Nanaimo sea level rise study. We've done storm surge analysis for Delta. We've also done some private work in the Caribbean and Belize with regard to hurricane modelling. Grand Forks, as mentioned earlier, were also the engineer of record with regard to the DMAF application that just secured $50 million worth of structural works funding for the city of Grand Forks. We'll talk a little bit more about funding sources in a little while. So with regard to slide 3, you've seen that slide or that figure already tonight, the probabilistic method with regard to determining flood construction levels in the province. The biggest factor there is the 1 in 200 designated flood level. That's basically what refers to the probabilistic method. You can do a probability analysis or an extreme value analysis on a tide gauge, for example, at Point Atkinson, and you can come up with a 1 in 200 year flood level, and then you add your wave and your freeboard to it. You can also go for the Cadillac package or the gold-plated package. Like all things in our profession, you can refine things as much as you want depending on the budget that's available. So you could also do a continuous simulation model where you take basically all of the atmospheric components that contribute to coastal flood levels, like wind, temperature, tide levels, and it basically runs a probabilistic estimate over a long period, and that would come up with potentially a more refined level. So just moving on to slide 4 there, that just basically breaks down what makes up the flood construction level. All fairly standard stuff. You've heard it beaten to death tonight, I think. The freeboard of 600 mil with regard to this method is non-negotiable, and obviously we've talked about the 200-year level. On slide 5, there's a slide that talks about sea level rise. So according to NASA has done some satellite measurements from 1993 to present. It's tracking at about 3.3 millimeters of increase per year. So the numbers on the right-hand side of the slides, the top 3 are basically what we would expect to happen if adhering to the coastal floodplain mapping guidelines that were published in 2011. So for present day, you would have expected a 180 mil increase in sea level rise, but NASA has measured that to be a third, or 60 mil. So what you would do then is subtract potentially the difference from the other estimates, which means instead of 1 meter at 2100, you may have an increase of 880 mil, 0.88 meters. So, it just highlights the fact that this isn't an exact science with regard to the measurement of sea level rise. There is scope for wiggle room there. Slide 6 is a very important slide as well. I draw your attention on the black line, which is basically along a study chainage, is the difference in flood construction level at a particular study site. It fluctuates widely depending on the shoreline geometry, which affects wave heights particularly. So, you may have very disparate flood construction levels across a municipality. There may not be one blanket level that should be applied to a municipality under a detailed analysis. So what could potentially be done? One potential course of action would be to undertake a more detailed type of analysis, which would look at a continuous simulation, and you'd also do some detailed inundation modelling. And at this point, I think Jamie will take it over.
Thanks, David.
Just to continue on from where David left off, potential courses of action on, I guess, the next slide, slide 8. We're talking structural measures. If you were to consider that, 3 different options are shown on this slide. One's a submerged breakwater. Essentially, it could be riprap or some sort of structural implement put underneath the water surface. It's intended to dissipate the wave energy. So by the time the wave reaches the shoreline, it doesn't have as much energy, doesn't cause as much flooding on the surface. The one on the bottom, the recurved wall, the hard defense. So instead of what you see as a typical flat-faced wall, the recurved wall actually takes the wave's energy and puts it back on itself, so pushes it back out to sea, as opposed to thrusting it straight up onto the property you're trying to protect. The third one, which is in the upper right corner, is definitely not a popular one, but it is one that is used in certain locations. It's referred to as a managed retreat. Certainly with property values that can be challenging, but that's something that has been considered in certain areas. To the next slide, go through a few funding opportunities. If the district were to look at taking on an assignment directly, and for the entire municipality, and other municipalities around have utilized these funding mechanisms for various studies. The first one is the UBCM Community Emergency Preparedness Fund, which covers flood risk assessment, mapping, and mitigation planning. This is something that I think the next deadline for submissions is January of 2020, January 24th, 2020, if I recall correctly. There is up to $150,000 worth of funding available. The second one, which I highlighted in red here, only because I believe this program has sunset, the Public Safety Canada NDMP funding. There was, I think, $200,000 worth of funding there. I believe that has sunset. That is another, or was another avenue of funding. That one no longer exists, but it's possible that something will reemerge in the future for that. And the one on the bottom there is Infrastructure Canada DMAF funding, and David had mentioned that the City of Grand Forks recently qualified for this. This is not for an engineering study. This is instead for structural mitigation works. So it would be subsequent to an engineering study to look at what could be done. That concludes what David and I had. We would welcome any questions.
Councillor Cameron?
I have a couple, I have a lot of questions, but given the time, I'll just confine it to a few. You were retained by someone? Sorry, I missed that. Maybe I was looking at your...
We were invited by residents.
We were invited by residents. We have not been retained.
Formally retained.
Yeah.
Have you reviewed this NHC report?
We are aware of the report, but it wouldn't be appropriate for us to comment on the report in this setting, I believe.
But you'd be qualified to comment on it, like do a third-party review?
Potentially, yes. Yeah.
How long would that take?
We'd have to look at the report in detail to look at the size of it. I imagine it's substantial. We are well aware of NHC's reputation. We know they're reputable, but to do it properly like any professional would, we would have to take our time to do that. We would need to inform them before we undertook.
Are we talking 4 weeks, or are we talking 4 months?
I would say at least 4 weeks. 4 months seems a little long.
Okay.
Yeah.
On page 6, am I understanding this correctly, that you have potential fluctuations in FCL along the coastline? Am I understanding correctly that an actual FCL level can vary by as much as 3.5 meters within less than 10 kilometers?
Yes, depending on the shoreline shape, which is a function of the dynamic wave run-up.
So the TR19, for example, the TR22nd, that looks like it's, I mean, geez, that looks like it's, over 3 for sure, meters, and that's maybe 1 kilometer and a bit apart.
It's all a function of shoreline shape.
So FCL in one location is not going to be the same for FCL in 2 locations.
Correct.
So I guess like 2 things, and I'm going to ask you what you think of this because I've got you captive. And if I call you tomorrow, you'll say you're not being paid to do it. So if we set an FCL, NHC, let's say we accepted the NHC report for one location, that wouldn't, from an engineering perspective, leave aside the legal or municipal perspective, from an engineering perspective, that would not set the FCL for the rest of West Vancouver.
I don't think it would be appropriate to use it, for example, at the North Vancouver boundary, for example. It all depends on shoreline shape. And I think the gentleman from NHC as well said that it was site-specific.
So from an engineering perspective, there's going to be a lot of different factors, even in West Van, is that correct?
Mm-hmm.
Many different factors.
And then, so I'm assuming you've read the Vancouver reports from Osanko, whatever the hell they're called, Osanko, where they set the 4.6?
I believe that was actually NHC, yeah.
NEC sets the 4.6? Okay, the Osanko was a 2011 report.
Yeah.
So the Vancouver, are there, to your view, topographical differences between Vancouver and West Vancouver that would justify it being as much as over a meter different, potentially?
I don't think we could comment on that magnitude without looking at it in greater detail.
But there are differences that you would expect to show up in some
There are differences. I can't comment on the magnitude of what those differences would be.
Oh, yeah, fair enough. And then the last thing, you talked about a structural riprap as in one of your breakwaters, which is obviously interesting. Not work that we're going in to design it now, but when I asked the gentleman from NHC about that, he said he was ballparking that those things would have to be about 4 meters above geodetic, somewhere in the foreshore to be effective. Is that your understanding, that it would have to be that significant a structure?
We would have to do a detailed analysis on that, but like a submerged breakwater is a proven concept. Whether it's proven at West Vancouver, we would have to do a detailed analysis. So that's what we were speaking to,
Right.
what would be required.
But the size might be as big as 4 meters, is that what you're?
Potentially.
Potentially, yeah.
Okay, all right, well, thank you so much for coming.
Yep, thank you.
Councillor Sofrovich?
Very quickly, Madam Mayor, so we can get on with it. Your picture on 8, the bottom, on the recurve, follow up on Councillor Cameron. To create that slope in a low area in West Vancouver would be significant in cost?
We would have to do detailed analysis on that.
Sorry.
Yeah.
That's it?
Yeah, it's...
It isn't as simple as just giving you a cost.
No,
We
I
wouldn't know
understand.
how high
I
that would have
understand.
to be without knowing that.
Mhm.
Yeah.
But is it possible that you could do some work in the subtitle that would alter sea level rise in a specific area?
It doesn't alter sea level rise. It would alter the potential for flooding on the properties.
FCL is what it meant.
Yeah, the flood construction level, is that what you're referring to?
Yeah. All right, thank you.
I have just 2 questions. So on your sea level rise chart, you're comparing the coastal mapping guidelines from the province with NASA data, and we're talking about a 10% difference in 100 years.
At present, so if the 3.3 meter or 3.3 millimeters per year continues, 80 years by 3.3 is about 300 mil to 2100 versus the meter in the provincial guidelines. But we can't predict that it's going to be 3.3 mil continuously until 2100. So it would be better practice to say the 3.3 mil has occurred to this point, but to use the provincial guidelines from here on to 2100.
So you're saying that the provincial guidelines are valid then?
They're a standard by which we have to adhere as an engineering profession.
Which is exactly what the message from NHC was. We would abide by the same.
So, and there's also, that uncertainty relates to the expansion of the water as the temperature rises. We just don't know how quickly that's going to happen and when that's going to happen.
The uncertainty still exists.
Mm-hmm.
And then where is this located, this potential fluctuations in FCL along coastline? What is this? Is this a particular area that, I know it's potential, but what are you using as the basis for this?
It's the NIMO sea level rise study. Yeah.
So yeah, it's not West Vancouver, so every
No.
coast is different.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you very much. And we'll move on to our next speakers. Thank you. So we have Ann Eady and John Windsor? Windsor. So Ann Eady?
Another long night in the trenches. Good evening, Madam Mayor, councillors. My name is Ann Eady, and I live at 4347 Irwin Drive in West Van, obviously right at the epicenter of everything we're discussing tonight. Firstly, before I start, I would like to thank all the councillors who have made free of their time to come and walk through this wonderful area on the beach, look at the creek, try fully to understand the varying things that are going on in this area and discuss them with the residents and try and get a total overview of what's happening. And heaven knows, I don't think any of us know what is happening. After the meeting on the 24th of June, I went home so angry. I was so angry that district would not follow their own development variance permits, that they wouldn't even look at their criterion, and that everything in this development variance permit seemed to contradict them. I was also very concerned that the residents did not really know what was going on. So I went to bed. I woke up in the middle of the night and I was crying my eyes out. Why was I crying? I suddenly thought, oh my gosh, 5.8 geodetic. I could imagine that down these three wonderful streets of Ross, Irwin, and Evergreen. I thought, where's all the old growth trees going to go? You can't weld the trees to that level. You could do a small incremental fill. We're going to lose all our greenery. Oh, this is terrible. On top of that, we're losing habitat. Never mind, we have a climate change emergency now. Surely that will fix things. Surely we will know that in order to mitigate climate change, real or perceived, we have to treasure our green environment. It's bad enough that we chop all the trees up the hill for British Pacific Properties. Now we're going to flood all the trees along the waterfront to get what might be an artificial flood control level. I then read a little bit of the Charest report, which my neighbor Ian Rozier so very diligently quoted. And I was so struck by a few things. The necessity for preparing for each transition through planning and engagement, lapse, community input, the C's, consultation, community input, collaboration, consensus, compromise. Sounds a little bit like an election engineering, doesn't it? Anyway, flood planning risk is an adaptive process, and you're supposed to avoid solutions that are single-minded or remove future options. I think tonight you have heard of a lot of future options. I also heard a wonderful quote, "You cannot raise the world," but is that not what we are trying to do on our waterfront? And finally, to follow up on trees and how very beautifully one of the Ross Crescent neighbors spoke, I have a submission I would like to hand in regarding the eagle perching tree, which I hired an independent arborist to do a report on. It is a rare grand fir and is supported by a cedar. Interestingly enough, if you look at the topography of the site, the applicant will have to protect the front cedar, which is on the boulevard. The other two trees in question are directly in line with that on the eastern property line. Further, they are already elevated on a berm, which is probably at least a meter above the lowest part of their property, which at this point I believe is 2.7 meters, and what was the height of all the properties in that area when the major municipal walls went in after the storm of 1967. So I want to submit this also to point out the fact that I asked Ms. McGuire to see the original arborist report in the trees. She sent me a report from Satori, which actually said it was a red cedar tree. I do think they should get their trees right if they're going to, quote, Eagle purchase. So I think we've come to a point where a lot of people agree, whilst the applicant has put in a lot of time, trouble, and effort, and this is very hard, we cannot be making ad hoc decisions on what is going to happen on some of the best waterfront in all of British Columbia. And one further thing, I thought of a lovely comment my friend Bill Chapman and I were chatting about the other day, that really it was just a game of whack-a-mole. Well, that is what we're doing, whack-a-moles as projects surface with no long-term planning. Thank you and good night.
Thank you. John Noonan. And then Heather Loam. John Moonen. John Moonen, yes. Oh, did I? Did I? Sorry, hold on, I lost track.
Madam Mayor, just for clarity, the written submissions that are being distributed are for the next speaker.
Sorry, John, I called Mr. Windsor's name. I ticked him off, and so
He's bumped me before.
yes. Okay. Thank you.
So, Madam Mayor, for further clarity, the submissions that were just passed out are for Mr. Windsor.
Pardon me?
The submissions that were just handed out are for Mr. Windsor.
Okay.
Thank you.
Great, thanks.
Well, good evening, or good night. Madam Mayor and councillors, my name is John Windsor. My wife and I have lived in West Vancouver for 46 years. We raised our family here. We have lived on the waterside of Irwin Drive for the last 9 years, and previously on the waterside of Evergreen for 19. Thus, a total of 28 years living on the immediate waterfront of this exact area. Both our houses were built at 3.7 geodetic, and we and our adjacent properties have never experienced salt water flooding. Some of the houses in our neighborhood are built at 2.7. This picture I've shown you shows our house, the one in the middle, the level of the beach and where the 5.8 line would be if mandated. The picture was taken 5 years ago. The beach has risen 2 feet since. There are 3 issues that I would like to focus on tonight. Firstly, the process. The applicants of 4358 Ross bought their property in full knowledge that the appeal of owning waterfront property comes with waterfront realities. This is a very small lot and not necessarily able to fulfill every dream. But are they truly concerned about saltwater flooding and thus seeking the 5.8 geodetic? As I review the very long list of variances they seek, and seeking an area of beach accretion that is not even in front of their own lands, but rather in front of the neighbor's land, and hearing that they did not consult with their neighbors until very late in the day, I am forming, and worried, an opinion that they are simply wanting better views and care.
So, Mr. Windsor, I've already warned speakers not to impute motives to other people. You can speak to your facts, but I think that's not a good use of your time or council's.
I apologize for that. It was exactly the condition we faced 5 years ago on the house next door to us, which was mentioned earlier, we bought out for that very reason. The Ross waterfront is a perfect candidate for wave mitigation rock placements, also resulting in beach buildup due to the long, shallow, sloping beach profile. Such work has been completed to great success in West Vancouver in a number of places. The beach on Irwin is building up steadily and has risen at least 2 feet in the last 3 years. Some of you have walked the beach, and we thank you for that, and have thus seen this personally. And a wave reduction and beach accretion project just approved is about to happen on Irwin. However, as we've heard many times, this has not been considered in this application. The issue tonight is not really about the design characteristics of the Ross house, but the precedent of 5.8. Is it a demonstration project or handcuffs on everybody else? To allow a single report to determine the future of maybe 100 plus nearby homes shows a complete failure of process, now apparently being addressed. Secondly, I raised something no one else has, renovations. Assuming this applicant succeeds in achieving and building to 5.8, it will then be the only one out of maybe 100 homes on both sides of the streets which will be at that level. So when any of the other 100 decide to do a renovation requiring a building permit, will they be denied such because they are below the 5.8? That's a very sobering question. And lastly, it is now well known that all the real flooding risk in our homes comes from heavy rainfall and the, truthfully, inadequate and poorly maintained stormwater systems, not from seawater. We hear about dealing with 1 in 200-year events for sea level, but we're not dealing with the 1 in every 3 years event for stormwater. Even on Irwin Drive, water will not flow uphill by gravity. The Irwin Park catch basin was about the size of a wine barrel. It's now about the size of this table. It will fill in minutes in a heavy rainfall, and it will not drain at anything above half tide because water won't flow uphill. It needs a pumping system. The district is fully aware and has acknowledged the freshwater issues and now needs to act. Will you? Statements made tonight seems you're already wanting to walk away from this. A representative from Creus Engineering is here tonight. We should listen to what he has to say about his report submitted to planning today about the stormwater finding on Irwin. The bottom line is this whole application has so many issues, it needs to be closed, not just deferred, for as long as it takes to get this right. Thank you.
Thank you. Now, Mr. Moonen. And Mr. Bailey, can you just clarify the issue around renovations versus new builds? And whether they're subject to, I mean, it sort of seems obvious that they wouldn't be.
Yeah, it's currently, under the standards, the renovations would not be subject to that.
So renovations are not subject to the FCL. Okay, Mr. Moonen.
Your Worship, members of council, my name is John Moonen. I've been a resident of West Vancouver for 4 years more than my friend John Windsor. I've also been retained by several of the residents of Irwin Drive and Ross Crescent to assist them professionally on this application. I've been lobbying local governments in British Columbia, scores of them, for over 30 years on behalf of landowners and residents and community organizations. I've been an advisor to a dozen municipalities and several local government organizations on making proper decisions. I've provided advice to the BC government on municipal affairs and how bylaws are developed. For my sins, I've participated in hundreds of council meetings, public hearings, and other decision-making processes, including this municipality. And based on this experience, I respectfully suggest that you are addressing the issue of flood construction levels for this municipality incorrectly and even irresponsibly. If you approve the 5.8 FCL for this property, you will be setting a precedent, perhaps not from the perspective of an engineer, but from every resident in this community. In fact, even from the applicant, who said the architects themselves expressed the hope this would be a demonstration project. You will be setting a precedent that will impact scores of other homes, hundreds of other people, for years to come. You can do that. You are a council. You can take those decisions. But I strongly urge you not to do it through a single variance application for one house. You've already been told by staff, not only tonight, but on June 24th, that you are entering into a bylaw development process. And in any municipality that I've been involved with, that when you affect this many people and these many millions of dollars in property value, you do a comprehensive bylaw development, bylaw review. You develop guidelines for that bylaw. You engage in a local area planning process, perhaps for this foreshore area, preferably for the entire foreshore area. That is good government. If you embrace this application and accept this 5.8 FCL, I submit to you, that's lazy government. So your staff have told you you're engaging in this process. That's a good thing, not just for me as a taxpayer or a waterfront resident, but for everybody in West Vancouver. There is a major impact of that, from that decision. So I urge you to get on with that. And in order not to bias that process, I'm suggesting that you reject this application, suspend receipt of any further applications that would establish an FCL until that is complete. And whether that takes 4 weeks or 4 months or 4 years, you have to reject this application. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Heather Lone. And then Beverly Munch is next after that.
You'll have to bear with me on this. The longer I've been sitting here, the more nervous I have been getting, okay?
Yeah, that's fine.
Okay, so good evening, Mayor and Council. My name is Heather Lone, AKA Simon's mother, and I reside immediately to the east of the applicant at 4346 Ross Crescent. This application, specifically the design variances, will have a very severe impact on our home if they're approved. The plan is a very large hulking structure looming over our property and completely out of character with the rest of the street. This is a design of a dream home without considering the neighbors of the neighborhood. There are so many requested variances to squeeze over 5,600 square feet of buildings, structures on what was a 7,700 square foot lot. And to add insult to injury, the elevation of the lot may be 11 feet over the existing grade. As someone said to me when we built, a small lot usually yields a small house. At the recent information meeting, the architect, Mr. Holinsky, said that only once in 28 applications has he ever had a variance turned down. We're hoping to double his loss record for good reasons. I was told that variances were given for hardship reasons as to the inability to build on a lot, and I just don't see that here. One of the many variances is to reduce the minimum side yard setbacks by 23%. At the first hearing on June 24th, Mr. Holinsky suggested that if this was not allowed, it would be like designing 2 ATCO trailers together. Well, we built on the same width lot as did our neighbors to the east, and we were able to comply with the side setback, so it is possible. We would have liked to have a wider house, but the municipal rules didn't provide for that, for good reason. And I can say from living there, for a long, narrow house, the main light sources are the front and the back of the house. To give natural light to the rooms in the middle, the light well space, between the houses makes a huge difference of how much space there is, because I had a look at our windows down the side that weren't at the front and back. And given the likely higher flood construction elevation, there should be a requirement potentially for increased side yards, not reduced. Taking away the space between the houses takes away light, airflow, and increases the noise transmission. I oppose this variance and ask that you do. Another variance is to disregard the front setback requirement. While our garage was grandfathered 16 years ago, all the other homes on the street conform to the district's required setback. The results are very nicely landscaped areas along the street with plantings, fountains, rock gardens, and integrated vehicle parking. This application wants to reduce the front yard setback by 90%. This would allow them to yet again add more buildings on this little lot, a studio, and have no driveway with the garage being on the street allowance. So this is just out of sync with the rest of the street. The district has established 5 specific criteria to evaluate development permits variance applications. 1, enhance views from neighboring buildings and sites. This application takes views away from our adjoining property. 2, complement a particular streetscape or neighborhood, and the application disregards the rest of the neighbors up and down the block. 3, work with the topography on a site, reducing the need for major site preparation. This application could result with rising the natural grade of 11 feet of requiring 80-plus truckloads of fill, and who knows how many concrete trucks to make the retaining wall. If the habitable space in the house must be raised to a higher flood construction level, so be it. It's just not necessary, in our view, to raise the entire lot. If keeping the lower elevation results in a need for a greater height relaxation, we'll agree to this rather than see the entire lot raised. And then the 4th was retain features or trees. And as been said quite a few times, that there's an application to cut down some of the cedars and the grand fir, and result in a superior siting with respect to light access and privacy. This application is doing the opposite to us. It will be taking away light and encroaching on our sorry, muck that up. Anyways, I would ask you to reject the design application variances. Thank you.
Thank you. Beverly Munch, and then Guff Munch.
Well, Madam Mayor and Council, I've just come into town. Hence, I was not aware of this until I got emails through the neighborhood Vine, frankly. And I've been a 20-plus year resident in West Vancouver on the waterfront in Evergreen. And I want to say I'm opposed to the 5.8 geodetic variance for a couple of reasons. 1, I heard Ms. McGuire talk about storm water being directed to the ocean. When we built our home, we actually chose to keep, or we ended up keeping our water or our street side lot lower by 3 feet to preserve the evergreens. We have significantly large ones. And as a result, I now have a bog garden because I am lower by 2 to 3 feet to my 2 neighbors. So I do experience the bathtub. And I also experience like where I can see the debris flowing over, all of these things. So I do have that personal reality. So I do question whether or not this has been studied enough, the bathtub effect. The other thing I wanted to talk about is that it's become very aware to me tonight that this is a significant situation that we are maybe making the decision on one application and one engineering report without doing our own district analysis on something that is very significant, aside from how it will affect our own neighborhood and its tone. So that's where I would like to just be brief and sum up that I do wish that you will reject this proposal until you've taken the time to do a detailed analysis and come up with a strategy that will be a gradient approach to this situation that we're seeming to hear a lot of variant perspectives on. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Guff Munch.
Good day, Madam Mayor and councillors. I'm Guff Munch. I live at 4220 Evergreen, 2 blocks away with my wife Beverly, and I own the Cypress Park Market a block away on Marine Drive. I think it's a lovely house that's being proposed, and I do hope the Heffels are able to build that house. The issue, though, clearly is the grade and at what level should the house be built. And unfortunately for the Heffels, I think they're forcing us all to confront a bigger issue. It's not the one house, it's not the one variance. It's the issue of mitigation and adaptation to this issue of climate change and sea level change. And therefore, this is a big deal. This is not just one house, because by perhaps trying to prevent nature from wrecking our wonderful neighborhood, we're going to wreck our neighborhood ourselves. Because when I look what's being contemplated, the result possibly could be a waterfront at significantly different levels, where house here is at this grade, and the next house is frankly at that ceiling, and the house over there is at that ceiling level. And you're going to have a hodgepodge of mixed up architecture, and you're going to have this potential bathtub effect. And I don't think we quite realize how bad that could be or how good that could be, but that's kind of scary. And so when I look to where we go from here, if I was king for a day, I would do two things. I'd probably approve the Heffel project, but not at 5.8. Something around 4.5 would probably be acceptable and be reasonable in this environment. And secondly, I would, as a council and as a city, develop a long-term plan for what are we going to do for adaptation for our waterfront property. And that's probably the more important and bigger issue. Thank you for taking the time.
Thank you. Jeff Merrick, and then Carol Ann Reynolds.
Jeff's already left.
Oh, right, so Jeff's not here, okay. Carol Ann Reynolds, and then, can't read this. Is it Travis or Trody?
But I'm not going to speak.
Oh, okay.
Hello? This is another marathon meeting. I was just going to say that with how much is involved, that I would hope you would defer and postpone this decision. But I would like to comment on something that some of the people have said that have made me even more convinced that it ought to be postponed. There was a lot to absorb tonight. For one thing, I find it difficult for people to say there's no warming. If you've ever been up to the North Territories or talked to the Inuit and seen how much the glaciers have been shrinking, I think they'll have a different view. On the other hand, man is so egotistical. They think man has caused this. Has nobody read about the glacial ages? We've been going into glaciers and warming for thousands and thousands of years. So I'm not saying that man hasn't done any damage and that we can't do better, but I don't think it's all us. So there's, and so it's a very, very difficult time for, I feel very upset that the Heffels, probably thinking of a dream house, are seeing it crumble before them, and that must be very disheartening. I can see council seeing so many different points of view, it being and staff being very, very difficult to work your way through this. I hope you will take the time and try to come out of this, because as someone said, this is not just a precedent. This could be the future. So what you want to do is something very well considered with a very steel supported process, so that the next time you go through it, it won't be quite so agonizing. Of course, I'm a tree lover, so to hear the story of the balsam with the generations of eagles got my heart, and I do want you to save the trees. In fact, the trees would help. You wouldn't need pipelines so much if you had enough trees to keep the soil and to prevent erosion and flooding. And in fact, there was just a report about 2 days ago on the radio that we need 3 trillion trees to help us. I mean, they said that the Sahara was spread by cutting the trees. Maybe the Gobi as well. But anyway, I wish you all the best. I feel sorry for the Heffels if this is upsetting their future, but I think in the interest of the future of what is developed and built in West Van, that we would all be very grateful and appreciate that you need to delay it for a while to come up with something better and consider all the points of view. So my very best wishes to everyone. And in life is sometimes a hard trial, but we'll get through it, and I hope we'll all be better for it. Thank you very much for your patience, everyone.
Thank you. All right, so that, unless is anyone else signed up? That is the end.
One more, Madam Mayor.
Okay, thank you. So it looks like David Reinsch is the last one. If anyone else wishes to speak, please let me know by raising their hand. David Reinsch.
Hello, Mayor and Council. I just want to add my voice to support the retaining of the trees on this property. I think that it's unfortunate that this proposal will require for removal of three large cedars and the significant birch tree, I think that's been mentioned a number of times tonight. I'm not quite sure how we get to some of these stages and decisions made around some of the tree removals in this district, and I think I'm not quite sure if the district arborist was involved in any of these decisions or whether or not this was just left up to a private company to make a decision as to just the health of the tree, because I have some concerns about the reliance I think we put on private contractors making decisions that maybe the district should be making in terms of protecting some resources. These are significant trees. Our tree process, or the tree bylaw process that we're going through now, I think I suggested that this was one of the issues that was facing us, the large clearing of lots and the removal of significant trees for the neighborhoods. And I think that in this case, this would be, I think, when I see some of the proposal here with this, they're going to remove the grand fir and the large cedar to provide more green space on the property. And I think actually what it is going to be is a number of Portuguese laurels, I think, which will be replacing them. I think that doesn't sound like a very good idea. And I think we should be making better efforts at retaining some of the trees that we have on our properties, especially significant trees and trees that, in this case, I think we have obligations under the OCP to protect ecologically sensitive areas and habitat. And I think this is certainly one of these areas here where we have a Nacle birch tree that's been used for decades, I guess 40, 50 years. So I just wanted to say that I had those concerns about this proposal. I don't live in this area. I'm out in Westmount, a little further east. So, but I have actually been involved in sort of eagle spotting and eagle observation. So I think I have a little bit of expertise in that respect. So anyway, thank you very much for your time. And I know you had a tough decision, but I think this is probably something, I think nobody people have spoken against this. So I think it's maybe not so difficult for you. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. All right, so that's the end of the list. So I'll just ask, okay, it's not the end of the list. Oh, are there some more signed up? All right. So I've got you and Mr. Helinski, I think.
Finish off, so I'm going to go in first.
You are?
Freddie Sjöstedt, 4340 Stearman Avenue. And Madam Mayor and Council, I wrote a letter as well, which was received by all of you and acknowledged by many of you. So appreciate that and the feedback as well. You talked a lot about a lot of things here, but I just want to, my job is to poke holes on things, portfolio manager. And I look at a couple of things here which we didn't address here. One is 4460 Ross Crescent, which was massively flooded on the market right now. Reason was it was well below the neighborhood. So if we start creating these pockets of low spaces, the water is going to flow in there. People are going to have big damages. So the more we start creating these higher pockets and off-grade, the more problems we're going to have. We also keep talking about the ocean, because there's a lot of experts here knowing about the ocean. Our neighbor has been more feeling the stuff coming from behind. So whether that's, improper systems in place, the development up the mountain, it's coming from behind, not from the front when we're looking out in the ocean. So I think that's the other thing we have to think about and talk much more about is our neighborhood would become a trap. So one question I would ask myself very early on in this conversation was, if all waterfront developed to 5.8, I'm about 30 yards up the road. I'd be in some sort of bathtub there. Maybe I'd be waterfront, quite nice. I doubt my property value would go up, but so just simple questions, just make it very easy to understand that we have to do a much more holistic neighborhood approach here, and not, again, based on one home. And I met the landowners, lovely couple. They're good friends with the neighbors. We all want them the best, but I think we have to consider everybody here as well, so just take the time to do the right thing. And then lastly, eagles were here before us, and the one thing I would say there, I'm from Finland, love the wildlife, moved to Canada about 10 years ago, moved to the neighborhood 3.5 years ago. I walk out my door, I look at the eagle every day. First thing I do is the eagle there. So it is a part of the neighborhood, and I hope we think about that too. Thank you.
Thank you. And Gordon and Katie Helinski.
Hopefully this will be the end of it. Just to conclude, we're totally open to having a peer review of the FCL report, and I think that's the only way we can move forward, because it could take years for the municipality to develop these new bylaws. Even the fellows from Associated Engineering commented that the flood construction levels are going to be different for every site. And even the 3 sites that we're working on right now, there's a difference of 3 feet in the FCL on those 3 sites.
And our design is basically flexible. So we put it in originally at 4.5, which was the posted elevation on the website. And Robert Heffel personally went around to the neighborhood and gave out invitations to the people within the radius at the time that we were requested. And we had a meeting at the neighbor's house. The lovely host hosted it over a year ago. And at that time, the neighbors seemed more or less okay with it. That was the input. They had some concerns that they didn't like this oceanfront setback, but we are conforming with that setback. So the issue at hand is really what I'm hearing, and what this process for the last 2 to 4 years has been with us on these waterfront projects in the area, is all I'm hearing is moratorium. And to me, in terms of if I was holding property down there, that's the last thing I would want to hear. So I'm just wondering how we've done what we've been told. We submitted at 4.5. We now went through 16 more months of design development and looked to the experts to tell us. We were always in communication with planning and with mayor and council. And we're really working hard to try to find a solution that works for everybody. So I don't really know where to go, and I really don't think it's appropriate for this small lot to take 4 years to get to a building permit, because as everybody knows who's hired an architect, time is money, and the longer we delay, the more it costs the client. So that's kind of the bottom line, and we're lucky that they've actually been paying for the experts to be here tonight, paying for public input on the waterfront. But it's a really small house on a small lot, so this isn't a 10,000 square foot house.
We can easily adjust the height during this next 6 months. So it's still going to take another 6 months to get it through the next stage of design development and building permit process. So during that whole period, if somebody can come up with a lower FCL, we're more than happy to revise our elevations to suit that new FCL. If somebody can do it, I doubt very much that they will.
So we'd just like to request then that we move to second and third reading of this on the July 22nd date.
On the variances?
On the variances, so that we can move forward on this. And with the caveat, we can easily write in a caveat that we're happy, more than happy, to go with a lower level. If someone can come up with a lower level, We by no means wanted it to be at 5.8. So if we can get it down to 4.5, and somebody can sign off on that, then we can easily write it into the documentation. And because it's going to take still 3 months, we got to get a structural engineer, we have to get the envelope and the geotech and every other consultant on board before we can apply for a permit.
Those don't really change significantly. We had reports from Koch and from Geo-Pacific. I mean, they are not coastal engineers. We retain them as geotechnical consultants.
Engineers.
So they're, we need to have somebody that is qualified to evaluate that FCL, not, people coming out of the woodwork.
Thank you, and thank you for that suggestion. All right, questions. I think Councillor Gambioli has questions.
Right, I haven't talked for a long time, it seems. So I did have a question that occurred to me while you were presenting way back. So a question for you and then a quick question for staff. There have been a few people who've commented about the tree issue, and as you know, I'm concerned about that too. You showed one diagram where they were the 3 red circles around the trees. So if the only tree that was saved is the one on the boulevard, you still had a very, what looks like a pretty wide kind of circle, and it looked like there wasn't much space if you don't go within that. So you're still, if that's being saved, as you suggested, so you're going in through like a 6-foot little space on the far west side?
Because for the tree on the boulevard, it's further over, it's not as large, so it doesn't require as big of a circle. And
it's also in better condition.
And it's in better condition as a tree, because the main fir is split as a twin tip that had been topped many, many years ago.
Okay, but my question is, you show those red circles indicate the hoarding.
Critical root zone, minimum critical root zone.
The hoarding.
So there was a minimum critical root zone, which was the dark circles, and then there was the lighter pink circles, which was the...
that was way
and that's what they would rather see, basically. But you can get away with, and there's all these mitigation methods with using mulch and steel plates and this and that in order to...
To bridge over the roots.
To bridge over if it's in between the minimum and the
And
preferred.
if it's a really big deal, we can try to save the fir, but the chances of it surviving are fairly minimal.
And it would be pretty bad if it came down.
It is a really big deal for me. But a quick question for staff. Again, this is kind of a silly question, but I've never occurred to me before. Do we actually have to allow someone to build a garage? Like if it's a difference between saving, some heritage trees and building a small house for your car, it seems like an interesting trade-off. I realize most people these days want a garage, but do we have to let people build a garage?
Madam Mayor, I think it's a kind of a indicative of when the zoning bylaw was created, but your zoning bylaw requires that you have off-street parking. So you have to have off-street parking in a conforming location. Does it need to be in a garage? No, but you need to have space for off-street parking.
So it could be just a nice permeable surface, and you could park outside.
Can I just address that for a second? So it's actually not the garage that's becoming the issue, because there are many ways to build around trees. So you can hydrovac, and you can put piles down, and you can do bridge foundations, and there's all sorts of ways to build around the trees. It's the other issues more than the garage.
All right, Councillor Thompson.
Thank you. Just jumping off of what Helinski said, Jim, is there any way, if we move forward developing our policy and perhaps do a more comprehensive study, is there any way of just kind of packaging up this proposal, not kicking it back to the start line, if they will adjust to heights that come through, if they change?
Madam Mayor, and to Councillor Thompson, in terms of an option here, what council would have to properly do is reject the variance, essentially, because the variance isn't for the FCL. The FCL, or the level that's being set, is being set by a coastal engineer, a qualified coastal engineer, because the site has been determined by our chief building official as a site that's prone to flooding. So we've gone through the due diligence in providing that engineering report, and they've set a safe use certification through the legislation. So you can properly reject the variance, but then you can also signal a willingness to consider an alternative report if the applicant chooses to look for an alternative report. So planning will be over here with engineering and whatnot, doing our work on an FCL bylaw, and frankly, I think that will take a while. There's going to be a whole process associated with that, with all the puts and takes of, again, designating it a floodplain, looking at the development permit guidelines, having community consultation around that. I don't want to overstate that that's not going to take, in my opinion, quite some time. But in the meantime, you can, reject this variance and signal to the applicant that they can go and, if you will, shop around for an alternative report. And if that alternative report is provided by a qualified professional, then council can rely on it to, in essence, overrule your chief building official. You have the power to do that through the legislation. You can say, thank you, chief building official, I don't agree. We have another alternative report from a qualified professional that's, in accordance with the guidelines, and we can accept that. And that's the way you can go. Now, in thinking about that, you also have to think about if a person doing that report under the guidelines is going to come up with anything that's appreciably different. And again, I'm not an engineer, so I can't speak to the representation of that, but that may be, you might infer that could be challenging based on what we've heard tonight.
And then when you say it's going to take some time, do you have any idea? Is it 2 months? Is it a year? Is it 2 years?
Take some time for the staff process? Well, I mean,
If
again,
we reject the proposal and
I really don't have a sense of that, how long it would take, for example, the Helinskis to go and find another engineer who, first of all, would be willing to do it, and then would be...
It should be initiated by the municipality.
Well, so we don't believe it should be initiated by the municipality. So the municipality should be doing a bylaw. We agree with that for the whole of the municipality. In terms of the individual site, in the absence of a bylaw, what you do is it's a safe use certification that's provided by the applicant.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Cameron and Councillor
Well,
Sokol.
I was going to close the public hearing because we're getting into sort of debate on this. So I was going to
Well,
close
we're
the public
asking
hearing.
questions of the
Okay.
applicants.
So
And getting information.
Councillor Thompson asked my question, but I don't think it was is that clear. How long do you think, Mr. Bailey, it will take to do the floodplain plan, much like Vancouver has with their appendix for the entire district?
Madam Mayor, I think that a realistic time frame is at least 6 months, perhaps more. And again, you're going to getting into community consultation on that. And so there will be, I expect, if we do our work on that and our recommendation from an engineer comes out at, say, 5.8, that there's going to be significant debate around that.
There will be debate, but there's debate around this. Sure. So 6 of one, half a dozen of the other. Okay, and in terms of a third-party review, your view is it would not be appropriate for the district to hire our own third-party reviewer to review the NHC report?
Through the mayor, that's correct. It would be appropriate, and this is in consultation with our solicitors to have the applicant hire a qualified person and provide an alternative report that you could properly rely on.
It seems, Mr. Bailey, and I don't want to argue with you, but it seems to be putting a heck of a burden on the applicant. To do that, what they've already felt. I mean, it seems that they've produced a report by a qualified engineer. If, as Mr. McCarthy suggested, we want to do a peer review, which seems to be the minimum, then I would think that that's something as a district we're doing for due diligence. It's not something the Heffels are doing for due diligence on their projects. And I just hesitate to pile insult upon injury.
So through the mayor, I hear the point you're making, and what I would recommend if we want to have this conversation, I think it does involve legal advice and consideration around liability. So I would recommend we do that and close with our solicitors.
Fair enough. We have to know the cost. So I can, Madam Mayor, I was to close the.
We've got another question from Councillor Sokrovich first.
I've been at it for 9 hours, I'm not going to say anymore.
Okay. But I would like a clarifying question around this issue of precedent, because I'm interpreting it, and my read is quite different. These are all site-specific proposals that are coming forward. And if we're going to be doing our own FCL, what would be the relationship between this project and our own FCL or any other project?
Madam Mayor, so it's staff's advice that there is no precedent here. We're looking at it as a site-specific application, and that when we do the broader bylaw, that would be a report from a professional engineer who would look at the entire neighborhood.
Mr. Bailey, another follow-up question on this. So Vancouver set a global universal flood level for their waterfront. I can't remember what Nanaimo did, but given the chart that we saw from A&E, are you anticipating that we're going to be able to find one FCL for our waterfront, or could it be multiple FCLs?
Madam Mayor, I'm really getting out of my field of expertise, not being an engineer.
Yeah.
But I would expect that given the independent reports that we've received, that there may be more than one FCL for West Vancouver, given site conditions, locations throughout the district.
Okay, thank you. All right. So any more questions, and we can close the public hearing?
So there's been 3 public hearings and 1 public meeting, so I'm going to separate them out, Mr. Panneton. And I'm going to say, first of all, that we recommend that all written and oral submissions regarding proposed zoning bylaw number 4662, 2010 amendment bylaw number 5024 regarding the conversion of common areas in existing apartment buildings, up to and including July 15th public hearing be received and the public hearing be closed.
All right, all in favor?
Secondly,
Opposed?
I'm going to
Carried.
recommend that all written and oral submissions regarding proposed heritage revitalization bylaw number 5026-2019 and heritage designation bylaw number 5027-2019 for 3321 Radcliffe Avenue, the Hewitt House, up to and including the July 15th, 2019 public hearing be received and that the public hearing be closed.
All in favor? Opposed? Carried.
It's from easy to hard to harder. Thirdly, I'm going to recommend that all written and oral submissions regarding proposed zoning bylaw number 4662, amendment bylaw number 5028-2019, up to and including the July 15th public hearing be received and that the public hearing be closed. I have, just to note, I've exempted the submissions on the DVP from my motion just right now. We're closing the public hearing on the zoning amendment for the accretion only. Okay?
So, okay, do you want to explain what that means to the public? Because that was going to be my
Means there's no more submissions allowed after this on the zoning of the accretion portion, but that, we'll see what happens with the DVP, but the permit itself and the FCL is not being closed. We're not closing submissions on that in this motion.
Because it's immediate. It's covered.
Yeah, but I'm going to explain that in a second, so, yeah.
Okay, so
Can I just ask Mr. Panneton to clarify whether it's even a requirement that we close the public information meeting?
So, but I'm going to make a motion about that, that isn't closing it.
I know, but it's maybe a moot point. If
Madam Mayor, council can close the public hearing. There's no real requirement to close the public meeting, and council can still accept submissions regarding the DVP, which is the subject of the public meeting. So essentially, if council closes this public hearing, then council is not permitted to receive submissions regarding the proposed rezoning from Marine 1 to RS4 off the top of my head. But council can still receive submissions regarding the DVP with all the variances regarding the proposed development. Thank you.
Okay, and so I'll speak to that motion.
Okay.
Because that was going to make another motion about the public hearing, but I guess it can be part of this motion. By not mentioning and not closing the submissions on the DVP, I think what I want to signal to the community is, what I'm suggesting to the community, I'm suggesting to council, is I think we need to do some work still on this before we can proceed on the DVP. And on the FCL issue, most importantly, well, let's take the variances. I'm not convinced that all the variances that are being sought are necessary. I think there's many different ways to approach this. I'm not convinced the side yard variances are necessary. I'm not convinced the front yard. I'd like to find a way to try to preserve more of the trees if that's possible. And I also think the height variances, I'm not 100% sure about either, because I've talked to a number of architect friends of mine, And I'm not sure why the entire lot needs to be raised up, because I think that the house can be raised higher, and so that the living space is at whatever FCL we set. But, you know, if you go to Kauai and you go to a flood-prone area of Kauai, ultimately, the first floor or a portion of it is just elevated. And what that does is it doesn't create the adjacency issues. It creates height issues, higgledy-piggledy on the shore as people develop, but it doesn't create the bathtub issues and the adjacency issues that are raising a lot of concerns. I'm not saying that's the way we go, but I'm not convinced the whole lot should be raised up. And,
So-
yeah, well, let me
so
just-
hold on, just
hold
sec-
on. I'm just saying
No.
the things that I'm
I know,
saying.
but technically, we're debating.
And I'm suggesting we
We're
not
debating
close.
whether we close the zoning bylaw.
Right, and I've
I mean, we close the public hearings.
I've deliberately left out closing the
I know,
development
and it
variance
doesn't need
permit
to be
public
closed.
meeting. I know, but it was on our sheet, so I'm saying why that's not included, because I think we need to do more work on it. And then on the FCL issue, I think that we need to, as Mr. McCarthy said, at very, very minimum, we need to do a peer review of the NHC report, and we need to look at mitigation measures. I am mindful of what,
Yeah,
well, no,
So,
because actually
well,
technically it's
actually-
not on the list tomorrow.
it is. Well, the zoning is on the list. And
Right,
I
which
do
is not
think
this.
I do think you're a bit out of order on this,
Okay,
Councillor
well,
Cameron.
fair enough. Let's just send it into the ether without any discussion then.
And the DVP unfortunately is next Monday. I mean, really,
Next Monday, I'm not here.
I know that, but that.
So I'm just gonna say my.
Well, you can make your submissions to council, but on the issue before us, I have to follow procedure, and we're voting on closing the public hearing. We're not debating the matter tonight.
I'm not debating the matter. I'm saying what other information we need.
Mr. Councillor Cameron, that's my ruling.
Correct.
All right, so let's call the question then on the, unless, who seconded that?
Madam Mayor, Councillor, oh, sorry, I thought Councillor Wong seconded it. All right, Councillor Soprovich, thank you.
But he, I think, doesn't want to say anything more. Okay, so call the question on the zoning. All in favor, opposed, carried. On the public hearing. On the public hearing.
Zoning.
Regarding the
Oh,
zoning.
yeah.
I was just shortcutting my language. This late hour. So all in favor, opposed, carried. That carries unanimously. So each of those is now closed with the clarity that on the information meeting, there's no necessity to close it. And so by definition, it is still open for receipt of information in the future.
That's correct, Madam Mayor. And just as has been mentioned, council members are not permitted to receive any further submissions as all three public hearings have closed. Members of the public, of course, are welcome to attend tomorrow's proceedings and see what council does, but there's no public speaking opportunities that'll be available.
Right. All right, so we've closed the public hearing, so we can move into the regular agenda. I don't think there is a motion on the public hearing to adjourn. Yeah, it's just a closure if we don't close it. All right, so we're going to open, I'll call to order the regular meeting. And Mr. Panatin, so at this point, we debate our deferral motion. Is that correct?
Yes, Madam Mayor. Council can put a motion on the floor that the July 15th, 2019 regular council meeting be adjourned to July 16th, 2019 at 6 p.m. if that's council's desire.
All right, so, but I think we have a debate on this, a request of putting everything over to tomorrow.
Yeah, is that me?
Sure.
Just say that?
Oh, we've got a mover and a seconder on the deferral. Okay, you can speak to it, but you may, all right.
Okay, who's the mover and who's the second?
Your colleagues to the left. So certainly, I think, given the late hour, it's wise perhaps for council to defer the meeting to tomorrow. Certainly drawing upon our one of our last experiences when we ran late into the hour, when we started forgetting each other's names and titles and how to address each other. Certainly, I don't feel comfortable making big, substantial decisions if we can't even keep our own names straight. So certainly in favor of moving it to tomorrow when we can be rested, refreshed, and bright-eyed.
Councillor Saprovich?
Well, Mayor, during the break, you came up with a suggestion that we move tomorrow, which was very sensible. There's some important issues there to discuss, and I think we went through an exhausting time today, but I think it was very valuable what we went through this evening. And we can then tomorrow finish off the whole thing. I think it's a good move.
All right. Councillor Gambioli?
I was just going to suggest that I don't have a problem remembering anybody's names, given the late hour, but for the sake of the applicant who has just returned at 11 o'clock tonight, I would really love to, I won't be here tomorrow, so I'm going to miss all of this fun and games and the following week. So I just really think it's a shame that we can't make a decision on the Hewitt House tonight, and I would like to amend the deferral motion by saying I'm happy to defer except for that item.
Councillor Cameron?
And I think the Hewitt House is something that we should deal with tonight, given that we have a full council complement here, and it shouldn't take too long.
And I'll just add that the public hearing is closed on the Hewitt House, so even though we did tell the community that we were going to defer everything, no further submissions would have been allowed on the Hewitt House matter. So there is, I don't believe there's prejudice to the community, and it is, it was mainly to advise the people that were waiting to speak on Taylor Woods and the tree bylaw, and didn't really want them to have to hang around and tell them at 11. So we made a recommendation, but I'm open to dealing with the Hewitt House tonight because of it being closed anyway. There's no further submissions allowed.
Madam Mayor, if I may, just for
Yeah.
council's clarity, so it's not a deferment motion that's on the floor right now. It's a motion to adjourn to July 16th, 2019 at 6 p.m.
Right.
So just so council's clear on that. So that vote would need to be considered first or withdrawn before council decides on deferrals or consideration of any items.
Sorry, so we can't amend we can't,
Madam Mayor, the motion can't be amended to allow consideration of that, but we could, sorry,
it's
the motion
either
could be
motion
withdrawn.
to adjourn the whole thing or not? Is that what you're saying?
No, so Madam Mayor, council could withdraw the current motion to adjourn, and then approve the agenda, amend the agenda to consider item 9 prior to all other items, and then following consideration of item 9, adjourn the meeting to July 16, 2019 at 6 p.m. in the Municipal Hall Council Chamber.
The applicant is here to tonight, I feel like it was disrespect.
Yeah, I don't think it,
Can
I
we
mean,
take a straw poll and see who thinks we should just deal with that one item?
well, we can vote on the adjournment motion, which is before us.
Yes, Madam Mayor.
Yep. All right, I will call the vote. All in favor of the adjournment? All opposed? So that motion passes.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. We're adjourned until July 16, 2019 at 6 p.m.
Okay.
Here in the council chamber. Thank you.
Thank you very much.